If you are running a tech startups, it's even more important, because if you check the definition of a startup from the tech scene, you will see that a startup is a company that has iterated over a period of time to be able to find a product fit that makes them either profitable or scalable. So as an entrepreneur, or whether you want to go into entrepreneur tomorrow, a key thing that you should be in your mind is, how do I make money, and how do I get the money that I need to be able to do the things that I need for my business? So on a broad level, people make money from either selling their shares or not selling their shares. So this morning, I'll give you tips. If you're not interested in equity funding, I'll give you tips to be able to get non-equity funding, and just think about how to draw up a plan for the financing that you need. If you are following the tech space, you will notice that lately, the amount of investment coming into tech companies in Nigeria has drastically reduced, correct? I think that when you want to think about it, think of the fact that most people that invested last year, they invested when the dollar was 500 and something, and now it's 1.5, and from different analysts, projection is projected to go to 2,000. So if you are an investor and you're looking to invest in dollars, and you are expecting, like most startups, a minimum of 10x, it means that the business climate now might not be favorable. But for you as a founder, this is where I come in to say, what are your options? So the first option that I always tell people, that if you want to run a business where you'll be sleeping in Bahamas and you have peace of mind, your key financing strategy is your customer. Check. Your customer is your key financing strategy for your business, because your customer ensures that the money you get, you know that is all your money. The customer ensures that if you keep increasing your customers, so if you have 100 customers and you say, can I increase that customer to 1,000, you can forecast with some level of accuracy how much you're going to make from each customer. So number one point I will always tell you is your customer. Try to keep your customer, try to retain them, try to grow them. So those are the first two things. Another strategy to be able to get fund from our story is that there are so many opportunities, whether tech or non-tech, for funding, for grant funding in different sectors. And if you show up and if you understand the narrative, you'll be able to get those funding. So grants, as a CEO, I know that you're focusing on your business, but think about it and look higher and say, what are the funding that are targeted at people playing in my space, whether agriculture, tech, that can make my work easier, and apply for them. So you need to be able to get the skills to look for somebody on your team to say, hi, I'm dedicating you to a type of funding, and that funding is grant. For us, I think when we started Shicluded, I noticed that the 4 types of funding, equity, debt, grant, alternative sourcing, I knew very quickly that we wanted to do that. So whatever type of company that you ask me, there's a grant that can be targeted to your sector. So try and look for them and try and apply for them. Another funding strategy that you can use for your business is just being able to get your clients to pay in advance. I don't know if any of you followed the NTI pitch, and I was looking at one company, and they said how they've only raised $200,000, and they now have a transaction value of $30 million per year. And I was looking at their business model, and I found something very interesting, that even though they had $200,000, they were able to look for how to get people to partner with them, in the sense that people come into the business but don't own equity, but they have full control. And they do business with their money, and they get a cut in the revenues that are made. I don't know if you understand it. So a business model where you are able to bring people into a business, you are able to take their money, and have a profit sharing pre-agreed. And after you do that, you're able to be able to take it from source. So if you look at things like InterSwitch, and you look at things like Paystack, you will be able to see that. And anybody that works in the travel industry, I used to work in a travel tech company, and where people do business, people come into your business, they give you money, but because they want to be safe, they keep that money and they run the account, but they don't have ownership in your company. What happens is that you pre-agree a percentage of the revenue or of the profit that goes to them and then to yourself. Another way that we've been able to raise funding without diluting our equity is through fellowships. If you're running a tech startup, I think this is also, I don't know for other sectors, but for people in the tech space, if you're running a tech company, you should keep your eyes on fellowships, especially international fellowships, typically in the US and in the UK, to attend. Most of those fellowships come with funding attached to it for different milestones. So that's another way to do that, to get funding. So another way that you can get funding without diluting your equity is the fact that every business has a social development angle. So let me give you an example. We're working with the Netherlands government on a project that is targeted at youth unemployment. And I think the day that we went for the initialization meeting, I noticed that there was a lady there, and she was a tailor. So for me, it was interesting. And I noticed, and when I started talking to her, I noticed what she did. So even though she was a tailor and she sews clothes, she said after a while, somebody advised her that she should open a training school. If you look at most of the agendas for Africa now, is how do we train the wide and the big number of young people in Africa. So she opened a training school, but the training school was supplying talents to her business, but opening that training school also gave her an opportunity to position as a social development company. So with that training school, she said that she has been able to reach opportunities that typically in her 7 years of being a tailor, she has not been able to do. So I always tell people, every business has a social angle. And that social angle, you'll be surprised at what doors it will open for you, especially if you run it well and if you keep yourself very, very informed. The last strategy for your business, if you are not looking to dilute your business, is just being able to use loans. Like I always say that the cheapest capital that you ever get, apart from grants sometimes, is loans. Because loans are time-bound, and once they are done, they are gone. Whereas an equity is a long-term relationship that you have to manage. The key thing about being able to use a loan and being able to, first of all, get a loan is that whether you want a loan now or you don't want a loan now, if you are running a business, you need to learn about all the financing options that you need. Learn it and say, how do I make myself eligible for it? So in terms of, that audited account, in terms of, that company profile, in terms of making sure that your accounts are up to date, you need to be able to do that. You need to be able to say, the bank that you are using, whether they know you or not, you need to try and make them know you. in the sense that you call a meeting and say, what's happening? This is what my business does, and just have that conversation. You need to know all the lenders and their interest rate so that you be able to make a decision. And lastly, you need to know how much. The struggle with loans is that many people, what is your unit economics? So how much do you make as a business? I always tell people for loans is the fact that if the return on investment is higher than the interest rate, it is a good debt. But if the interest rate is higher than your return on investment, it's a bad debt. You need to know how to be able to say, what am I investing? With debt, especially Nigerian debt and government debt, you need to be able to know that how do I make sure that the debt that I am using for my business is going into revenue generating component of my business? If you're a tech startup, how do I make sure that this revenue that I'm getting is focused on the angle that will make me either meet my next milestones for funding or will make me make more money from the things that we plan to do? So that is a short course. There's also, for those that are in tech, because I see a mix of tech and non-tech founders, there's also convertible notes, where sometimes you're talking to an investor and you see that you people are hassling a lot on the equity part of that conversation. You can say to them, you know what, this equity, you want 100,000 for 5%. This equity is too high for me. But guess what? Give me a convertible note, which is a debt, and say after 1 year, I can pay you back this loan, or I can convert it to equity at the round, at the valuation at that round. That way it covers you and it keeps you safe. So I hope that with this, if you are a founder, you should dedicate time to say, what are my strategies for raising non-equity funding? For us at Shicluded, I think I will round up by telling you our own story. So in terms of, and just telling you our journey. So in terms of when we started, I used to work in seed funding. And when I wanted to start Shicluded, I knew I wanted to start a company with more of a spirit. And I knew that a company that I'm passionate about, and one thing that was important for me was change of life. I knew that if you're using investor money fully, one thing that is important to them is ROI. So I knew very quickly that I wanted few investors. So far, we took, apart from our first 210,000 from equity investment, we just decided at that point in time not to take equity investors. But with these other tunes, we've been able to grow our company from from our loan portfolio to almost close to $1 million. We positioned, we got into fellowships that came with funding. We got into, we made a training capacity arm for the business, and that has raised over 380,000 euros for us to be able to do that. And we collect debt from people like HNIs that are interested in the work we do, and we pay them a return, and so far it has worked for us. Our next deal is to be able to close a $1 million debt, and for us, that's the model that we want to do. So if you're looking to say, can you build a successful business that is not very equity heavy, that you can do the things that you want? Yes, it is possible. Thank you very much. Does anyone, I still have time. I saw 5, 10 minutes, and I saw 10 minutes or so. Does anybody have a question? Can they take questions? Can I take questions? Yes, thank you. Morning. Okay, so we talked about strategies that we use to grow. We said, one, grants. For any sector, you should be thinking about grants. How do you do that? Another strategy we talked about was debt. How do you use loans in a way that is smart to help your business grow very quickly? Another one that we talked about was crowdfunding. How do you get a group of people, a group of friends? So let me give you an instance. There's this lady on Instagram that I know that is a client, and every time she wants to go to import something, she does a pool of cash to say invest 10,000 and I'll give you X percent. And she uses that to raise like 200 million. And she does the business and she comes back and she pays them. So crowdfunding, but you need to be able to know your numbers before you go and you do that. Another strategy is to be able to say that you want to do a revenue-based, depending on your business, you want to do a sharing formula base where you get people that have money in your business and you say for every, and you guys come to a sharing formula. So if you know when MTN started, those people that used to do MTN credit, I noticed that that was the model they used to scale, where they do business with people's money, they come in and maybe they own the business, but people that own money come into the business, but they don't have equity. So they sell with their money and they have a share of profit. I hope that answers your questions. Yes. Second question? Yeah, you can stand up.
Good morning. Thank you for the
Morning.
brief explanation. So my question is about the social development. So it's really interesting for me because I can relate to the example you cited. But can you give us a more clear way to use the social development to raise funding?
Okay, and I think that for one thing that I learned from my days in accelerator programs in the US is that that's the way to go. So we have a client, I've known her for a while. She does solar panels. So if you guys know, renewable energy is kind of very big. But there's something that she did lately that got her, I think, was it 250,000 pounds funding, is that she set up a school for renewable to teach people how to become, herself. And she had been doing that. I think she had graduated over 80 people in that school. And the time that that funding came, that funding went to it. So it's the holistic view to say, I don't know the game you're playing in your business, but in 2024, the game you should be playing is that how do you become an entrepreneur, not how do you become self-employed. Self-employed is that you're looking at your business, looking at your customer, when is the customer going to walk into the door? But most of you took your time and you came here, so I'm guessing that you're trying to play on the entrepreneurial level. And that level means that for that business you're doing, you're thinking about what is happening in my sector, what is happening on the global scene that I can plug in and be able to benefit from what is happening. Do you get what I mean? So for different businesses, it can look different on different businesses. I hope did that try to answer your question? So if you're selling, maybe one of the people that also won the grant that we won, they have a bakery. I was shocked to be able to see how people have gone beyond themselves. They have a bakery and they start baking agege bread. They sit somewhere on the mainland. And they said after a while, they start training people to come out to learn how to bake agege bread. So with that training institute, they've trained over 1,000 people, and they had the evidence that those people, they went and started making their own agege bread. So with that company, he was able to access the funding that we got. I think they got 150,000 euros and stuff. Do you get? So it looks different in different sectors. For some people, it might be education. For some people, it might be reskilling. Some people, it might be, pivoting to tech. Did that answer your question? Thank you. Yes. Tell me when my time is up. Oh. Please ask all your questions. Oh. I don't like standing on stage and wasting my time. I want to make sure that you get the message. Thank you.
Thanks. Can you hear me? Okay. So my question is, well, firstly, I'm grateful for the lecture. It was really amazing learning all this. But one of my major issues I've had with the idea of funding was the last time I had an encounter in that situation, I realized that there's this problem with funding whereby you get the funding, and oftentimes there is distractions.
Huh?
Distractions. So there are like little things that you feel like, no problem, no problem. Let's just put this. Let's also put money for this, put money for this. And I noticed it in like a number of businesses. It ends up dragging their funds in the wrong direction, and they have problems having a positive return on investments.
So what's your question?
So my question is, how you said you worked in seed funding and whatnot. So how do we, as a business, like a business who is going for funding, right? How do we know what we are directing that funding?
Your funding to.
To maximize ROI?
Thank you very much. That's a very important question, and I feel that question. I sat down in a training seminar in 2014 with the CEO of GTB. And he said something that, before I even thought about being an entrepreneur, that changed my life. He said, if you're trying to build something, one of the things that you should have is delayed gratification. Do you understand? It's very, very important, and it's a discipline that if you're looking at the long term, you should be able to have. Another thing that you should have as a founder is you should know what is it in that business that is going to make you money versus what is it that is going to make you look good. So let me tell you an example. When we started Shicluded for the first 4 years, one of my friends, he had a co-working space, and I said, hey, hi, let's be using your co-working space. And he said, yes, use it for free because he's an investor. And I was using it for free. Everybody was getting an office. I saw those that got in Ikoyi, and they were feeling big. Me, I was using one small office. I'm a tech company. Nobody comes to my office. We got to the point where, in 2023, I knew that I wanted the social development arm to be big because I wanted to position as that. You see this thing. 2019, we started, we were focusing on our revenue. 2022, I went to a US accelerator. I noticed that that was the future. So I came back 2023, and for the first time, we went to rent a big office. And instead of saying Shicluded office and giving myself a pat in the back, I said co-working space. So the co-working space, people rent it for 300, 500,000 per day, and they pay us money. The co-working space serves as a training ground for, I say social development, I need to be training now. So instead of me coming to pay for this thing, 50 people can enter there, I put chair. So as a CEO, you need to be able to know quickly what moves the needle in your business and to be focused enough to do that. Thank you. Did that help? Yeah, delay gratification. Some people, if you want to build for the long term, I always tell people, rich people know those that are rich. The only person that if you try to look rich, you are deceiving is somebody on your income level. The other person on that high income level you want to look like, know that you are not there. I don't know, that's how they do it. It looks like it's spiritual. Did that help? Yeah. So one last question, because I think I have 5 minutes. Yes. Oh, no, you've talked before now. Another person, except there's nobody else. Okay, there's nobody else. Ask away. Yes.
Hello. Thank you so much. I enjoyed your lecture and everything so far. My question goes like this. I want to know if the platform whereby one can get those fellowship you made mention of, like seeking funding, and probably if there's a platform whereby we can get list of fellowship available.
So your question is like, what platforms do you get opportunities?
Yes.
And the first, I always tell people, the easiest thing you can do is to, first of all, know that they exist. The second thing is Google. Google is your friend. By the time you use that, hey, fellowship opportunities, funding opportunities for maybe somebody in renewable energy, 2024. By the time you spend 1 hour maybe per week or per day, or you put somebody on your team, maybe an NYSC on it, you'll be surprised the amount of opportunity online that you've never seen before. Do you understand? So can you find it? Is it easily found? Yes. But I noticed that the first step is you knowing that it exists. And that's what this session is about. And also telling you that if I can position and strategize and evolve to be able to harness all those opportunities, you too can, and every business can. Thank you very much. I think my time is up. Oh, there's one last question. Should I take? Okay, that last question. Thank you.
Good morning.
Morning.
I heard you talk about fellowships and that you went to US. I want to ask, are there fellowships in Africa here? Because I'm talking about the issue of visa now. Because take, for instance, in 2013, I'm an industrial photographer.
You are a what?
Industrial photographer.
Okay.
I wanted to go to Egypt for an oil and gas conference, but I was having issues with documentation and whatever they were asking. And I discovered that the same conference was happening in Ghana, where I didn't need any visa free, actually. So what I want you to tell me or tell us is, are there fellowships we can benefit from within the African continent?
Frankly, I think I've never looked for within African continent. I think that maybe the way that I've always thought about it, I know that this is a Niger thing. I think Niger is the coolest country in Africa. So I'm always looking outside, but I'm sure that they exist. And I think that even the work that you do, I feel that the work that you do potentially has a space anywhere in the world. Always think, I think maybe after this we'll just talk, I always think it's positioning and just knowing that you need to think, if you're an entrepreneur, you need to think that obstacle exists for everybody. How do I break that obstacle? So I hear you saying that there's a visa obstacle. The first thing is to remove it from your mind and then start pushing that door, because that door can open. Thank you very much.
Can we give her a big round of applause? I mean, that was a very exciting and insightful one. So we're still having more speakers, more panelists. Please, I have a very quick announcement to make. So if you're at the back, can you move forward? We need to allow this place to look a bit fuller. So please, can you move forward? Everyone at the back. We don't want backbenchers today, so please, just move forward. All right, so we have our next presentation coming up, and our speaker is Judith Okonkwo. She's a tech evangelist, business psychologist, and a development consultant. So please, we will be doing a lot of clapping, and just please, as she comes up, please make sure we keep the clap coming. She's going to be coming up, and she's going to be giving us a presentation on education and the transformational potential of immersive technology. So please, can we give her a big round of applause as she comes up? The energy is low. I know it's early morning, but please, can we keep it coming?
Good morning, everyone. How are you doing? Morning. Okay, so I've got some slides, so hopefully they'll cue them in just a minute and we can get started. Just, can I have a word on the slides? Are we able to get them up? Okay, all right. Okay, so I hear that it will just take a minute or two. So while that's getting queued up, I just wanted to know with a quick show of hands, could you please put your hand up if you have tried virtual reality before? If you've tried virtual reality before. So, oh yeah, okay, there we go. So we can just dive right in. All right, so everyone, it's my real pleasure to be here this morning to talk to you about something that I'm especially passionate about, which is really the power and the potential of immersive technologies. And when I say immersive technologies, I refer to technologies like virtual reality, augmented reality, and mixed reality, and the transformational power that they can have for education and learning. Next, please. Next slide, please. Okay, so usually when I'm talking about education and learning, all right, previous, thank you. Usually when I'm talking about education around the world, I've got to set some context and talk a little bit about Nigeria and what obtains. I'm sure a lot of you here are already familiar with most of these points, but we do know that education in this country is at a crisis point. We have infrastructure that has in no way, shape, or form kept pace with population growth. Infrastructure that's very dated. The student-teacher ratios in our academic institutions are really, really not the best. And you can see sort of like a few more details on the slide there about what obtains, which I think everyone, like me, I can see some Corpus in the audience, so you've just been through the system likely. But if you have experienced it, if you've got children, you know, wherever you might fall on the spectrum, it should be of concern because, of course, it impacts our country, our society in so many ways. How productive are we able to be? How groundbreaking can we be in the kind of work that we're able to do? Here's a bit more information about our country, our population, over 200 million right now, and of course a young population as we know, one of the more younger populations in the world. I often describe not just Nigeria, but the entire African continent as the workforce of the future. In the next 10, 20 years, as populations age in other parts of the world and birth rates fall, people will be looking more and more to this continent and our young people to actually get work done. And will we be able to do it? I think is a question we have to constantly think about. And then, of course, there's the sort of like education indicators, the pass or fail rates from standardized tests at the secondary school level. This is a typical junior secondary school in Nigeria. This one is in Lagos State. It's in Yaba. But you know the setup. It's basic. It's chairs, tables, and a black or whiteboard. And you could easily have 70, 80, 90 students to one teacher. All of that work happening with pen and paper or pencil and paper, which I think you'll agree with me is really, really not what we want if we want to be competitive, not just within this country, not just on the continent, but globally as well. So what might we do about that? I'm a huge advocate for utilizing technologies in a disruptive way to completely upend what we know to be true about education. And one of the ways in which I can see this happening in a country like Nigeria is deploying a technology like virtual reality. Now, if you haven't tried it before, I know a couple of people put up their hands. We do have a stand outside with some headsets, so please take the opportunity to give it a try. But I think that this technology can be transformational, and you might wonder why. If you think about the school that I described, where it's just chairs, tables, and a black or whiteboard, you then know that that school doesn't have labs for the sciences, so they'll be doing the rather unfortunate alternative to practicals. You know that they can't afford money for field trips, so they'll never get to, well, surely travel out, but then definitely not even go and see local things which they should be able to. What if in a school like that, we were able to put a VR lab? It would be one room with headsets, and if those headsets had the right content, we would be able to simulate just about any scenario we would want. We could have virtual labs, and they could run those experiments virtually. And you know what? As opposed to, say, having a live chemistry lab or a physics lab, well, let's go with chemistry, where you would have to purchase chemicals and keep stocking it up. In virtual reality, you could do those experiments over and over and over again without having that purchase constraint, which I think is transformational. And the same sort of thing with, experiencing other places, other spaces. Yes, we might not be able to take children to see the pyramids of Egypt, but in VR, they would have an experience that is not just sort of like lifelike, but even better than somebody who has gone to Giza. And I say this because if you go to Egypt to see the pyramids, you will be sort of like, maybe here, you've probably seen those pictures where you see people standing with the finger, and they're sort of like got that finger poised on the top of the pyramid, because there is some distance between you and it. You don't get to go inside. But with the VR experiences that have been created, you actually can go in and explore some of those tombs. So I'm just going to go through my slides quickly because I don't have much time, just to show you some more. But we've been doing some work exploring the potential of this technology for schools, particularly for the public school system, where really there's a lot of transformation potential in our country. And it's really like creating customized local content to make that happen. We've done this work with UNICEF, starting in 2019, work that we hope to continue so that we're able to actually get rigorous evidence-based data that tells us what the impact of this sort of technology can be on learning outcomes for our young people. And you can see just some of the data around how well the technology has been received, paving the way for potential. Also just want to talk about the potential with these technologies for learning that happens outside of the classroom, with young people acquiring those skills, and that ability to pick up these really fourth industrial revolution skills that creates globally in-demand talent, which I think is very important for not just our young people, but the world at large. Some case studies that unfortunately I won't be able to talk about, but if you see me later, ask me about these remarkable young women who, starting out in rooms like this, pursued their interest in these technologies, acquired skills and expertise, and are now at places like the World Bank and PwC, sharing their talent there. And then really just to think about the constraints that we have and what we as a people do about it. One critical one is that none of the big tech companies sell their XR or VR headsets on the continent. And not being able to get it locally means that for you to purchase it, you buy it at a premium. You're going to pay more than somebody would in New York or London or some other city in the Western world, which I don't think is acceptable. So with this constraint, with all that we know, the questions that I think we should be asking ourselves is, what are we going to do about this? The future really is ours to create. What will we do to shift the needle and to create the kind of society, to provide the kind of education that we think our children deserve? Thank you.
Please, can we give her a big round of applause? Please, that was very insightful. I wanted to mention for the core members, you're supposed to go to the outsource factory. So if there's any core member in our midst, please go to the outsource factory. That's where your activities are for. All right, so we're going to keep this coming, and we have our next session, and it's the EdTech Roundtable. the future of learning innovations in AfriTech. And so we have Osita Oparagwa Ugo, who is the founder and CEO of Get Bundy Education. Please, can we give him a big round of applause as he comes up? Please give him a big round of applause. This is going to be a very insightful conversation. Like I said, he's the founder of Get Bundy, an online educational technology platform dedicated to STEM and digital skills. And he's also the founder of Ogeli, which is Africa's pioneer online video sharing resource and entertainment platform. And he also sits on the board of 5 other companies, including Get Bundy's Education Foundation. Please give him a round of applause. We also have Abayomi Shemidara, who is the product designer and tech, who is a product designer and tech content creator. He's the moderator, and he's a seasoned product designer with over 6 years of experience in crafting intuitive and visually compelling digital products. He has diverse experience across agency, NGO, EdTech, music, FinTech, and B2B sector. So you can imagine the wealth of experience this man has. Please give him a big round of applause. We also have Bode Roberts, who is the CEO, co-founder of Data Lom. Is he here? He's the CEO and co-founder of Data Lom. Please give him a big round of applause. He's with over 15 years of entrepreneurial experience. Okay, he's not here. We also have Jude Feromi Adejuwon, who is the practice lead higher education institutions, innovation CC Hub. Is Judith Feromi here? Jude Feromi is the practice lead of the HE Innovation Practice of Co-Creation Hub. And he also has a double master's degree holder, degree in public policy with a specialization on the governance of innovation from the United Nations University in the Netherlands. Awesome people with awesome, impressive resumes here. Please give them all a big round of applause. All right.
Hello? Okay. Hello. Mic check. Can everyone hear me? You want to? Are you going to be? Hello. Okay. Can everyone hear me now? Awesome stuff. Okay. It's great to be here this morning moderating this panel session. For context, when I left University of Lagos and then I did my NYSC, the first place I worked at was an EdTech called Edukoya. I don't know if anyone knows Edukoya here, but it was really just a great experience to be able to contribute to the EdTech sector. And without taking much time, I would just like us to dive right in. So Africa today has over 300 EdTech startups that are working in different niches and spaces. And if you also now look at it from another perspective, the sub-Saharan African is like the highest in terms of education inclusion in developing countries. And this now brings us to the fact that there are a lot of challenges and issues surrounding the education, EdTech in Africa. So I think I would like to start with Osita. What are your thoughts on the current state of EdTech in Africa, and what are those things that you think are critical for us to solve first?
Okay, thank you very much. For me, right, and for the team that we are building, I do not think that Africa will have a future in today's world without the EdTech. The reason being that based on the United Nations statistics, sub-Saharan Africa will need about 20 million teachers, and there should be more than 25 million classrooms. So if we are looking at the brick and mortar kind of school to school Africa, then I think we'll have a problem. So the only way for Africa to catch up is to embrace EdTech. But there are challenges, and probably we'll get to that. But I do believe that the future of Africa in education is the EdTech, because the world has become so global that you can shoot a STEM platform out of Lagos and reach 20 million kids in Tanzania for the sake of this conversation.
But to answer your question, Bayomi, it's then to again see, because of the problem that we have in terms of how do we leverage technology really to advance our education goals as a society. First then here's, in terms of this trend, learning outcomes. How do you improve learning outcomes for children who are currently in school? Because this is one of the challenges. I'm sure everyone here has heard about how schools are graduating students or graduates that are unemployable, right? There was a World Bank report recently, or maybe not recently now actually, that mentioned the issue around students in SS3 not learning or not being able to solve problems that a JSS3 student or a JSS student should solve. So the first most important, which is a trend that we've been seeing, especially with work already in this job, is how do we improve learning outcomes for children who are currently in school using technology. And this is where you then go into pedagogical methodologies, where you go into, for example, the work that MEC 3D is doing, virtual reality. Are there better methods using technology that you can pass knowledge from the teacher or the facilitator to the student? I think that's very, very important. To just say, you know what, even for the students that we have right now in school, how do we ensure that they're learning, whether it's at primary level, K-12, or secondary school, or at the tertiary level? The next question, the next most important thing after solving that, is to then say, look at how many million children that we have that are out of school. For a number of reasons. Some of them have to trek hours before they get to their primary schools or their secondary schools, and so they basically just drop out, right? So how do we leverage technology to be able to build learning environment for as many children as possible within the context of within the context of the problem that we have and for the children that we have? And I think that's, maybe just to manage time as well. Those are two core issues that I think are very important, right? Then, of course, maybe one final point here is there's a lot of talk about artificial intelligence right now. We currently run an EdTech center out of, I think, probably one of the early universities of education, Taishlora University of Education in Djibouti. And one of the work that we've been doing with them over the last 1 year is to see how some of the research going on within the university and some of the students who are undertaking that research can build artificial intelligence models, be able to solve issues like digitizing higher education, right? Grading, for example, how do you free more time? How do you free more time for lecturers who are lecturing students so that they don't have to spend all that time grading and they can spend more time with students and passing down knowledge across them? So technically, I think those would be the three core areas for me. One, improving learning outcomes. Two, leveraging technology to solve the scale problem. And then three, how do you also build artificial intelligence into this educational system that we have to then solve some of the challenges that we have as well?
Thank you so much. Please, a round of applause for him. I like the fact that he highlighted some critical issues and the work they are also doing at Taishlora. So we have the CEO of Gradely here, Bode. Please come join us on stage. Thank you. Boye Oshinaga is the CEO and founder of Gradely. Thank you so much. So I think I would like to go to Judith now. The first time I experienced virtual reality was at their office at Yaba, and it was really amazing. And I know that a lot of secondary schools, I mean, Lagos State is trying, but a lot of secondary schools in Lagos and out of Lagos, they lack some critical infrastructure. And I think that virtual reality is one of those things that can help bridge that gap. So I'd just like Judith to just sort of speak on some primary infrastructure that you think are needed and how you think the work you're doing can help bridge those gaps.
Thank you. Thank you for that question. Yeah, what a gap, eh? As we've talked about so far today, we know that in our secondary schools, in our junior secondary schools, there's a real crisis in terms of just the infrastructure available if we say we want our children to have quality education. It is not just improbable, impossible that you will just have chairs, tables, and a black or white board and graduate students who are competitive with students from schools in other parts of the world in our elite private schools. So how do we start to bridge that gap? Really, I think that a technology like virtual reality allows us to say the infrastructure that we don't have physically, can we create it digitally in a real-time 3D environment so that the students, regardless of where they are, and I think what's exciting about this, I mean, a little bit to your point, Jude, about even those children who are out of school, there is this possibility that we can take school to children wherever they are if we have it in a device like this. What that means is that even if your school doesn't have a lab, you can have a virtual chemistry lab, and in that lab, you can do experiments. And some people might think, well, why do they need to do it in virtual reality as opposed to, say, an app or something different? And I think, yeah, we'll point to sort of like the real importance of experiential learning from a pedagogical perspective, where you're actually building muscle memory for the things that you're learning how to do, right? So if you're in a lab, you're actually picking up the chemicals, you're actually switching on the Bunsen burner, you're actually kind of like looking in a microscope. You're going through all of the motions that you would do if you were in an actual physical space with all of those tools that you should have. And that is so, so important for our children. Because what must happen is that when they learn, wherever they go to, they're able to translate that learning into sort of like the experience and knowledge that will allow them to thrive. Now, in terms of the infrastructure we need to be able to achieve this, we of course know the debacle that is electricity right now, and God help you if you're on band A, because yeah, then you're adding the cost as well, which is a real problem. There's of course problems with connectivity and access to the internet. Now there are ways around this, but fortunately, these are things that we don't have to solve by ourselves alone. For example, UNICEF has a GIGA project, and their aim is to get internet to schools all over the world. And with that, you know, UNICEF, you know, pursuing something like GIGA, hopefully somebody sorting out electricity, and it might not be from the grid, it might be renewable, but there are options that will allow us to say we can get these tools into schools and still give our children, despite all of the resource constraints, a real shot at quality education.
Thank you so much, Judith. Please, a round of applause for her. You can do better now. Thank you. Boye, so I know that Gridley has been at the forefront of education, EdTech in Nigeria, and you've been doing amazingly well. I would like to know your thoughts around the current state of EdTech in Africa, and if you could also merge that with like some of the challenges we're facing and the critical infrastructures that you think we need to build EdTech in Africa.
Thank you very much. That's actually a very deep question and multi-layered. I would start with EdTech. The role of EdTech, first of all, is to solve the problems that physicality of the classroom has created a challenge for how children could learn at scale. So you don't have enough teachers that are high quality. You don't have enough teaching intervention methods that are high quality being used in the classrooms. I usually say that really started because I saw the statistic that 90% of African children are in school, but they're not learning, right? So while in the MDGs era, the problem was access to education, it's still a problem, but I think that the problem of quality has surpassed that of access. And so what EdTech can do is democratize that access and provide the best quality teachers in front of the children that need them the most. And that work is hard, right? Just because of the constraints around internet, just like Judith has said, constraints around power. You know, I think I met Mr. Peter Obi a few weeks ago, and he was like, how do you get technology into IDP camps? That's a very simple question, but it's a very hard answer. Like IDP camps, and then we started coming up with solutions. One solution was you give everybody tablets, put a tech inside it, and then they will steal the tablets and sell it and use it to eat, right? Like, so see how like the economic background, yeah, the fact that poverty is, first of all, is part and parcel of the problem of education. You cannot teach a child on an empty stomach, right? So you need to solve some of like the socio-economic barriers to even getting the child. Like in Abuja, there was something done by the Ministry of Education where they give them access to education for free, give them the best quality materials, but the parents refused to take the children there because those children were the people who were helping them make money every day because they were selling that labor. So the opportunity cost did not make sense, no matter how much the quality. So I'm highlighting the challenges, and I think in Nigeria, the challenges just increased because once inflation enters, you know, exchange rate enters, cost of ownership of device has increased, cost of internet has increased, cost of buying that EdTech material has increased, then you basically are, again, creating that inequality, that inequity that we came about trying to solve in the first place. So I will stop there, you know, because there's a lot to say. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Please, a round of applause for him. Yes, so I'll go back to Osita, and I know that Get Bondi has been doing like a lot of amazing work. I would just like for you to highlight some of those examples of successful remote learning that you've seen. I mean, it may not be specifically for Get Bondi, but like things that you have seen that are working for remote learning.
Okay, so at Get Bondi, we look at Africa's problem differently. So people ask how many people are schooled in Africa. We don't ask how many people that are schooled in our platform and coming from our background. We ask how many people. Yeah, we ask how many people are skilled. So we are a skill-based platform, and we think that Africa's problem is not school. Africa's problem is inability of the government and the stakeholders in education to embrace STEM education and rejig the curriculum to look into more skills than certificates. So at Get Bondi, we don't mind the language at which we teach you. We have about 6 professional courses in Pidgin English. You want to learn search engine optimization, come, we teach you in Pidgin English. Our end game is to be able to teach 16 digital skill courses across Africa in various African languages. We are interested in skill. We are not interested in certificate. Because in the next 10 years, what people will ask you will be your portfolio and not your certificate.
Thank you.
So this is how we are revolutionizing education across Africa. We are a skill-based platform, and we think that Africa should embrace skill, not certificate, because statistically, only 18% of African graduates who leave the universities every year across sub-Saharan Africa have very high digital literacy level.
Thank you
so
so
if
much.
we keep chunking out professors and no skill, we will still remain the poorest of the poor. So this is our
Thank you so much. So we've run out of time, but I'd just like to, in 10 seconds, what are those things? That's Judith and Boye, in 10 seconds, what do you think governments can do to sort of help the EdTech movement, I mean, across Africa?
We'll start with Boye.
10 seconds, please.
So I think the conversation about government is a conversation about infrastructure, right? If government can provide some form of infrastructure where there's more access to things that are typically, so you create like almost like this nirvana, that is different from the Nigeria. You create a different Nigeria inside Nigeria and say that in this place there's power, in this place there's data, in this place there's devices, right? So you create that, you intentionally do that because of what you're trying to do. In India, the IITs were created like that. It was like, we are India, right? There's Mumbai, it's very messy, it's very dirty, the air is not great, pollution is bad. There's so many problems. But we will make sure they're Harvard level. So we'll bring Harvard professors.
Amazing stuff.
That's how to do it. Government needs to show. In Lagos, we've done it before. We had model public schools. They're very different from typical public schools. We just made them normal now. They'll turn them into normal public schools now. But the real way to solve this is to create those nirvanas inside of Nigeria where every child gets everything needed to get best education.
Amazing.
Improve, yeah.
Thank you. Judith, 10 seconds, please.
What I'd love to see from the government is create the kind of regulation that will incentivize the space for people to really play with disruptive technologies in Nigeria, on the African continent, because the barriers otherwise are ridiculous, right? We're already up against it in terms of the infrastructure, the electricity, the internet. It can't be that the big tech companies, the devices are not available and you're paying it at a premium and you have to pay all these costs. No, they've got to incentivize the space and make it really lucrative for our young people to play and, acquire the skills and knowledge to really dominate, because that's what we need to do.
Thank you. Jude?
Thanks. I had to start from Boye because I wanted to put my thoughts together. But thanks for taking that. Two things, two asks from government. One here is the realization that if we don't take education seriously on this continent, Africa, maybe come back to Nigeria. Nigeria is going to be an analytical society in the next 15 years. So literally, if we don't want to end up in the ditch, we have to realize that education is important. Like, it's at the core of it, and government has to then resource it accordingly. The second one is to say that you see some of these developed countries and how they approach the challenges that they have. There's the National Science Foundation, for example, in the US, there's DARPA, there's Harper-He, different agencies, funding agencies dedicated to several challenges and the innovation that goes into tackling those challenges. So I would like to see, for example, a funding entity by government dedicated to education technology in Nigeria. To say, if education is priority for us, then we want to put ₦1 billion every year into leveraging innovation to solve education for us for the next 10 years. And that will be an easy, $1 billion is small money, right? Compared to what we have. But that would be an easy task that we can already put in place that then helps us solve this education challenge that we have in the country.
Thank you so much. I wish there was enough time for us to really explore more and talk more, but we have to draw to a close now. And please help me appreciate my panelists. And it's been an amazing session, and I hope you enjoyed and picked one or two things. Thank you so much for joining the session.
Right.
Clap for us as we leave the stage, I beg.
Are we having a good time? If we're having a good time, say yes. If you're not having a good time, say nah. Okay, so we're all having a, please give them a big round of applause. All right, so we're moving quickly, and we're talking something more about intellectual property, and we have Wigwe and Wigwe Partners, intellectual property, software development, and licensing. You do not want to miss this, and we have Oluwatobi Adeyemo to do that, who is the senior associate at Wigwe and Partners. She's a key member of the corporate and commercial and dispute resolution teams at Wigwe and Partners, where he advises clients across different sectors. Please, can we give her a big round of applause?
Thank you very much for the introduction. Oh, by the way, I'm not Toby Adeyemo, I'm Imaide Young Lawrence, but still from Wigwe and Partners. So good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm delighted to be here representing Wigwe and Partners at Global Tech Africa 2024, as I give this presentation on intellectual property as it touches software development and licensing. In my presentation, I will address what intellectual property rights apply to software development, and then I will speak to ways that developers can safeguard their intellectual property. And finally, I will conclude by mentioning the benefits that accrue to developers in safeguarding their intellectual property. So it is accepted that ideas rule the world. And indeed, ideas have led to groundbreaking advancements in areas like science, technology, industrial development, and other aspects of human existence. We can view ideas as concepts or creations of the mind, and when developed, this is known as intellectual property. Whether tangible or intangible, intellectual property is capable of being stolen, misused, and modified without authorization. So it is therefore vital to understand the intellectual property laws that direct or that guide intellectual property, and our focus is on software. So then, what intellectual property rights apply to software development? To start with is copyright, which is the right that creators have over their literary and artistic works. And in Nigeria, the Copyright Act interprets computer programs as intellectual property. So by fulfilling the requirements of originality and being in a fixed form, software developers can enjoy copyrights to their software products up to 70 years after the year in which the author dies. And where there is an infringement on your copyright, the developer can bring up an action in courts and can enjoy damages, or can enjoy relief such as damages and an injunction. The second right is patent, which is an exclusive right that entitles the patentee to determine whether or how his invention can be used by others. Under Nigerian law as well, and software can be patented if it is new, if it results from inventive activity, and is capable of industrial application, or in the alternative, if it constitutes an improvement upon an already existing patented invention. And it is interesting to note that patents are granted not to the true inventor, but to the person who is first to file the patent application, although the true inventor can be named as such in the patent. Patents expire at the end of the 20th year from the date of filing the relevant patent application. And just like copyright, an inventor can also bring up an action where there is an infringement on his rights. The third right is trademark, which is a symbol or a sign that differentiates the goods and services of one business from another. Now, while trademarks will not apply to the underlying code by developers, it can be used in other ways, such as getting a trademark for the name used for your software product, and also getting a trademark to safeguard your logos, icons, and design elements used for your product. The fourth right, which is not backed up by statute in Nigeria, but is still guard the confidential aspects. I'll briefly address the ways in which software developers can legally safeguard their software. We know that software being intellectual property, where it is not safeguarded, it can lead to issues like piracy, reverse engineering, code theft by insiders, breach of contracts and non-disclosure agreements, hacking, cyber attacks, and unauthorized access through unsecure networks. So some of the ways to legally safeguard your IP as a developer is by first registering the software under the applicable laws in Nigeria or on the jurisdiction where the software is being developed and used. This secures exclusive ownership of the rights to the developer. The second is the adoption of clear ownership agreements and proper licensing management systems. It is common knowledge that developers may use software developed by other developers in creating their own unique software. And so it is important that these developers obtain agreements that clearly delineate the relationship. This, of course, is in addition to the continuous reviewing of license terms. Third is the careful screening of employees, contractors, and other third parties, and ensuring the execution of non-disclosure agreements and confidentiality agreements. So, having established the ways in which we can safeguard software, I'll speak to the benefits of legally safeguarding SIM. It may be obvious, but some people might miss this point and want to focus solely on developing their software products. So first is that developers will get the credits they deserve for their works and will largely avoid issues like rights are created. It ensures business continuity. We know that IP theft and revenue decline can adversely affect the business activities of a software developer. The fourth benefit is that developers can highlight their exclusive intellectual property rights when trying to secure funding from local and international investors. In this regard, we know that these investors will be more confident to release their funds when they know that you have the exclusive rights to the products for which you're trying to get funding. And the fifth benefit is the preservation of brand identity and reputation associated with the software product. So, in conclusion, it is essential for developers to take full advantage of the IP protections under our laws and under the jurisdiction where they operate. And in doing this, developers would be creating an environment in which they are free to be creative, free to be innovative, and free to contribute their undeniable quota to Africa's economic advancements. Thank you.
Please can we give her a big round of applause again? All right, so we're moving quickly and moving on to the next speaker. We have Kelvin Umechukwu, who is the CEO of GetBumper, and he'll be talking about how to transform SME growth with digital tools, the role of business management apps, and he's the co-founder of Bumper, a platform that empowers African small businesses to start, manage, and grow their business through mobile devices. Now, Bumper is a venture-backed business management tool revolutionizing digital commerce in Africa. It was also the incubation program manager and portfolio manager at the CC Hub, where he designed multiple programs. Please give him a big round of applause as he comes up. He's going to be speaking on transforming SME growth with digital tools, the role of business management apps. Please keep it coming as it comes up. Please keep it coming. Let the clap keep on coming. Thank you.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Can you hear me? All right. So my name is Kelvin Umechukwu. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Bumper. I do a couple of things. I've been in the tech space for a few years now. Worked at TechQuest, Ingressive, CC Hub, and a few other organizations. My background has been in community building, core engineering, but also now, doing more in business development and just entrepreneurship in general. So today, I just want to take you through a journey, right? Is there anybody here that is a startup founder? Startup founders, okay. Anybody in the commerce space? Nobody in the commerce space? Nobody. Are you sure? All right, so, but I'm going to take you through this journey because I think like it's important to see how, when everybody talks about digital commerce, e-commerce, the growth over the past few years. And the good thing about it is hopefully you're able to take one or two things, especially key learnings that we have had, just building in this space for a few years. So I would start this journey in, say, 2007. In 2007, my mom used to work at Computer Village. And so I would have to join her in Computer Village every Saturday to basically help her sell, right? That was literally the idea of that. And one of the things that the misconception that people have about digital commerce today is the assumption that, e-commerce is just starting now, that this is just right, the time that it started. But if you think about it back then, even in 2007, yes, there was no, websites where you could buy something, here in Nigeria, online. But at that time, what we had was you could call somebody on the phone and tell them that you wanted to buy something. So when I go to my mom's shop, people would call and say, hey, I needed a phone. And I would buy the phone in Computer Village and I would take it back home. And basically, we're performing commerce even when we're not in the same place, right? And it's very important to note this, and we're going to come back to it soon. So in Computer Village, we had a lot of people selling these electronic devices, from computers, tablets, phones, and the likes. And we had even Slot. I don't know how many of you know Slot today, right? Slot started, Computer Village, and everybody was just, if you wanted to buy, these devices, Computer Village was that one place that you would go and then you would find the tool, just because of the large array of selection of the kind of products that you can buy. Maybe you also find it cheaper because also there's a lot of competition there. But, just like, I would use Slot as an example because at that time, when you wanted to buy, there were two ways. Either you come there physically or you have to contact someone that you already know to buy for you and then bring it to you. And so companies like Slot were thinking, if we're being challenged in the fact that the customers have to come, or they have to know me first, then I have to find a way to get to the customers, right? So that they can buy from me. And that's where Slot started, expanding. So they wanted to come, reach us closer. They're in a lot of locations today. But that was, that's definitely expensive. And that's where we have, in 2012, we had Jumia come into the scene. And Jumia's entrance was, very interesting, because now they've come in, and this is not just Jumia now. I'm just going to use Jumia as an example, but you had Jumia, you have Gigi, Konga, Due Day, everything, and the likes. There were so many of them coming in, 500 shops, and all of them were trying to do one thing. How do I help people sell online? So they take your products, put it online, and they will help you sell, right? And that's where we actually saw e-commerce, in a big light, so that now I could stay at home and then I can buy these products and these products will come to me, right? Obviously, there was a lot of issues at that time. We have payments issue, logistic issues, all of these things were even just trust was a major issue. But a lot of players have come in over the past few years. Paystar, Flutterwave for payments, InterSwitch. Then you have MoneyPoints. Then you have the logistics players, SendStack, Fez, Topship. A lot of them that have come in. Gokada. There's so many of them that have come in. And one thing that is now interesting is, with that layer that have now been built, the question is, what is the next stage for commerce? Right? Remember, when the likes of Jumia and Gigi and all of them have been, what they have been focused on is, how do I get products from you and help you to sell? But with that layer now solved, to an extent, what we are now trying to figure out is, how do I enable you to be able to do that selling yourself? Right? Are you still with me? Are you still with me? All right. Okay, so please, you would have to follow me through this, because this is sort of like, think about it like a story, yes, but at the beginning, all of these things I'm just giving you the context, but it will take you to where I'm trying to get you to. right? So at this time, with that layer, the question was, how can we then basically empower the business owner to be able to sell for themselves? Because there's something that is missing. If Jumia is selling for you, the problem is you don't know that customer that they are selling to. Like you don't know the customer. You can't really, there's so many insights that you are missing out on. You don't know what kind of customer is buying this product. All of those insights is just sort of lost on you. Jumia is just saying, I'm going to help you sell it. Don't worry, just give me your products and I'm going to help you sell. Yeah, and that's good in a way, but it was not the only way, right? And then we had the pandemic. So the pandemic brought up a lot of startups, and we are one of the products of the pandemic, right? So during the pandemic, there was lockdown. All of us know about this, and then people were not able to sell in their physical stores. And for us and a lot of other startups that came up at that time, the question was, how do we just help you, remember, to enable you to sell online, right? And the easiest thing all of us did at that time was just, everybody take a website. You get a website, you get a website, you also get a website, right? And that misconception is that if you have a website, you're going to sell. But it wasn't true. Right? And it took a while for all of us to figure that out because it was easy at the time. Everybody get a website, even we were doing it just for free. Everybody get a website. I remember going to Computer Village, shop by shop, all of us, we were just saying, take a website, right? But the problem is when you want to monetize that, right? When you want to monetize it. When I say monetize, I mean get money for the thing that you say that you are giving value for, right? And we started realizing that it was not as much as, it was not a key need. They're telling me I have 5 minutes, and I'm like, wow. I'm just starting my story. So what we had to do at the time was change the segment, yes, of the businesses that people had to do, change the segment of the businesses. So not everybody could get a website, but we started focusing on who are the people that already understand how to use digital tools, and then who are the people that are teachable, right? And this is the most important thing for every startup, who has the willingness to pay for this solution, right? And the other thing we did was also, how do we build more tools that these business owners can use beyond the website? And that's where you had the pivot. Right, and so many of us started building multiple tools. So we had the bookkeeping solution. So it was now beyond the website. It was bookkeeping solutions. How do you bring in payments inside commerce? How do you solve for connecting logistics? How do you help with inventory management? There's now a plethora of tools. Customer relationship management. There's just a lot of tools that almost all the startups at the time started trying to figure out just so that they can solve that particular problem. And the question is, you remember I mentioned something about, at the time, we were just communicating and we still facilitate commerce. Something was happening in all of these things, which is the fact that digital commerce has already been happening in some way, because everywhere there is communication, commerce was possible there, right? Immediately there's communication. So at that time, in Computer Village, you would have to call someone, but if I could just chat you up, I can actually facilitate commerce. Right? And that is where we have the biggest opportunity, even here in Africa, right? Because we started realizing that we did say, I think, over 1 million orders that we have gotten on Bumper, we had about 35 to 40% of them from Instagram and WhatsApp alone. And this, I'm not saying all social media, I'm just saying Instagram and WhatsApp alone covered 35 to 40% of the entire orders, right? And I'm talking in 1 million orders, right? And in that point, we started seeing that the future of commerce, yes, will be digital, but it will not be similar to the West, right? In the West, like if you just have a website, that's enough. But for us, the future of commerce is going to be everywhere, literally. And what we started figuring out is, how do we ensure that we can track everything that is happening everywhere for you, right? And the reason why, commerce will go digital, I think there's a lot of reasons. You say there's ease, it saves time, you have records, better decision, better tracking, scaling, even growth tools. But SMEs have relied heavily on manual processes before, and, but we are seeing that growth happen. In 2023 now, but based on the Africa Development Bank, they did a report and they showed that, that number has gone from about 35% in 2019 to about 62% now in 2023. Because, and this is our own thinking, every business is a tech business, right? And tech business now means every business must be tech-enabled in one way or the other. We have a customer that joined us a few years ago. Like, even I think in the beginning, this customer used to do 50 orders a month. The store name is the Ajala store online. And she used to do about 50 orders a month. She had one staff. She was in Ogba Ikeja. And we've basically seen her grow from that to over 1,000 orders a month, to 3 locations, 10 staff. And what has happened is the beautiful thing is how she's been able to use technology to basically move and scale her products. So now, instead of thinking about how to continuously be in all these locations, she understands what's happening in each location and can spend less effort but still achieve great gains, right? But there are still key problems with why this is still not rampant, right? You still have the merchant and customer engagement. Everybody wants that. Most people want to be able to communicate with the merchants before they buy a product. So because why? We call it the pre-purchase support and price haggling. You want to be able to ask, hey, you are selling this jacket. Will you go with this one? Will you go with this, my trouser that I have? Or you just want to know, see, do you have this in this color you want to have that conversation with the merchant before buying. You also believe there's one mindset that many people have, is that if I talk to you, you might be able to reduce the price. We think of ourselves as very good negotiators, all of us. So if I talk to you, if you put it on a website, then it's fixed. But then if I talk to you, I think I can actually get that price reduced. Other things, one big thing is trust, right? So, and what we've seen in that is that website works better for people that have already built that trust online, right? So if you've built a community online before and you say, hey, I have a website, people will more likely buy that from if you have not built anything, you've not built any community before and you say, hey, I have a website. Based on our data, we've realized that we don't want to give it to you if you've not built any community online and nobody would go to your website immediately. And this is one of the things that you have to be thinking about as a startup founder when you start thinking about your customer segment. It's not just about if this person can use your solution. It's more, do they understand it? Have they been able to put together all of the things that are necessary for them to use and get value from your solution? And lastly, would they be able to pay? And this is why we believe that social commerce on the continent will work. I'm going to skip some things just because they've told me that my time is up. One of the other things that I want to mention is that there is an adoption challenge in trying to replace what already exists, right? So in trying to build new experiences. So at the time, we're building new experiences because most people were not buying on a website, right? And we were trying to build that new experience. And the problem with that is that adoption challenge, is that not everybody is able to take that curve. Yes, we are seeing that grow, and it's growing very fast, but it's still slower than it should be. Yes, and what we have realized is that there's more value for us and startup founders in general to try to replicate experiences, things that already exist now, manually. How do we replicate it online? So one of the things we did is do an integration with Meta, such that your DMs on Instagram, a merchant's DM on Instagram, would actually come directly to your Bumper app, and then you can easily engage, send products, create orders right there inside of your DMs. Right? The other thing we did is that people like bank transfer, and instead of also give you the only way we said you should buy was through your payments gateway. We gave you the option, the merchant the option to say, I can just put my account number online, just there. And then if you want to buy online, you can still pay just with that bank account. And these things were important because it just helped us with our adoption rates when it was when everybody's trying to just force you to say, hey, you have to use the payment gateways and the likes. Well, so I'm going to stop here, but the biggest opportunity for us is not necessarily in replacing in building new experiences, especially in the continent, but in trying to figure out how we can first enable people to be able to do more. So how we think about it is, how do we help you to use tech to start, manage, and grow your business? And so as startup founders, I believe that this is something that you have to be thinking about. How do you use tech to enable things that already exist, experiences that already exist, instead of trying to create totally new experiences? Thank you so much.
Please, can we give him a big round of applause? I'm sure we enjoyed that session. Yes, we still have more, so we still want to make sure that you enjoy every bit and every part of this session today. I wanted to mention the hashtag, so please, it's the hashtag GTA Conference. Make sure you take a picture, make sure you share a video, just to enjoy the ambience. I was going to say we should do a selfie. Should we do a selfie? I don't have my phone here, but should we do a selfie? All right, so please bring out your phones. I did that yesterday just to engage the crowd and audience. Please bring out your phones. Please. Selfies are not for women alone, so men, please. It doesn't make, please bring out your phones. Please raise up your phones. Please take a picture. Can we do that? I'm not seeing you bring out your phones. Are you tired? All right, so please take a picture. Quick one, yes. You can add GTA Conference, hashtag GTA Conference, anyhow you want to put it, Sha. Hashtag I was here, hashtag millionaire, hashtag billionaire, 100 million in funding. Whatever it is the goal, because all the numbers we're hearing here is how it's raised funding, how to get equity. So, you need to see yourself in that space right now, right? Thank you, thank you. I'm looking for the best person, and I'll give the person a gift. The person with the best selfie. All right, thank you so much. Please give yourselves a round of applause. Please give me a round of applause too, because it's not easy to stand in front of, you and do all of this. Thank you very much. So we're moving very quickly, and the next stage is, there's something in stock for everyone. It's a competition, and for the person who will do justice to this competition is Caroline Moore, who is the founder of Ideas Marketplace. You don't want to miss it, because there's a whole lot they're going to be talking about, and the lineup of speakers after the competition is wow. So please, Caroline, are you here? She's the CEO and founder, Ideas Marketplace. Caroline Moore, please, can you come up? All right, so we're waiting for Caroline to come up quickly. Please make sure you get to meet someone. I know some people did not get to meet, so I'm going to point to someone and say, did you know the person sitting next to you? Okay, the beautiful lady in pink. Because I said, who is the man next to you? Because I said, what's his name? Hello, please, what's your name? Please, can you give her a mic? You're not shy. No, you're not shy. What do you do? What's your name and what do you do?
Good morning, everyone.
Okay.
My name is Timile Imeri. I'm a digital marketer.
All right, so the man sitting next to you, what does he do?
He's a graphic designer.
Oh, please, can you give a round of applause? You see, that's the idea of places like this. You come, you network, you meet people. Let me look for somebody else. That lady in blue who is smiling. What's your name? Please, can you give her the mic? What's your name? And the gentleman sitting next to you, have you met him? Did you get to know him? What does he do?
Okay,
and what's your name? What do you do?
Okay, my name is Esther Arukola, and
please, can you speak loud?
My name is Esther Arukola. I'm a business operation associate.
You're a digital marketer?
No,
okay.
Business operation, and the person beside me is, his name is Olainka or something, but I don't know what he does.
Okay, I can't even hear what you're saying. I'm struggling to hear what you're saying. All right, does anyone want to just share their experience very quickly about any of the things they've experienced, anything they want to just share? And if you have questions, sometimes people come up to me and say they have questions they want to ask. And because of time, we might not take the questions. Please make sure before the speaker goes, you can ask the speaker questions. And also, you have the protocol ladies who are standing next to you. They're the ones in red. If you have any questions, you want to know what to do, you need to go to the toilet, you need to ask a question, you want to move to the epicenter, because this is the startup stage. The outsource factory are for core members and upcoming, professionals, and there's a lot of training going there. So if that's where you belong, that's where you're supposed to be. And this is for founders, middle managers, and also the epicenter stage. So please, Caroline Moore, please come up very quickly for this next phase and gala. Please, can we give her a big round of applause? Please keep it coming, keep it coming, keep it coming, keep it coming. Thank you very much.
All right, let me see. Yes. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Caroline Moore. I'm the CEO and founder of Ideas Marketplace, and we're going to have a fantastic time today. So first and foremost, you're welcome to Ideas Marketplace Creativity Competitions and Ideation Conference. Somebody should clap, even if you're not excited. I'm excited, all right? Okay, so I'm just going to quickly brief you on what we're about to do, and then we will get into it. We have quite a number of activities today, and it's all around creativity and innovation. That's what Ideas Marketplace is all about. And what we're having today is a series of activities that will further that agenda of creativity and innovation in Nigeria and Africa. And so the first session we're going to be having, which is supposed to be this morning, but is extended into afternoon, so this afternoon, is the creativity competition amongst the university contestants. Now, Ideas Marketplace, over the last couple of months, have gone around to different universities in Nigeria to hold what we call the Ideas Marketplace Creativity Competition. And what happened, viable, scalable, meaning change in the society or in the nation or even beyond. And so when we vote for that individual, we'll now know the winner. The reason why we're involving the audience is because you are the market, and the market determines which idea is going to work or not. You can have a fantastic idea in your mind and put together that idea, but it's the market that will determine if they want it or not. And so we play along with the market, and you, our audience, and a few judges will represent the market this afternoon. If you're good with what I've just said and you understand me, please let me know that you understand. Okay? Let's just communicate and enjoy it. Fantastic. All right, so right about now, in about a few minutes, we're going to have our contestants come forward. Contestants, wherever you are, please get ready, because I'm going to call you forward shortly, and then we will proceed. All right, I'm back. Sorry for that break in transmission, ladies and gentlemen. And I really would love an interactive audience. Let's have some fun, okay? So let's loosen up and get ready to engage, get ready to cheer, encourage, if that's what you believe in, okay? If you believe in creativity, innovation, right? If you believe in ideation, the birthing of ideas, the creations of your mind, and you're seated here today, let's embrace this agenda. Regardless of anything that's going on, let's be present and let's have fun. I'm going to be bringing in all the contestants. They're going to take their position. When I call your name, just come up to the stand. Encourage them, guys. All right? Encourage them, yes, because the journey has just begun. These are young undergraduates that are already infusing themselves in the real world and real activities of creativity and innovation and intellectual property trade, right? And ideas beyond their mind, now they're saying, here it is to the whole world. Look at what we have in our mind. Look at what we have the ability to create. Look at what we have the ability to do what? To bring forth and make a change. With the right support, with the right collaboration, with the right partnerships, this journey can transform their lives, their families, the economy, Nigeria, Africa, and the world at large. So please, let's give them all the support that we can give them as they come forward. Do we agree that we're going to give them that support? All right, thank you very much, everyone. Okay, so we're going to go straight into it. I'm really excited, and I'm sure you can tell from the way I'm talking that I'm excited. Because when you're looking for creativity and innovation, you're looking for ideation, that's where you find me. So right now I'm in my elements. This might be the most exciting you might see me in a very long while, okay? So first person we're going to be calling is Divine Favor Awoyemi, and he is the representative from Ajayi Crowther University, Department of Geology. And his idea is Waterbrooks Technology. A round of applause for Awoyemi. Can take your position. All right, you're welcome. Come on, let's cheer him up more than that. Woo! Make some noise for him. Yeah. All right. Fantastic. You're welcome to the Ideation Conference. And thank you very much to Global Tech Africa for this wonderful, wonderful work that they're doing. All right? Yes, so we're bringing up the next contestant. And trust me, guys, during this particular session, I'm going to move away from CEO of Ideas Marketplace, and I'm now a host and a presenter. So I'm really going to be hosting it like you're on a television show. So that's why I said you should loosen up and enjoy yourself, because we're in for a good time, all right? The next contestant is Adeleke Bemisola Esther. She's from Oyo State College of Nursing and Midwifery, Eleyele Ibadan. You're welcome. A round of applause for her. And her idea is Hygiene Heroes, the Optimal Woman. A round of applause for her. Come on, we can do better than that. All right, thank you very much. And then the next contestant is Adeni Christopher Oluwatobi from University of Ibadan. And his idea is Climb. A round of applause for Adeni. Next contestant, we have Chris from University of Ibadan. Okay, you're there? All right, sorry about that. I think, okay, we have Okegbenro Shegun Daniel from University of Lagos, Unilag. And his idea is Taylor Swift. I know there's a particular contestant here that I've not mentioned, and I need to know where he's at. Okay, I think that's Tobiloba Dreamhouse. So how many contestants do we have here? 4. How many contestants do we have left? Okay, so our Lagos State University contestant from LASU, are you in the house? Is the LASU contestant here? Okay, so if he's not here, let me see. We have a standby. That's really strange, though. Okay, so we have Tobiloba from Dreamhouse Connect. He traveled from. Okay, no, that's not him. So we have one contestant. Okay, so you're for the live trade session. Yeah, not this session. This is for the undergraduates. So somehow, I don't know what could have happened. Lagos State University is not here, and we probably just have to go straight into the session. So you're going to give me 2 minutes to just find him, just in case. This session actually is supposed to have started about an hour ago. He just might be within the premises. So let's just give him 2 minutes. Can we give him 2 minutes? Yeah, okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm back. Sorry for that breaking transmission once again. And we've confirmed that the 5th contestant isn't present in the premises. So we have 4 contestants that are going to be pitching powerful, groundbreaking ideas that have the ability to change their society, the nation, and even the continent at large. A round of applause for them once again. Contestants, are you ready? You know that you have 5 minutes to convince the market that what you're about to bring forward can create a change, and it's worth the while. That 5 minutes is yours. Audience, please listen to these and, just think about it. We're also involving you in the creativity process. So the more you engage with them and, think about the best idea here, when it gets to the end, after the 4th contestant is done with his presentation, which is 20 minutes from now, the audience will be given a link that you can vote the best contestant. Please listen and engage. We'll also be asking you questions after this session to know why you have selected this winner. Thank you very much. And right about now, contestant number 1, our very own Divine Favor Awoyemi from Ajayi Crowther University Geology Department, Team Waterbrooks Technology. A round of applause for him. And his time, so the timer, is it in a microphone so that we can get the buzz once it's 5 minutes? Can we get it in sound? Is it possible? If we can't get it in sound, then you have to move forward. The person timing can sit here so that they can see you. All right. All right, so it's not going to be in a microphone. So contestants, watch your timer. Once it's 5 minutes, he's going to signal to you that your time is up. Is that okay? Fantastic. And your time starts. Introduce yourself, please, even though I've done that.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Aoyem Divine Favor. I am a 400 level student of geology at Jakarta University. According to ScienceDirect.com, about 20 to 30% of grains and 30 to 50% of roots and tubers are wasted in Nigeria. Here at Waterbrooks Technology, we are empowering farmers through education and solar power, eco-friendly food preservation. We have developed a machine whereby grains and vegetables can be stored up to 21 days, which is higher than the 5 days preservation of life shelf. Whereby this equipment is, the portable device, it's very mobile. It can be moved from one location to another, whereby, oh, very good. I didn't know it could be projected. Okay, we are empowering farmers through education and solar power food preservation. Empowering farmers through education, solar power, and eco-friendly food preservation method and business-to-business transaction, distribution of crop products for rural farmers. This machine can be made available to anyone, basically, because it is very mobile, and it is equipped with an air cooler, room panel, and air compressors, which keep produce up until 21 days, which is higher than the 5 days. It is an eco-friendly equipment. Every solar cooled room is made up of 60. It reduces 16.5 tons of CO2 emission, whereby 2 of these solar-powered eco-friendly equipment reduces 300 tons of CO2 emissions annually, thereby contributing to net zero carbon world. The impact increases as we grow and expand to new communities. The support of everyone is really needed for this project. Our mobile off-grid storage preservation system with Internet of capacities comprised of air coolers, compressors, solar panels, and room panels and air coolers. This device can be, I think it should be projected on. No, the one before this one, after is. Yes, exactly. This equipment, it is equipped with a solar panel whereby you just put it out in the sun. But if you are in an area, like now we are in the rainy season whereby the sun is not very much, you can always plug it to any of the charging stations available, which can be installed in your various homes. If you don't have any of those, we have a partner whereby farmers can get across to those partners and loan these devices, probably for a day or two, whereby you can store your goods and just pay a certain amount to whoever you are loaning it from, which thereby reduces food loss and waste in a global issue, especially in Nigeria. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, contestant number 1. I want to ask, was he audible? All right, fantastic. So we're going to contestant number 2, and she's also going to be giving us what her idea is. Please do your introduction. Try as much as possible to be audible. And like I told the audience, and I'm telling you as well, relax and have fun while you do this. That's what creativity and innovation is all about. Your
Okay,
time
good
starts now.
afternoon, everybody. My name is Bimisola Deleke. So I'll be speaking briefly on Hygiene Heroes. Hygiene Heroes is dedicated to empowering girls in Nigeria by providing high-quality, affordable, reusable pads. We aim to improve menstrual health, reduce environmental impact, and promote education through sustainable solutions and community engagement, ensuring every girl can confidently manage her menstrual health and stay in school. What are the problem statements? What brings about Hygiene Heroes? Millions of girls in Nigeria lack access to affordable menstrual period This is something almost every girl can relate to because the prices of pads these days are becoming so alarming. And some people cannot afford it when it was even 600 naira. Not to talk of now that is 1,315. So this leads to missed schools. Some girls cannot go to school because they cannot afford sanitary towels that they're supposed to wear to school on days like that. Health issues, because it becomes expensive. Wearing a pad max 8 hours, but because it's so expensive, she has to wear it for at least 12 hours, 14 hours. Some people go as much as wearing it for like the whole day, which can lead to health issues for that kind of child. Then social stigma. When she does not have a pad she can wear, she gets stained, and friends laugh at her, people laugh at her, and becomes a stigma. Then these disposable pads are costly and environmentally damaging. I said earlier, the prices are becoming so alarming and they're environmental damaging in the sense that, these pads are plastic. They are made of plastic and they are not biodegradable. So if you dump it in a site, it's going to be there for years, 1. 2, for people that burn it, if you burn something, it affects the climate. So imagine every girl in the whole world is burning sanitary towels every month. We are going to have a feedback from our climate. So in Nigeria, 1 in 10 secondary school girls miss schools during their menstrual period due to a lack of access to affordable sanitary products. I said that earlier, that some girls cannot afford to go to school because they cannot afford sanitary towels. So the solution we have, high quality, affordable, reusable pad for girls. Reusable pads are pads that are made from materials that can be used again. And these pads can be used for as many as 2-3 years if properly maintained and stored. Then our solution is also number 2, eco-friendly and cost-effective. I said earlier that this disposable pads consist of plastic, so it's not eco-friendly per se. So these reusable pads are made from materials that, at the end of the day, if the person does not want it again, they are easily degradable and cost-effective. Imagine a girl having to buy at least 30 pads in a year. Some people buy as much, for people that have heavy flow. So this money accumulates, but these reusable pads, a pack, 2 packs can carry for 3 years, 4 years. Market opportunity. Disposable pads are cost and environmentally damaging. I said something like that earlier, because they clog. Some people that don't burn, they flush them, they do anything with them. So these things called clogged toilets, and an average woman uses 16,000 pads in her lifetime. Considering the price of pads today, divided by 16,000 pads is a lot. So, and over 20 million girls in Nigeria, they need affordable menstrual period products. A lot of girls cannot afford it. Going through statistics, over 20 million girls, and growing awareness for menstrual health and sustainability. Some people don't even know how to manage the disposable pads on its own, so there needs to be awareness of menstrual health. Then potential for significant impact on market penetration. Traction and milestones. I said earlier, this is Heroes Hygiene. So we've raised 500,000 naira for the organization and distribution of free sanitary pad among secondary schools in Nigeria. In this picture, this was an outreach that was done by a volunteer in Akwa Ibom to schoolgirls, and we organized a tech boot camp for girls for career development. Some people still have the idea, some girls still have the idea that it's only boys that can go into tech. It's only boys that can be a tech guy. So we raised that awareness, created a tech bootcamp, education and awareness program on menstrual hygiene. So that's one of the things we've been doing over the last few months. Then we're seeking to raise 5 million naira. And this is a brief breakdown of how this 5 million naira is going to be spent. Production and distribution. Once you spend 2 million naira for manufacturing and distributing these reusable pads, 1 million naira goes into marketing and awareness, 1 million naira goes into community engagement, 500,000 naira goes into product design and materials, improving product design and materials, then operational costs, admin, staffing, logistics, another 500,000 naira goes into that. Revenue model, direct sales, we can sell these reusable pads directly to consumers through online and offline channels, through subscription system. People can come buy quarterly, yearly, then partnerships, collaborating with NGOs and schools for bulk purchases and distribution, educational workshops.
Time up.
And her time is up. A round of applause for contestant number 2. She was loaded, she was ready, she was creative, she was innovative. A round of applause, let's cheer her up. Thank you very much, contestant number 2. And right about now, please introduce yourself as we move to contestant number 3.
All right, good morning, everybody. My name is Christopher Adeni from the University of Ibadan. Today, I'll be pitching to us on what we are doing at Climb. So I have a video to show. I don't know if... Okay. All right, so I'll just continue. So in Climb, what we do is we're a global tech climate company. So we are after the awareness of the environment and a whole lot of things. So we're a forward global thinking climate company. We are committed to addressing climate change in Africa at large. And we have our art solution, which is A for advocacy. And under advocacy, we have outreaches through the grassroots campaigns in our communities and everywhere. We have recycling, which we are going to advocate for recyclable products and reusable products too. So we have tree planting. We advocate for tree planting in schools and in our communities. We have policies and practices too. We advocate for climate policies and practices that will be in favor of businesses and everyone at large. For renewable energy, we are into partnership and open to a partnership with people, individuals, companies that are into renewable energy and usage of renewable energy. So for technology, we have the user-friendly mobile app, and this is where we major in, because we have our application, which we call the Climb Rewards app. So in this application, what it does is it tracks your carbon footprint. Yeah, we have so many conscious environmental people out there who are bothered about, okay, how much carbon emission do they give to the environment and how do they track them? So this application is going to keep track of your carbon emission, and as well, it is also a reward system in the sense that the amount of carbon you produce in a month, if in the coming month it is lower than what you produced in the previous month, you get an incentive for it. So the application is also going to be a platform whereby you can trade your recyclable products and also get recyclable products from the application. And also we are working on a website that will have 20 languages on it about climate change and about climate change informations, about how to keep the climate safe. Yeah, how to keep the climate safe in 20 languages. So our market potential, we are actually focused to people who are environmentally conscious and tech-savvy users who are into the climate space or who are also into the climate space, who are also conscious of their environment, who also want a safe space out there. The global audience, those who are prone to severe climate challenges all around the world, and also community and businesses. So our ideas in our solution, the ideas we have in our solution, we have personalized recommendation, we have gamification and community engagement. So for our gamification and community engagement, this will be a powerful tool for students in secondary schools and primary schools as well too, because the process of the gamification is to also help the young ones learn how to handle waste in their environment, and also how to keep themselves healthy and manage waste all around. Because this will also help them to learn in a playful way. So that's the idea of the gamification and community engagement. And it's not just for the younger ones, but the elderly ones can also partake in the gamification process. The integration with IoT devices, data-driven insights. Our IoT devices will help to collect data, and we as well, we make good use of the data we get, and also we partner with those who can help with other big data that we may have at our hand. So business model, we have subscription-based, we have partnership and collaboration, and data monetization. In-app purchases is there. So our growth strategy is user acquisition, product expansion, global expansion, community building, leadership, and advocacy. We are open to receive volunteers and partnership from companies, businesses, and individuals at large. Even our product expansion, we look forward to expand to other African countries. We have volunteers in Rwanda, we have volunteers in Ghana, so we are open to partner with people around the world. Our attraction, we have 18 plots of land for tree planting, estimated to worth about 6 million naira. All right, thank you very much.
All right, it's time up for contestant number 4. A round of applause for him. Contestant number 3, pardon me. And we're going to our final contestant, contestant number 4. He's the contestant representing the University of Lagos, and he's going to be giving us his own presentation in 5 minutes. And immediately after that, a link will be shared that we can all vote the winner of today's presentation. So please let's pay attention. This is the final contestant, and then we go straight into voting. You can start now. Please introduce yourself.
Hello, everyone. My name is Okegbero Shegun Daniel. I'm a penultimate student of the Department of History and Strategic Studies of the prestigious University of Lagos. Today, I'll be presenting to you this innovation, which is called Taylor Swift. All right, this is a product improvement idea. Can we move to the first slide, please? All right. In 2022, the global fashion industry was estimated to be worth $1.7 trillion. And when you trickle it down the chain, when you come to Africa, we see that today, it's worth $15.5 billion US. And you would agree with me that Lagos is inversely like the New York of Africa, all right? And in Lagos, according to statistics from Statista, we see that, it's projected, the fashion industry in Lagos is projected to reach about 9.23 billion in 2024 with a projection of 9.64 growth, annual growth, all right? And what is the problem we're trying to solve? The problem we're trying to solve is to, to reshape the prevailing disappointment Taylor culture in Nigeria. I'm sure that if we conduct a poll right now and we ask everybody who is here, at least everybody has had one or two, experience of, tailors disappointing them at times where they needed their, outfits and other fashion needs, all right? And what is the solution? The solution is to create a system that caters for people's fashion needs, in the shortest time possible, with a time frame of about 6 hours to 48 hours after, after the confirmation of your order, all right? So if once your order is confirmed, you have about 6 hours to 48 hours to get what you've ordered for. And what are the target audience? The target audience are young professionals, fashion enthusiasts, event planners, expatriates and tourists, basically people who want their fashion needs met at the shortest time possible. There are situations that come up where you don't have the luxury of time to wait for a week or 2 weeks because the average fashion brand in Nigeria delivers from the time range of about 2 weeks onward. All right, and this is to bridge the gap of time. All right, can we move forward? All right. Right now, the Nigerian apparel market has experienced a surge in demand, and you see from everywhere that everybody wants to wear, African wears. Everybody wants to have a taste of what it looks like. And how does the product works? The product is aided by an app and also a website. It works just like, not just like, but let's just use Jumia as an example. For instance, if you're going to shop on Jumia, all you have to do is log on to the app, select what you want, and you place your order. But for this, what you have to do is log on to the app, upload your preferred design of what you want, and you'll be taken through a process of selecting the fabric you want, how you want it to be, and upon the completion of your order, you get your outfit in the stated time. However, note that, on this app and website, there will be a guide to help you, get your accurate measurement without necessarily having to visit professionals who have to take your measurement. All right. What is the unique selling proposition? You would ask me why or how this is different from just walking into an online store and just picking an African, wear there and wearing it. The difference is that when you shop online or you shop ready-made wares, the human, everybody is built differently. Your body shape is different from another person's body shape. So the measurement of your shoulder and the measurement of your waist might be the same with one person, but every other measurement might differ. So even if it has been, made before, it might not be a perfect fit for you. And this is supposed to bridge that gap because there will be professionals on ground, receive your order and ensure that is done. And what this also encourages is inclusivity and transparency. Because in your process of placing an order, there will be a customer care representative that would put you through the process that helps you, decide what kind of fabric you want to, how is it going to look like, and all of those things so that you are included, in the customization of your order. However, note that this is not a bespoke brand because when it comes to bespoke, many times you might have to sit down and create something specifically for yourself. Here, all you have to just do is have a picture of what you want or an illustration of what you want, upload it, and it will be made for you in the shortest time possible. What are the business prospects? Can we move to the last slide? All right. Of our projection, with the sales of 100 pieces of this product in a month, you make a gross profit of 1 million naira. And we have projected that in about 5 years, we'll be able to make, sell product of about 500 and above in a month, which gives you at least an average of 5 million naira gross profit in a month. All right? And I believe that, this is very, very scalable, and it's something that everybody wants and everybody will be interested in, getting involved with. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for our 4 contestants from tertiary institutions across Nigeria. Some of them have come from a far distance just to be here to present to you their innovative ideas. We've seen, we've listened, we've heard, and we've seen that creativity and innovation actually does exist in Nigeria. In fact, our young people in Nigeria are buzzing with creativity and innovation. They just need platforms, they need opportunities, they need collaboration and partnership in order for us to do what? Further this agenda. And Ideas Marketplace took it upon themselves. We went across Nigeria to different schools to engage these young people. Winners emerged. They're here today competing with one another, and one winner will emerge here today. Now that depends on you, because I said earlier, the audience represents the market. So your idea can be fantastic, it can be amazing in your head, and even after you've put it down. But the market will determine how well or how accepted that idea is. In fact, you continue to innovate until it is what? A product that is accepted, that is matched with what the market needs. So right about now, we're going to put a link on the screen. Now you're going to copy that link, and on that link you would see the list of each of these contestants. While that link has been on, they're going to introduce themselves again, so that when you see the list, you already know who is who, and you're going to vote for the most viable, scalable, and impressive, innovative, and creative idea here today. And just introduce yourself again and the name of your idea so that when they see it through the link. And if you're having any challenges, we have people around that can help you to connect with the link, okay? What we're supposed to have done is sent the link to your number directly as you came in, but that logistic didn't work. So please do us the honor of copying the link. Your votes mean a lot, all right? Yeah, so go ahead and introduce yourselves again, and then the name of your innovation, okay?
My name is Divine Favor Awoyemi, a student of geology at Jakarta University.
So we can't hear you.
Okay, sorry. My name is Divine Favor, a student of geology at Jakarta University. The name of my invention is solar-powered, eco-friendly food preservation.
My name is Bimisola Adeleke, a student of Oyo State College of Nursing and Midwifery. The name of my innovation is Hygiene Heroes.
All right. My name is Christopher Adeniyi from the University of Ibadan, and the name of my idea is Climb.
My name is Okegbero Shegun Daniel. I'm from the University of Lagos, and the name of my idea is Taylor Swift.
So we're going to be taking just 5 minutes to do the vote, so you just have 5 minutes to do that, please. If you're having any challenges with the link, we have people in the hall that can help you with it. There's 5 people there because the 5th contestant didn't show up. But we have the names of those that actually presented, which is Chris Climb, University of Ibadan. We have Bemisola, Hygiene Heroes, Divine Favor, Waterbrooks Technology, and we have Okegbenro Shegun Daniel. So the number 4 is the contestant that's not in the house today. Number 5 is Taylor Swift. That's our 4th contestant for today. Thank you very much. Voting starts now and should round up in about 4 minutes. So while voting starts, so while you're voting, we'll get ready for the next session, which would be the keynote speech. And then after our keynote speech, we'll be having a panel session. And I can see some of our panelists already in the house. You're welcome, ma'ams. Thank you very much for honoring our invitation. We look forward to a brilliant panel session. All right, so don't go anywhere. There's so much that's going to be happening. After the panel session, we'll be having live registrations. We have the Nigerian Copyright Commission in the house, and the first 10 registrations to take place today will be done for free of charge, courtesy Ideas Marketplace and the NCC, Nigerian Copyright Commission. That's to encourage and embrace the new agenda of creativity and innovation, which is intellectual property trade in Nigeria. So that's going to be coming up in a few minutes, and I feel in about 2 minutes we'll be rounding up voting and a winner will emerge. Can the DJ play us some music that's going to let us know that a winner is about to emerge? Some music, please. Yes. I told you it's going to be a very interacting and very interesting session, so let's, lighten up the environment. No, not that type, not that type, not that type, not that type. Something that's going to bring a little bit of heat. Let's be creative. A little bit of heat, a little bit of tension. Something's about to happen. Now, this winner is not just winning a competition. He is going to be globally recognized as the most creative and innovative idea for 2024 from the Tertiary Institution Creativity Competitions. It's a big thing. So let's create some tension, all right? Yes, and he's representing his school, and his school will be proud of him and his colleagues. And we're proud of whoever the winners are. We're proud of all of you anyway. We're proud of all of you. We know it's something great for you to come out here today and share the innovations and creations of your mind. All right. I think with that, voting should be over. Please, if you've been able to vote, can you just let me know by... All right, so we have a little suggestion while voting is ongoing, because we're still not getting a sizable number of votes yet. In fact, you can check the results, okay? You can actually check the results and you can see how the voting is coming, but we need more votes, okay? So while that's happening, I just want 3 people in the audience that's the market. You're the market in this situation. Tell us what you think about the ideas. You can choose anyone, right? We're not revealing the winner yet, okay? But just tell us which idea you're most impressed by and why. Can anyone do that for us? About 2 or 3 people from the audience representing the market. Anyone there? Thank you very much. Is her microphone working?
Thanks for this opportunity. I'm really impressed with the fashion guy, the Taylor Swift, because the guy with the...
Sorry, I can't hear her.
Okay, I said I'm really impressed with the guy with the fashion idea.
Sorry?
The guy with the fashion idea. I can't...
Okay,
yes,
okay.
Taylor Swift.
Taylor Swift.
Yes,
all right.
It's really fantastic and I'm impressed. I think it's a new, it's something that will revolutionize fashion and I go with it.
Thank you very much for that contribution. Anyone else? All right, we have, thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Good afternoon.
I'm excited to be here, and I'm very, very impressed with all the innovators. I congratulate all of them, and I'm actually also going for the Taylor Swift because I'm a lover of fashion, and I've been disappointed several times by tailors, and I would like to give my clothes or even order for a cloth online, and at the end of the day, within a very short time, I get what I want, and it's what I want. Not unlike, sometimes you get what I ordered versus what I got. But from what he's saying, it's likely to be what I ordered and what I got. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay.
Good afternoon, everybody. I thank every one of you. You've done a good job. But as a woman, and I think I'm standing on behalf of every woman here, what Baby Sola is doing, she's going to change lives, especially the feminine world. If you can go into the rural areas, not just maybe in Lagos or Ibadan, because we believe in what you want to do, you are going to change more lives. Give courage to younger girls to come up to life, to know that there is more to life than what the world is giving them. I give you my support. Although I supported every other person. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Guys, don't be intimidated. I hope there's not too many more women in the house. Okay, one more person, and then we'll share the results.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Please, for the sanitary pad, did you state how the sanitary pad can be reused?
Okay, thank you. It can be maintained. This sanitary towel, when it's being produced, after use, can be washed.
Okay.
Yes, it can be washed and either sun-dried or air-dried, but it has to be properly dried for it to be used over time.
All right, so I didn't know it was going to be a question. It's actually supposed to be comments. We don't want them to influence the votes anymore.
For me, I was just going through the vote poll, and I'm just saying that...
No, don't give us the results.
Yeah, okay, but...
Thank you very much for your contribution. Yeah. Just give us a comment on which of the ideas you like most. Which one do you support most? Because he's going to reveal our votes before the time.
I do support the Taylor Swift guy.
That's who you support?
He did fabulous, like he's pitching.
Oh, were you trying to remove votes from the...
No, I was not removing votes. I was just looking at...
All right, thank you very much.
Votes.
Thank you. Awesome. A round of applause for him. Thank you very much. So right about now, we're going to be revealing in a countdown the winner of the national most creative and innovative idea In Nigeria, across different tertiary institutions, they've come all the way to come and share that innovation. And she's going to be recognized, or he is going to be recognized amongst the whole world, because everybody's watching from everywhere. And we can actually say, and I can confidently say, and I would always say, because I'm an ambassador of this, that the young people in Nigeria are ready. The question is, are we ready to support them and collaborate with them? They have initiatives, groundbreaking innovations, great ideas that can create change in the economy, in Nigeria, in the world of commerce at large. And we've taken it upon ourselves to go and fetch out these winners, these undergraduates, preparing them for the real stage. And they have also done what? Embraced this stage. And they have said to us, we are ready. Look, we're not waiting till we graduate from university. We're already thinking, we're getting prepared. We have ideas that can change the world, change our lives first, our families, and set us free from different situations and circumstances that have held us down. The change starts with them. The question, are you ready to give them the support they need? And right about now, on a countdown of 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's meet the winner. Please reveal. And the winner of the most creative and innovative idea from the tertiary institutions across Nigeria of today's competition is Gbemisola of Hygiene Heroes, with a whooping 45% of the votes. Make some noise for her. DJ, give us some music. Stand up for the champion, stand up. All right, a round of applause for her. Thank you very much to all our contestants. Well done. We have our first runner-up, who is Benro Shegun Daniel Taylor Swift, who's our first runner-up. Well done, Daniel, all the way from University of Lagos, Unilag. And we have our second runner-up, who is Chris from University of Ibadan, Climb, and with 18.6% of the votes. Please, let's encourage all our contestants. They're all winners. They've all done us great. And the winner of today, please come forward. Gbemisola. A round of applause for her. Can I have her? Where's her plaque? She'll be winning a sum of 500,000 naira, courtesy Ideas Marketplace, that will support this idea and help her to take it to the next level. And we'll be doing so much more, working along with her to help her take this to the next level. What we're trying to do, and we're going to be doing this every single year, is to encourage creativity, innovation, intellectual property, trade in Nigeria and Africa and the world at large. A round of applause, everyone. Congratulations. Let's go down there and take some pictures. God bless you.
Okay.
Thank you very much, everyone. I'm really excited when I'm doing the creativity competitions. It's such a powerful thing, a very powerful movement. Congratulations, Gbemisola. We're proud of you. A round of applause for her. Great works, great works. Okay, so right about now, we'll be going directly into the ideation conference proper, and we're going to start by taking a keynote speech. I'm going to do his introduction when it gets to that time. But I just want to welcome you. You're highly welcome to the Ideas Marketplace Ideation Conference. And today, this conference has been put together, and it's going to be presented to you right here on the Global Tech Africa stage. So it's an Ideas Marketplace in collaboration with Global Tech Africa, bringing to you this Ideas Marketplace Ideation Conference. We're going to have a 15-minute keynote speech, and we're going to move into the panel session. I can see some of our panelists are already here. What are we talking about? We're talking about creativity and innovation, but we're talking about it in a more structured way. How can we help the creatives and innovators in Nigeria? And Ideas Marketplace has put together this to further the agenda, and it's called Intellectual Property Trade. It's a new agenda, and it has to be embraced. So we have the support of different individuals that will be on the panel today, and I hope you're going to be part of it. So if you're a creative, or you have any form of innovative works that you're doing, you need to be in this hall because you're going to benefit from the panel session. We have people in different positions that can give you the right advice, guidance, and support to ensure that you can now trade your innovations and creations. Now you can trade in different categories, and when we get to that point, we're going to talk about it. But right about now, I'll be welcoming on the stage our keynote speaker for today. We have one of them in the house. One of the others, well, didn't show up, but we're grateful for those that did. And the keynote speaker, I would just like to introduce him a little bit, and then he comes forward. Our keynote speaker is Mr. Ralph Simon, and he's the co-founder of Mobilium Global. And he's going to be talking about creativity, innovation, and the whole world of technology, and what is next. What's next in this world of innovation and creativity? Please let's make welcome Mr. Ralph Simon of Mobilium Global. A round of applause, please.
There we are. Oh, that's fabulous. Okay, so my name is Ralph Simon. I especially flew here to Lagos, all the way first from Los Angeles, then from London, then from Helsinki, then from Doha, and I finally arrived here in Lagos, and I was so incredibly excited, and let me tell you why. One of the reasons, of course, was to come here to this really important gathering and conference where you can hopefully learn some new ideas as to how you can develop a successful business and take your ideas such that they will make you both a millionaire and a thrillionaire. Who knows the difference between being a millionaire and a thrillionaire? Anybody? Raise your hand if you have an idea. What? I thought people here knew the difference between being a millionaire and a thrillionaire. Would you like me to explain it? Okay, you know what a millionaire is, because if you have run a successful business, I mean, just think of somebody like the man who is the largest manufacturer of cement in the world, who is the wealthiest man, $13.5 billion in Nigeria, Dangote. But a thrillionaire is when you get thrilled from making your business successful. Being so thrilled at seeing the product that you're making or the service that you're making doing well that you become a thrillionaire, and it's fun to be a thrillionaire. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, this talk and this presentation I'm going to give you, you see that sign up there, is all about some ideas of what's coming next. I found when I was developing various businesses, mainly in the creative industry space, I was always intrigued by ideas that would help change people's lives, change their thinking, made them feel more optimistic about things, and ultimately where they were filling a need that somehow had been ignored by commerce, by industry, and by business. How many of you here have actually got your own startup today? You're shaking your hand like that? Is your hand itchy, or are you saying yes? Yes. And how about you, sir? You've got a startup? Who else have got startups? There can't just be two people here with startups. There's another one, 2, 3, 4, 5. Great. Any more? What about those of you in the back row? Are you fast asleep, or are you thinking about your startup? They're fast asleep. Okay. We can't wake them up. How about here at the front? Anyone here got their own startups? Good. So we've got quite a few that are making their own startups, which is an important thing to know, because what I'm going to show you just in the next few slides are certain things that act as stimuli for people to really think of ideas that maybe can catapult and electrify and express the progress of their companies. So looking at this first slide here about AI tools, everyone is talking about artificial intelligence, what AI is going to do, what virtual reality is going to do, what extended reality is going to do, but AI clearly is going to bring enormous changes. How many of you are already using AI when you go online for your own messaging? A small number of you, but that's good. What you'll see, certainly coming during the course of the next 2 or 3 months, is more and more of the major websites are going to have a little button for AI that will help you speed up your process. So, for example, if you've got to write a description of your company and you maybe want it to be done in a little faster or better or more interesting, you press the AI button and it'll give you a very interesting way that you can speed up getting things done, which will leave you opportunities for developing your company. Okay, so why I want to show you this next slide, the Discover My Africa Shorts Challenge. This is a challenge that was launched by Google and the African Union. It invited African YouTube creators to create videos celebrating Africa's cultural diversity throughout 2024. Actually, it was done in May, just 2 months ago. And the initiative featured music events in Nigeria and South Africa. exclusive shows by local celebrities and workshops for emerging filmmakers. And the goal was to empower young Africans to foster creative expression and explore the role of AI in Africa's creative industries. So when you think of creative expression, if I say the names of 4 very, very well-known creatives in Nigeria, I want you to tell me which of these 4 you like the best. Number 1, Davido. Number 2, Wizkid. Number 3, Rema. Number 4, Burna Boy. Oh my God, am I glad you said Burna Boy. I love Burna Boy. And you know why? He's so original. And also, do you know who his manager is? His mother. Now, she's a clever woman. First of all, she makes love, then she has a baby, gives birth to Burna Boy, then she manages what she's made. I mean, talk about a startup. His mother made a startup called Burna Boy, and now Burna Boy, do you know that he made $20 million touring all over America and Europe? He is incredible. How many of you do not like Burna Boy? That's great. How many of you like Davido? How many of you know a song of his called Ganeshi? You do? You nod your head? Anyone else? No, I think they're not all that hip. What about Wizkid? How many of you know Wizkid? Any hits that you can think of by Wizkid? What? That's one. Any more that can come up with something? Come on, guys. Say again. The lady in pink. Wow, she's good. Sign her up immediately. Okay, let's go to the next slide, because the next one is a pretty good one. Now, Nigeria's team captain advances to tournament final in bio-based soccer boots. Now, here's an interesting product and idea. For those of you that have got startups, just think of this. During the final of the Africa Cup of Nations in February of this year, Nigeria's captain, I don't know how many of you know his name, William Troost Ekong. Do you know that? Do you know William Troost Ekong? So he took the field in the world's most eco-friendly soccer boots. The player wore the soccer boots called Scudetta, developed by a British footwear company called Sokito, and the vegan soccer boots were created almost entirely from bio-based materials, including corn waste, sugarcane, bamboo, castor beans, and wood fibers. It's only 182 grams. It's one of the lightest soccer boots in the market, and it was designed specially in Nigeria's national colors, green and white. And the Scudetta will be available for players during 2024, maybe what's going on with the big cups at the moment, the Olympic Games. This is what he said. This is what William said. He said, "I quickly realized football was way behind when I started to make some changes in my personal life. I was trying to make eco-friendly choices for myself, but being in and around the training ground, stadium, and football in general, it made me think, how could we change the industry as a whole? And on stepping away from major apparel brands, he said, like most footballers, I was so used to playing on one boot brand, which can be hard to change because we're quite particular and superstitious about what we play in. But because the feeling and performance were the same, it felt like the obvious choice to wear a football boot that actually makes a difference in the world." So what do you think of this, that William then started working and changing with this company called Sokito to make a vegan boot that was more comfortable than, say, Adidas or Puma or some of these other major brands? And William developed this and is now part of the company that is now developing this and making a success. So I want to say to you, what do you think of this idea? Thumbs up or thumbs down? Or boots up or boots down? What do you say? I didn't hear you. Can you say it louder? What? Thumbs up. Okay, that looks like a thumbs up. Okay, so now you get the idea. We're showing you some interesting ideas, and here was one from William that really, I don't think that anyone in Nigeria has ever done or thought of something like this before. But for those of you that have got an idea that you think you seem to be the only one that thinks this has got an idea, that happens with most great inventions that come about. How many of you know how Jeff Bezos created Amazon? Do you know who Jeff Bezos is? Do you know what he did what started Amazon? His idea was, how can he find a way to sell books online? That was the idea. And now, do you know what Amazon sells each year now of Amazon sales? I'd like you to give me some suggestion of what you think their sales are, the total sales. I'll give you a clue. It's between $100 billion and $600 billion. What do you think it is? You say 500 billion? Any more? I can't hear you. Shout it out. 400 billion. Well, that gentleman there, the good-looking guy with the white shirt? Yes, you, sir. Say again? 400 billion. Anybody else? The guy at the back, what do you say? Shout it out. 2 billion. 2 billion. Now I think that, what have you been drinking today? So the answer is $550 billion are the sales. And can you imagine, that came out of wanting to sell more books. Here in Nigeria, here in Lagos, all over Nigeria, you can have an idea that can develop like that. So let's go and have a look at the next slide. In March of this year, the Nigerian-based AI solutions company called FlapMax. Anybody heard of FlapMax? Not really, but they announced Women in AI, a generative AI fellowship, part of an institute to foster innovation within underserved communities. And this is a 4-month program that includes a virtual course followed by an 8-week practical period mentored by industry experts, and successful applicants will be shortlisted to be cast in a feature film that will leverage AI and creative tech in the filmmaking process. And the FAI is supported by Intel and Microsoft in collaboration with Nigerian company Wentor, and is created to equip women with practical AI skills and opportunities for career advancement. And so far it's trained 800 women in 24 countries. Who of you would be interested in joining something like this, particularly if you're involved in the creative industries? Yes? No? No? Yes? Thumbs up or thumbs down? Everybody? Okay, good. Let's go to the next one now. And this is a great, great one that I hope you'll like. If you look at this picture, and you see basically a house. But in the Kenyan town of Kilifi in Kenya, they'll soon be able to boast the world's largest 3D printed affordable housing complex. Who of you here in this audience would have thought of a housing complex to be built by 3D printer? Anybody? You'd say, no, it's impossible. Well, they built this, developer announced that it finished printing the community's first 10 houses. The neighborhood now features 52 homes with either 2 or 3 bedrooms. Each has got a front porch, a private backyard, and using just one 3D printer, they can print the walls for a 2-bedroom house in 18 hours. 18 hours for a 2-bedroom house. Isn't that incredible? You could call up your boyfriend or a girlfriend and say, don't do anything for 18 hours, but meet me in the bedroom of the house in 18 hours. And you know what will happen when we get there? We'll open the door and we'll have a party. Isn't that incredible? You've got to think. 3D printing. So just to give you an idea, the cost of a house would be $38,000. And the average price of a house like this, obviously $38,000 is a lot of money, but just to give you an idea of what comes from ideation. And so the people that came up with this idea of 3D printing have now developed this incredible opportunity to have low cost but really great housing. I mean, if you look at that, doesn't that remind you of some really fancy neighborhoods here in Lagos or in Nigeria? What do you think of that idea of 3D printing at that scale? Thumbs up or thumbs down? Well, not many like the idea. Wait, let's hear again, louder. Thumbs up or thumbs down? Thumbs up. I agree with you. I think that's a good idea. Okay, let's go to the next one. By the way, are you finding this interesting or are you bored? That person was just looking at their phone, having a conversation with their boyfriend, having a conversation with a girlfriend. What are you going to get for lunch? Why did we come to this place in the first place? Why can't we go and listen to some Davido music? No, but that's not true. Okay, let's go to the next slide. So this is very interesting, particularly because in a move to change transparency in government in Nigeria, the administration of President Tinubu launched the Citizens Delivery Tracker app, which allows citizens to view, assess, and report on ministerial deliveries in real time. It was launched in April of this year, just a couple of months ago, and the app outlines 8 key priority areas defined by ministers and government agencies. It was developed by Nigeria's Central Delivery Coordination Unit, overseeing the implementation and monitoring of government projects. I know people in Nigeria don't have faith that the government can do things, but now this has been created specifically to make government accountable. This is an idea, like an idea for developing a new product, but an idea to make sure that services are provided by the government. What do you think of this as an idea? Would you support it? Tell us. Thumbs up or thumbs down? Thumbs up. Boy, if we can get the Lagos Council or the government to make sure that they do what they say, rather than do what they want to hear just because it makes politicians richer or whatever the case might be, that would be a good idea. I support it. I'm not Nigerian, but it makes me want to be Nigerian. That's what I want to be. One day when I grow up, I would like to become Nigerian. You might laugh at that, but this is an incredible country, an incredible place. If you could change some of the things that the government promises, maybe things could get better. That's the goal. That's what technology does. Let's go to the next one. Okay, here's, this is an interesting one. Have we got the wrong one. Okay. Pantami is a virtual health platform called NIGCOMSAT, was launched by the Ministry of Communications and Digital Economy, Isa Pantami. Does anyone know this minister? Yes? No? Yes. Okay. But this was during the time of President Muhammadu Buhari, recognized the need to leverage digital technologies to improve healthcare access in Nigeria, and had a strategic partnership with the Nigerian Communications Satellite and EthnoNet. And the telehealth service offers Nigerians the convenience of booking appointments, receiving medical advice, consulting with healthcare professionals, and so forth. So it's a way of enhancing health, but again, an idea that started with someone saying, why don't we create ... And now, here it is. Okay, let's go to another one which might be interesting. You see all of those men and women there. Google for Startups, GFS, announced 25 African-based startups for the $4 million Black Founders Fund. This is an initiative now in its 4th year that aims to address racial inequality in venture capital funding by providing grants to early-stage black-led businesses in Africa. And the selected cohort included diverse startups from Africa with 72% led or co-founded by women. Who knew that Google had a company called Google for Startups that had 4 million how much did we say? 4 million, a Black Founders Fund that maybe you could tap into. Those of you who might be looking for money for your startup, make contact with the senior management or the management of Google in Lagos or in Nigeria, and maybe you could get some of that money to fund your company. Okay, let's have a look at this. Yelp has an AI chatbot that's a mediator. What does this do? Yelp launched an AI assistant to improve user interactions with businesses on its Yelp platform. The AI assistant uses natural language processing to understand and respond to user inquiries, facilitating tasks such as finding information, making reservations, and handling customer service interactions. So the whole idea of having auto-generating, including, for example, auto-generating restaurant review videos on its platform that use AI to synthesize top points from customer reviews. It's just an interesting idea. I don't know if any of you who use Yelp, how many use Yelp in this audience? Not many. Okay, but it's an idea that you at least can be aware of. Okay, let's go to the next one. This is interesting. MasterCard and the African Development Group. Just a couple of months ago, MasterCard and the African Development Bank Group announced the Mobilizing Access to the Digital Economy, aiming to provide digital identities to over 650 million people in the next 5.5 years. The initiative will enhance access to financial services with initial focus on the agricultural sector and women's empowerment. So, this is just something that is really interesting because the founding partners also include Microsoft and Equity Bank, focusing on digitizing transactions and market connectivity for economic growth. Who would have thought that there'd be 650 million people who do not have a digital identity? How is that possible? With email, with texting, with WhatsApp. But people don't, and it stops them from having a successful business. Okay, are you bored yet? Are you stimulated yet? Do you want to see a few more? Yes? No? Okay, I've got an interesting one for you to see. Now, Iwaju, the Rising Chief, is a mobile game co-created by the Nigerian video game and mobile game developer Maliyo Games and Disney. Disney and Maliyo, how's that? Disney and a Nigerian game maker. The game builds upon Iwaju, an animated Disney series set in a futuristic Nigeria. Now, how many of you saw that incredible movie, the big major movie that Disney made that was really, who knows the name of that movie? Yes. What's the name of the movie? Not this one, not Iwaju. No, there was a great movie. It was a huge success all over the world. It was the Black Hero movie. Sorry? Said the Black Panther. How many of you saw Black Panther? Just a few? My God, what do you do in the night here? No, but this is an interesting idea because it was just launched in February of this year. The game, this game, Iwaju, is set in a Lagos restaurant with players rustling up various Nigerian dishes and delicacies against the clock as queues of customers form. It's launched to customers globally in March of this year. Now, how about this? A game about people in a Lagos restaurant ordering Nigerian food as a video game. What a ridiculous idea, but it's a brilliant idea. Because can you imagine people who love Nigeria or Nigerian culture or Afrobeats music, a video game? They'll buy the video game and you can buy goods through the video game. Thumbs up or thumbs down? Thumbs up, definitely, definitely. That's what we all say. Okay, here's an interesting one. How many of you ride bicycles? Just 4. Can't believe that. How many of you ride a bike? Once a year, 20 times a year, every day. How many of you ride a bike? 6 people? 7 people? Okay, well, here's an idea. So few bike riders, but maybe by seeing this, it'll make you want to get this product. It's time for bikes to get an intellectual overhaul, is what I say. There's a German bike brand, Utopia, that just announced Utopia GPTs. The latest update is to add AI-powered fusion to a bike. The world's what it does basically is an integrated voice assistant that can generate a variety of outputs on the bike, from tourist suggestions to personalized routes, custom training, weather updates, and it is just part of the bicycle. It's interesting, and it's something that if you think that there could be some new innovation made to bicycles, this could be it. Thumbs up, thumbs down, or is this an MEH? Do you know what an MEH is? Meh. That's right. Meh, that's what I say as well. It's just an MEH. Do you ever use that word here in Lagos? If you think something is meh, you don't use that word? No. What is the word that you use in Yoruba instead of meh? Are you all mute? My God, you don't even use the word meh. What happens if you go out on a date with somebody and, you know, the date is just meh? What do you say in Lagos? You say, red card, leave the field. Is that what you say? That's what you say. Okay. Here is a very interesting one. Pepsi Nigeria revealed a collaboration with the music label Empire aimed at Nigeria's growing Afrobeats and music industry. Their aim was to discover and grow and empower talent across music in Nigeria, and participants will receive intensive industry education from music leaders like Don Jazzy, the famous producer, behind the growing popularity of Afrobeats. How many of you think that Afrobeats is now a global sensation all around the world? Absolutely correct. Afrobeats. Oh my God, I love it. Ah, incredible. So, and Pepsi is getting right behind this. So this is an interesting thing. Comes from innovation and developing a new company. So let's see what else. We just got the last couple of slides. How about this? This is a mini solar system that is designed to offer a sustainable and cost-effective energy solution for households. It's tailored to support homes during load shedding. Load shedding, a big problem in Africa. I don't know if it gets as bad in Nigeria as it does in South Africa, where there's load shedding for 12 hours in a day. One day, 12 hours, load shedding, not good. So anyway, here is something that's combined of solar panels and reduces energy bills and brings solar energy solutions very reasonably, and it's called EcoFlow. Just an interesting idea. Okay, now what is this? Play Network Africa. Play Network Africa, a new mobile game app called Aki and Popo Epic Run. It's from the popular Nigerian comedy film Aki na Ukwa. You know it? You do. Who knows Aki Anukwa? Oh, great. Fantastic. Okay, so this game app is the first of its kind in Nollywood, and it pays homage to mischievous brothers portrayed by the Chinedu Ikediedze and Osita Iheme. Prior to the game's launch, Play Network Studios secured the rights to Aki and Popo, reproducing a remake of the original movie. And so this game app is now available on the Google Play Store. So who would have thought that from this movie could come a game now on the Google Play Store? And you know, if a game really hits, how many of you play Grand Theft Auto? What? 1, 2, 2.5? Grand Theft Auto? What about Clash of Clans? No? Yes? No? What about Candy Crush? Candy Crush. Do you know how long Candy Crush has been going? How long do you think? Take a guess. Shout it out. What? No one knows. 20 years. Okay, here's a question for you. Let's see if you can come up with the answer. If you work at Candy Crush, the motto of the company is in posters all over the offices. Who knows what the motto of the Candy Crush company is in their headquarters in Sweden? Be playful. Isn't that incredible for a company to have a motto? Be playful. Play games. Play on your mobile. Very good idea. Okay, I think we're almost at the end, but let's just go to the last couple of slides. Here's a Nigerian-based brewery called Bature, and they developed an arts festival dedicated to Fela Kuti, the famous Afrobeat musician, to create a personalized craft beer. The drink was made to be consumed at a festival. It features Zobo. How many of you know what Zobo is? Hibiscus tea. There, she's got it. That is a common fixture at parties and celebrations in Nigeria. And a design studio called Pim Pam in Scotland came up with the drink's design. They brought the Lagos-based artist Garioku Lemi on board to create the packaging and the materials. And the drink was launched at the brewery's Lagos tap room, and along with a range of T-shirts. So this is a way that if you've got a product that's not doing so good and you want to upgrade and change the logo, that is something that could help make it work. So I think for the final slide, and I hope that this has at least been somewhat interesting to you to just see the way that ideas get generated and things come up, sometimes in unusual ways in which you just don't expect it, but you never know. One of you sitting here in this room now during this session might have an idea that all of a sudden can explode and take off, because once things go, you might just send a message on WhatsApp to 10 people. Those 10 people tell another 10, that's 1,000. They tell another 10, that's 10 multiplied by 10, 10,000. You never know. So, let me just see. Ah, yes. So we'll finish off with this particular slide. And how many of you like skateboarding? What do you people do when you're not sitting in a conference like this? You don't go skateboarding in Lagos? No. Skateboarding is not popular in Lagos? What about with the guys? Skateboarding? You a skateboarder? No. No skateboarders. Oh, then maybe this example is not such a good example. But actually, it is a good example, and I'll tell you why. How many of you know where the Olympic Games are being held this week and next week and the next 2 or 3 weeks? Where? Which country is that? Exactly. Okay, so here, this picture I'm showing you is, oops. This picture here is a 3D printed skate park that is going to be opening this week in Paris for the 2024 Olympics. It was developed by a French company. It's a concrete skate park that includes 8 modules, including 2 launchers that can shoot off your skateboard. The modules are light. They take 1 to 2 hours to build. It only takes 10 days to build the 3D printed skate park with public access available throughout the Olympic Games. And after the Olympics conclude in April 2024, because you have the disabled Olympic Games after the main Olympic Games, the skate park is going to be moved into a special area in a municipality in Paris. So, a 3D printed skateboard. What I've tried to do with these examples is just show you how ideas come about. Some weird, some wacky, some good, some MEH, you never know. But I wanted to thank you for your attention and your time, and just to let you know that I'm fascinated and keen and looking for new ideas from Nigeria, because I want to invest in companies from Nigeria, because I believe Nigerian thinking, Nigerian ideas, Nigerian moxie, which is good thinking, has got a place all over the world and can lead people to become a millionaire and a trillionaire and make your lives happy and make you so happy that all you want to do is dance to Wizkid. So ladies and gentlemen, I'm Ralph Simon and I appreciate your time. Thank you so much. Lagos is Obami Laramu. So if I say to you, Kilo Tsun Tsun, that's right. So all I can say is, Odabo Matsuriya. Yeah, baby, let's do it, let's do it.
A round of applause for our keynote speaker. That was such an amazing presentation. I loved every single bit of it. And if you've not been convinced before, whether Nigerian creatives have what it takes to bring solutions, creative innovations to the Nigerian markets and even to the world at large, that presentation should convince you. A round of applause, please, for him once again. Now, those were powerful, innovative ideas, and that's what we're here all about that today. Ideas Marketplace is a platform where creators and innovators can bring their ideas to the platform and trade them in different ways. Now, some of the ways in which they're going to trade these ideas will be discussed on the next session, which is about to take place, which is the panel session talking about ideas, which is intellectual property. Intellectual property is the legal name for ideas. I don't know how many ideas he talked about 10 or 12 of them, and they were all different ideas. Well, 90% of them were ideas generated by Nigerians attending to different situations. Not all of them are problems. Some of them are solutions. Some of them are just entertainment. Some of them are for lifestyle. Some of them are for, you name it. And that's what the platform is built for. But the platform is built in a way that now you can share the creations of your mind safely, without fear and without doubts. And an easy way for you to do that. It's a user-friendly digital platform where you can share the ideas and creations of your mind. You can trade them. You can sell off outrightly. You can sell off, or you can do licensing where you still get a royalty while that product is being used, produced, or sold in the market. And you can also get investment where you want to execute your idea, but you need support. And these are part of the organizations that are going to do that. And some of our panelists that are here today, we're going to speak on that. So if you're a creative in the house, and look, truly, at Ideas Marketplace, we believe that every individual has the potential to create. You just need to embrace your creative muscle. Now, if you look at all these ideas that were presented in that keynote speech, these ideas were birthed. They kept coming up at different times. People got them from different experiences. What are the things that you engage in? What are the situations and circumstances around your life or around your business that are producing ideas for you? Don't just discard them. What would the world be today if everyone had discarded the creations of their mind? The creativity that came to their mind. We will not have the microphone I'm speaking into today. There'll be no technology, no internet, no chairs for you to sit down, no air conditioning system, and the world would just be a remote place. So now we're saying, yes, it might have been difficult for you before, but we're bringing a new agenda that makes it easy for you to embrace creativity and innovation and this will transform your life. It will affect the economy and the world of commerce at large. So no longer do you have to go around looking for urgent 2K when you can create in your mind, and now you have a platform to transfer that creation of your mind in a proper way to those that want to buy the creations of your mind. Okay? So right about now, we're going to be going into our panel session. Our panelists are here, and I'm going to be inviting them on the stage. Now, guys, these are people that are positioned in places that can help you to further this agenda. So if you're sitting here, you already have the idea, you don't have an idea, but you're about to create one, this panel session is for you. If you're an organization, you need to embrace this new agenda. So we need you to pay attention, because you're also going to get the point where you can ask questions. And trust me, your strategic questions and engagement can automatically produce anything. It can start a relationship with these panelists. So please, let's benefit from every single section of the conference. It's not meant to be boring. If you pay attention, you won't fall asleep. All right? Thank you very much for being here. And right about now, we're going into our panelist session, and we're going to be introducing, I'm going to be doing that. I'm going to be bringing on stage our panelists for this next session. Okay, so with us in the house today, we have Mrs. Uche Nwokocha. She's a partner, ALN Nigeria, and a partner at Aluko and Oyebode. Uche is a Harvard alumna of 2019, joined the firm in 2003, and became a partner in 2008. She leads the intellectual property department, advising on brand-related matters, tech transfers with NOTAP, and product registration with NAFDAC. Recognized as National Practitioner of the Year 2024, I pause so you can clap, and Nigerian Practitioner of the Year 2023 and 2024 by Managing Intellectual Property. Uche is a Band 1 lawyer in intellectual property by Chambers Global 2023 and 2024. She's also an acclaimed practitioner in the World Intellectual Property Review, that is WIPR, and the World Trademark Review, WTR 1000. Featured by the Legal Business Africa as one of 20 outstanding Nigerian women in business law 2021. She's listed in multiple global rankings. Uche served on the board of the International Trademark Association 2018 to 2020, and was a panelist for the World Anti-Counterfeiting Day 2021. She's currently a board member of the Global Anti-Counterfeiting Group, secretary of the Anti-Counterfeiting Collaboration, ACC Nigeria, and a committee member of ECTA's International Trade Committee. She's here with us in the house today. Please, let's make welcome Mrs. Uche Nwokocha. You're welcome, ma'am. A round of applause for her. All right, the next panelist, sorry, that was my female instinct. I just want to make sure she gets up the stage safely. All right, the next panelist we have in the house is Mrs. Mokpe Abudu. And she is the managing partner of Afri Global Venture Capital, a firm investing in pre-seed and seed stage African-focused fintech and tech-enabled startups. She brings over 25 years of experience in business management, transformation, and investment across various industries. Mokpe is passionate about supporting indigenous growing businesses in Africa, leveraging her expertise in market entry, customer development, and investment worthiness. Mokpe's previous roles include positions at NatWest Cards UK, HSBC Rail UK, the Financial Services Authority UK, HERS Alliance Nigeria, and the Netzen Business Services. She co-founded Maxtivity, an an indigenous family entertainment center and has businesses in agriculture, entertainment, and property development. Mokwe holds a BSc in sociology from the University of Lagos, a chartered management accountant ACMA CGMA, and has certifications in data analysis and computer programming. And she's here with us today. Please make welcome Mrs. Mokwe Abudu. A round of applause, please. Thank you very much, ma'am, for coming. Okay, so we're supposed to have the Director General of the Nigerian Copyright Commission, who is represented here by Mrs. Linda Alpheus. She is the Lagos Head Office of Nigerian Copyright Commission, and she'll be representing the Director General of the Nigerian Copyright Commission. Please make a round of applause for her. You're welcome, ma'am. And these are our panelists that are present, and we're going to be having a very interesting conversation. Guys, if you've listened to their bio, so this is going to benefit you. Listen, get your questions ready, and, maximize the opportunity for having these individuals in the house today. I am your humble moderator, so I'm going to be speaking on behalf of the moderator, moderating this session. Now, after this, we have a couple of things, so don't go away and don't run away. This will benefit you. You've been saying Nigerian youth this, Nigerian youth that, and these are the opportunities that you're looking for, so maximize them. But some of the things we're going to be doing after this is a live trade session. So ideas have already been put together that will be presented in the house, and they will be literally bought. That's what happens on Ideas Marketplace, but we're going to have a physical representation of that. There's also a raffle draw where you can win a couple of thousands of naira. You're just going to pick, so get ready for the raffle draw, and a few other games like that. Like I said earlier, the Nigerian Copyright Commission, in collaboration with Ideas Marketplace, will be registering 10 ideas, intellectual property, for free, that fall under that category of registration anyway. And after the first 10, you'd have to do the registration, but they're live here at the conference. When it gets to that time, we'll let you know. Right about now, let's go ahead with our panel session. Thank you very much. Thank you. All right, once again, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for joining us. The topic of this panel session is introducing the new agenda of intellectual property trade in Nigeria and Africa. Intellectual property trade, what are we talking about? Ideas. You saw the different ideas in that keynote speech. Now, there's a particular platform called Ideas Marketplace. On that platform, creators and innovators are able to put their ideas on the platform for different possible mediums of trade. Okay? Now, but we need to further this agenda. Intellectual property is the legal name for ideas. You look at the brilliant ideas that were presented during the keynote speech that have come from different creators and innovators, about 80% of them in Nigeria. If you look at the creativity competition that we had earlier today, we had young undergraduates coming from different universities and tertiary institutions across Nigeria presenting their own innovations and creations. So what we're trying to say now is that intellectual property trade can be done on a larger scale. It needs to be embraced. There are challenges, and those are the challenges we want to address today. Aside from the challenges, what are the things that we can do? We want to help your mind and want to be able to encourage you to also embrace this. So listen up, because these are people in power and they can tell you what they think about this, how we can get it done, and how they're going to contribute to it. So I'm going to take our first question, and I'm not going to direct it to any of the panelists. I would believe that each panelist would have something to say for each question. Just in case you do, then you can just take the microphone. But if you don't, it's fine. The first question we actually have here is that we plan to create a safe platform. We've already created this platform where creators and innovators can trade their creative solutions and their ideas. And that's what we've been doing today all together. So the first thing we would like to know is, based on your knowledge, your position, and all what you've done over the years, what do you think about this agenda? First, your thoughts about this new movement before we go into the... Okay, so you can go first.
Yes. Okay. Thank you very much for the opportunity to be standing here, to be sitting here. Let me first of all quickly apologize on behalf of my Director General. He was supposed to be here, but because of the exigencies of duty, he could not make it. He would have balanced the gender issue. So I want to apologize so that somebody will not say it's all a women's affair. No, my DG was supposed to be here and it's actually male. So what do I think about this platform? I think it's an awesome idea to have a platform where young creatives, especially young, not just young creatives, but especially the young ones, where they can trade their ideas and make money out of it. I want to be bold to say that the whole essence of protection of intellectual property, the psychology behind the protection of intellectual property, is for wealth creation, for economic reasons. The law protects the creatives, those who have exerted their intellect and created some works. The law protects them so that they can make money or make economic benefit out of their creation, so that they will have the incentive to create more. If they don't make anything out of their creations, they will soon run out of ideas. Not even when the ideas come, they will not want to create because there's nothing to be gained from it. So where there's a platform that is open for people to trade their creations, to trade their creativity, to either by outright assignment or by license, whether exclusive or non-exclusive license, where there is such a platform, it is an awesome thing. It is a welcome thing. I think that is what we need now, so that the young people can understand that this idea you have, you can make something out of it. You can create it. It's not just, don't let it die at the level of an idea. Create it, make something out of it, and you will make money. The moment you put it out there, people will be willing to buy or license or lease, and at the end of the day, you are making money out of that which you have created. I want to really commend Ideas Marketplace. I saw the display of the competition when the 4 young men were presenting their ideas. Do you know, if they did not have people like Ideas Marketplace behind them, they would easily sell off those ideas or those creations for peanuts. Somebody can come to them, just like a lady who was presenting reusable parts. Somebody can come to her and say, oh, I'll give you 100,000 naira. Give me this idea. And she will think, oh, because she's a student, she might think, oh, that's a lot of money, give it to me. And she sells off her idea. But because of people like this, who are standing behind them, who are telling them, no, you can run with your idea, you can do something out of it, you can make more out of it, don't just sell it off. So because they have these people behind them, they are really standing. And as the young ones will say, they are maintaining their steez. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. They're maintaining their steez. All right, so we're going to take the next panelist, what she thinks about this new agenda.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and kudos to the great work that is being done here, particularly the Ideas Hub. You know, this idea about creating a platform is so needed, and all stakeholders stand to gain. We are now in an age where the technology is plummeting people who might have been obscured, who might have been unrecognized for their potential to come up to the limelight. An idea has value. So it is extremely important that those who have that creative mindset are recognized as, the beginning of a huge value chain. Now, it doesn't always necessarily mean that the person who has the idea would be the person to execute or would be the best person to execute. But everything that follows on from after that idea must understand the value, the importance of that idea, because visualizing an idea and articulating it carries with it its own nuances, its own capabilities. And what has been happening up to this point, particularly in Nigeria, is that those creatives have not always been given a is what we're all eureking right now. We're all talking about how important, it is. It has lifted Nigeria in terms of its visibility and has also created a lot of wealth, like my co-panelist has actually said. But this cuts across all industries. And what is important is that it is recorded. The individual who has spent their time to create that idea should be recognized and should also be given the right dues in terms of what they'll be paid for. Gone are the days when your idea should be snatched by someone else who has, the money or the influence and then dampens that person's creativity. It is important that we all understand where we are in that whole huge value chain, and we encourage our youth, as well as anyone else who has that creative mindset, to move from that idea to even commercializing that idea. Now, commercializing it has its own kettle of issues, whether it is production, whether it's the marketing, whether it's the strategy. But without that idea, you do not have a solution. And what I would like to encourage everyone else is that you can decide that that is your forte, or you could decide to clothe that idea with a business. But the Ideas platform is giving you that opportunity to at least be compensated for that initial aspect. And who knows, the signing rights to it could be years and years. You're building a legacy. It's something that could be beyond your own immediate geography. It has the potential to go into international markets. So your idea must be protected, it must be recognized, and you must be compensated for it. So I really applaud this platform for what it's actually doing in encouraging our youth in this area.
Thank you very much. That was amazing.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. I start by thanking the organizers for giving us an opportunity to come here and share ideas, because there's really nothing I can tell you today that you don't know. Already we've seen creatives and we've seen the ideas that you have. I start by saying that intellectual property is the creation of the mind. And if a man pockets what he has in his pocket and put it in his head, no one can take it away. So it's your idea. It's not even found anywhere. Intellectual property is so tangible that you can't find it anywhere. Yet it's a creation. And all the brands are really like for instance, in France, they live by their brands. There's nothing they're producing, but you find the Louis Vuitton and the Dior's and all of them, all the brand owners, really creating wealth for that country because it's the creation of their mind. Nobody will know about it. We know about trade secrets, how you have your secret recipe, like Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola for more than 100 years, nobody still can tell what the recipe is, and people are crazy about Coca-Cola. So it's your idea, and my advice to the creatives today is to hold your idea to the chest, because if you discuss it with somebody, we've heard about intellectual theft, people will steal it. And then talking about the platform, we've known about the open AI, the open innovation. During COVID, if not for the fact that it was open to everybody to come with ideas and invention, we wouldn't have the vaccine that we had to help curb COVID. So it's really very important that the government should help creatives. I also tell lawyers that we should help startups by not charging them fees. You could only charge them the official fee to register at the patent registry or trademark registry or copyright, but really support them, because some of them are not claiming protection because they don't have money, and then somebody else steals it because they are discussing with them overnight. When I was listening to the creatives today at the competition, the Taylor Swift, the first thing that came to mind, let me give him an unsolicited advice, because some of us, we know the Swifties from all the Gen Zs. We know Taylor Swift and all that. We have known now that celebrities, they go after people because you use their name, and they come up and try to put you down. So what you would do, just try and register it, because trademark registration, in fact, the whole of intellectual property registration is territorial and jurisdictional. So find a lawyer that will not cost you so much, register it and hold it as your own for when they come. We had a case in the past when the Ebony magazine came after Ebony TV in Nigeria, and they panicked. They nearly closed up, but we said no. Nothing stops somebody from challenging you, but you need to do your homework and have your case and put your case across. Then we said to them, your Ebony magazine, who really knows Ebony magazine, except from small section in America, people that read it. But in Africa, they know about Moa Abudu and Ebony TV. She started somewhere, and there's a projection, and then she ended up having Ebony TV. So there's nothing you can do to her. They tried to stop the launching, but we told them, if you do that, we will sue you for all the money she has spent, because it was 2 days before the launch that they came with the attack. That's what they do. And that's why you should always try to register your mark and hold it. That's your protection. Even if you're not using it, just register and keep it. So in the end, the Ebony magazine now came and started looking for collaboration. So it depends on the brand. If you invest on your brand, like the Coca-Cola, the Rolex, and all that, they spend money. I can tell you that all the competitors today, they didn't just start last week. They have been working on it, and if you fail, you try again. The Waju that was mentioned, Disney came calling and started begging those guys, and they were in control. During negotiation, they said how they wanted, and Disney had to listen to them. Because if you have your brand, you invested on it, it will become famous and well-known, and people will want to pay money for it. So this kind of platform is almost like open AI or open invention and all that. And I always know that invention is the way to go, and innovation. If you do not innovate, you die off. If you doubt me, ask the Kodak of this world. If Kodak knew that Apple will come with a telephone that can take pictures, they would have done better. But then Apple came and faced them off. Because that's how life is. You have to, oftentimes, do not compete against the big companies like us. It's the startups that you have to worry about, because they have ideas, and if they start, they can create ideas that you never thought about or that you had, but you did not improve on. So it's very important to have a forum like this, and it's encouraging, because everybody is a winner. Even people that didn't win the first prize, the fact that you showed your face is something, and I encourage you to keep it. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. And like I wanted to say, also thank you for stating that the gender that you see, if you look at the screen, some of our panelists are not here, and they have representatives. So it's just a coincidence. So let's not pay attention to that. For the male in the house, it's not a female panel by any chance. This is for creativity and innovation. And like Mrs. Uche Nwokocha just mentioned, registering your ideas, the creations of your mind, is a very powerful tool that would help to further this agenda. So just in case any of our contestants, you heard that, in case you have not registered the idea that you presented now, NCC is on ground, so immediately there's a break for registration. They will start taking registrations. Try and be one of the first 10 so that you can register your ideas for free, okay? And then we can also have other people do that registration as well. But you understand that it's important that your intellectual property is registered under different categories. So let's hope that your idea falls under the NCC category for registration, which is copyright, right? But we have different bodies of registration, and we tried to have them in the house today, but we have the people that has embraced this. And that's the reason why we're having this discussion, because we want to ensure that we further embrace this agenda. Now, we have another discussion that goes on. Whenever people hear about intellectual property trade, they say, what are the challenges? Is this going to work in Nigeria? That's the question that goes around. And I believe it's going to work, and that's why I had to get people that also believe that it is possible. They don't just believe it, they're going to prove it to you in this discussion. Now, the first challenge that we usually encountered was the fear of the creatives and the innovators. They're afraid to share. They're afraid to put it forth because they feel their ideas are going to be stolen. That's the fear of theft. But the second challenge is who's going to buy it. So today we're also going to address how we need to get the organizations, entrepreneurs, investors, venture capitalists to embrace this new medium of trade. Now, when we say trade, it's not just buying the idea outrightly, it's either buying it outrightly, buying it for royalty, investing, partnering, sponsoring, crowdfunding, all the different mediums of trade. So we want to talk about that. The first question is, how do we address the fear in the creators and innovators, and how do our different platforms or positions help to address this? What are the things that we need to do? So we can take it from Mrs. Mokwe.
Thank you so much for that question. I sit here as a venture capitalist, and sometimes we do say we don't invest in experiments. And that is because at the experimental stage, so many things can go wrong. If you can just, cast your mind back to, when you were in school and you were practicing. The experiments are still the times when you're still trying things out. From an investor point of view, it's extremely important that we feel safe and we can actually work with our founders and starters. And one of the main, roles that an investor would look at is how risky is this business. So you can have a great idea, you can have a great solution, but that solution could also become a thorn in the flesh if it is not protected, if it hasn't yet been housed within, an area that will give comfort to an investor. So assuming you want to build a business around this idea, and it's still at the ideation stage, and you are seeking some kind of funding, whether it is funding in terms of equity, whether it is partnering with other parties who may be a bigger corporate, or it could be a fellow competitor. Even if you think you're collaborating, it is extremely important that you first of all safeguard your idea. So this platform, number one, gives you that comfort, and it makes you, should I say, part of the investable, checklist that an investor would be looking out for. So if you have been privileged to be in front of an investor, you may have had a question that says, have you actually had this idea protected? Because if you are discussing, to engage a venture capitalist or anyone else to invest, hundreds of thousands of USD in your business, they need to be sure that that money is not going to filter away just because you haven't done the critical aspect of protecting that solution. And just like my co-panelist has said, if you get into the unfortunate incident of any kind of any other business trying to lay claims to your brand or trying to lay claims to your solution, it actually means that that whole amount that has been invested is, stands to be filtered away. So trade takes different forms. You may even have established your business up to a point where it is commercial, you're out there, and legal, some kind of a legal tussle could ruin that business. So it's extremely important that as you want to collaborate, as you want to, form partnerships with other bodies or seek investment, you have actually protected your business and you can actually be freer to discuss. Now, in all honesty, I am also of the version that you can have a great idea. In fact, two people could have exactly the same idea, but it is in the execution that the differentiation actually comes through. But even in that, safeguard what is immediate, make sure that your idea is patented, it's protected, whatever money you think you might be spending at that time cannot be anything compared to what you may have to spend if you are unfortunate to get into a legal tussle. So it's an investment on your part as the creator. It also shows your understanding of how worthy your solution is and the impact that it could have. Ideas have such a multiplier effect. It can run a race that is even beyond your initial understanding. And collaborators, support institutions can take that same idea and blow it up to such an extent that it is even beyond your own wildest dreams. So it's extremely important that you take those initial first steps, protect it, and then you are giving comfort to potential partners to actually start discussing, what you're going to be having.
Thank you very much for that, ma'am. And so like you heard, protect your ideas. And the platform is now making it easier for you to trade those ideas, because remember, it's not everyone that has an idea. You might not have the potential, you might not have the resources, you might not even want to start a business or run a business, You might have a business you're running already, and then, or 2 or 3 businesses, but you have a brilliant idea that entrepreneurs or some other business owner can use that idea. Another another business can take that product improvement idea, but there is a way that it has been structured on the platform that allows every detail to make it easy for the buyer to use that idea. But back to the question that we're addressing, how do we help the creators and innovators to deal with the challenge of fear? That was one of the major challenges. They even went as far as saying, you, the platform that has you've created this platform and it's safe and it's secure and simple to use. Are you guys not going to steal our idea? They wanted to know that. So then we let them know that, look, all the legal processes have been put in place. And good thing is that we have some of these bodies on this panel today. So we want to address that. So I'll give the next to Mrs. Linda.
Okay. Thank you very much for that question. The fear of creatives as far as their creations are concerned. Okay, first of all, let me be quick to say that I'm talking about copyright specifically. We are talking generally about intellectual property, but I'm talking about copyright. Copyright is an aspect of intellectual property. There are several other aspects like trademark, patent, but copyright deals with the protection that the law gives to people who have created certain kinds of work in the literary and the artistic side to enjoy their work and control what other people can do with their works. Copyright deals with subject matter such as literary works, musical works, sound recording, broadcast, photography, and artistic works. So copyright protects that aspect. And copyright is a bundle of rights. It's not just one right. It's a bundle of rights that the law gives to such creators. The bundle includes the right to reproduce, the right to adapt, the right to translate. So all the rights in copyright is a bundle, it's a whole bundle. And only the creator of such works have the right to do such things. So the law protects you, gives you the right to enjoy your work and control what other people can do with your work. Now, for you to secure your work, because if you must release your work out there, how secure it is, you must make sure you secure your work. And one of such ways you can do it is through registration. Well, you don't need to register your copyright work before you enjoy copyright. Copyright is automatic. The moment you create a work, you have put it in a medium from which it can be perceived, you enjoy copyright protection. But it's just like your work is out there in the open place. Anybody can pick it up. For you to be able to have additional protection, I know the law has given you some exclusive right, but to have additional protection, you need to register this work. Now, registration has a lot of advantages for you. one of the things registration does for you is that by virtue of the new Copyright Act, for about 30 years, the old Copyright Act, the one that was repealed, was what ruled the copyright regime. But just last year, in 2023, a new Copyright Act was signed into law. And one of the features of that new Copyright Act is that it has given legal protection to registration. Before then, you may choose to register, you may choose not to register. But now, there's a legal backing to that registration. It is not that you must register to enjoy copyright. No, you enjoy it automatically. But for you to enjoy further, to have a stronger protection, that registration does that for you. One of the things it does for you is that once you have registered your work, there is a presumption that copyright exists in that work. There is a presumption that every information in that registration certificate is correct, such as the name on the copyright certificate. The law will presume that that is the name of the right owner. The year of production, the law will presume that that is correct also. So if somebody wants to challenge you, then that person now has to rebut that presumption. So the person has to go out of their way to come and say, no, this is not true, he is not the right owner and all that. But as far as that work has been registered, the law recognizes everything, presumes that every information there is correct. And then again, that registration gives you a public notice, kind of, that this is the owner of this work. There's now a public record that the person who registered this work is the owner of this work. So that covers you both nationally and internationally. People can come from outside the country. They want to know who is the actual owner of this work. When they go through the registration, they search. When they make a search, they will see your name there. So automatically, they will know that you are the owner of this work. So that registration is very important. It is important that as you register as you create your work, you go the extra mile to register it so that you will be covered, so that you can always have a public record that I am the owner of this work, I created this work. Once you have that protection. So you can release your work. If anybody challenges you, you have your registration, which you can present at any time to say, I am the rightful owner of this work. This is the year the work was created. This is my name and all that. So it is very important. It is very key. That is why we are here. We have promised to support Ideas Marketplace in whichever area we can, to ensure that works that are deposited or put in their platform out there enjoy protection. So we encourage you, make sure your works are protected. Make sure you register your work.
Thank you very much for that. I have a question that I'm going to direct to just you. Thank you. You can clap. You can clap. But I'm also going to send the last part of it to Mrs. Uche. And that is, she's probably going to touch on other parts of, because she's covering just for NCC, that's copyright, majorly the arts, and, but you would probably talk about how we can, what are the ways to protect your intellectual property when it falls into other categories, because she's an intellectual property lawyer, so she knows all the other categories. But I have a question that I would want to put to you, which is not really part of the questions that we plan to ask, but it came up in the process of your discussion. And I want you to just tell how would we say, you say protect it for your own purpose, but how do I transfer it? So if I register an idea with the NCC and it's now protected, it's my property, is it transferable? And what are the ways that we can transfer this idea from one owner to another? And then when do we now say, you're no longer the owner? This is the process that now says this person is now the owner of this intellectual property. Just that.
Okay, we have mentioned already that copyright is a part of intellectual property. And you see the name, intellectual property. It is a property, just like a house, a car. Although it is not tangible, that right is not tangible, but it is a property. And the same way you transfer property, you can also transfer your intellectual property. You can transfer it through a will. You can write your will, and if the testator dies, you can transfer your copyright through a will. You can transfer it by assignment, by entering into an agreement with somebody. However, if it is an outright transfer, it cannot be by words. It must be in writing. Just like you enter into an agreement to sell a house and you transfer the title deed to somebody else. In the same way, you can also enter into an agreement to transfer your copyright to somebody else. So if you are transferring to somebody else, of course, there must be a document to evidence it. You can't just by word of mouth say, oh, I transfer my intellectual property in this sense, this to you. No, it must be written. So if the building, a house can be transferred in the same way an intellectual property can be transferred through assignment. Then it can also be transferred by operation of law. So those are the ways intellectual property can be assigned: through testamentary disposition, through assignment, through by operation of law. Then there's also the issue of licensing. You can decide to license your intellectual property. That is, you give somebody a right to use that particular intellectual property in a particular way. And that license may be exclusive, it may be non-exclusive. For example, if it is non-exclusive, maybe I have written a script and I'm not able to produce it into a film. I cannot say, oh, Mrs. Abudu, okay, you can take this my script and make it into a movie. I will negotiate with her, she will pay me, and she will make it into a movie. I can also at the same time tell somebody else, you can take this my script and translate it to Yoruba. That, you know, all those are my rights. So I can give her the right to make it into a movie. I can give another person the right to translate it into Yoruba. I can, because it's a bundle of rights, you have the right to transfer any aspect of it. So that is a non-exclusive license. So you can give somebody, and you can also say, oh, you are going to have a license. I'm giving you the right to produce this, my script into a movie, but only a limited part of that money will be going to you. Maybe part of the money, 10% of the money goes to you, 5% of the money comes, 80% of the money goes to you, 20% comes to me. So there are several ways in which you can license your work on transfer it. It's all legal.
Thank you very much for that answer. And that's how the platform has been set up. Okay? We're just trying to let you understand the different ways that you can trade your intellectual property, and you're hearing it yourself from so yes, we've said this to the creatives, we're carrying the agenda, we're trying to convince them, but now you've heard it from the NCC that this is the ways that you can trade your intellectual property. It is actually possible to trade a creative solution. So you don't have to be the one to execute. You might not have the resources, but it's possible to move that creative solution from one owner to another owner. Just the same way the property of a house can be sold or a car, and then the documents are transferred to the new owner, is the same way a registered piece of intellectual property can be transferred. Now, to talk about other areas whereby you might have fears, that's the patents, the trademarks. Mrs. Uche Nwakucha would help us to touch on that.
Thank you so much. Before I get to that, I would like to also add to the past speaker, well thought out, but I wanted to also highlight that between licensing and assignment, it's always good to license, because license is a way of growing your revenue, and there's no finality. Whereas in assignment, once you assign it, it's finished. But then, if you're not using your intellectual property, be it copyright or patent or trademark, for the time being, you can license it for a limited period. That way, the validity goes on. Because with the protection of intellectual property, if there is non-use of your right for 5 years, a third party can apply to cancel it. But if you don't have money to go on producing the product, and then you license it to a third party, at least for maybe 7 years or 3 years, then you can always, at the end of the term, take it back. It works better than outright assignment. It will help you to grow your revenue. Okay, back to the funding. We see that the problem that startups have, not only startups, any business owner, is funding. And then, and with all respect to my venture capitalists, and you understand their stand. Because the shareholders, they put money in a business. All they're thinking of is profit, return on investment. So you can't give the money to a startup, like she said, that has not proven themselves. So venture capitalists is not the way to go for the startups. But even the banks also say no, but only because they don't know. But then most people take a risk. I've seen some banks or financiers that will take a risk and stand by somebody and say, let's support them. People like Bill Gates and all of that, that's how they started, even Amazon. And with you also need to, so that's the aspect of funding. You really need to look around. And you would have done your market survey well, your entrance proposal, because you don't want to go into a market that is already saturated. That's why I'm so impressed with the lady that talked about sanitary towel. I never knew you could wash it and reuse it. So these are things that are new, that people will see and they cash in on. But if you come, you want to sell something that is common in Nigeria, they have so many businesses, then you can't thrive. Unless if you go to a particular section where you can start that kind of business and no one knows, you can thrive. So it's good to do your survey well, market survey, and know what you're going in. And secondly, you need to distinguish, like she did with the sanitary towel. You need to distinguish what you're doing. It has to be different. Something that people will see and say, wow, I want to be part of it. Amazon is trending today because their business model is so good. Their logo says, flash a smile. So you can imagine some old man in my village or in Asia during cold, and then there's a blanket or cardigan that Amazon delivers. Of course, he will flash a smile seeing it. And their delivery method is fast. I don't know how they do it. If you want it today, you can get it today. If you want it 3 days, you can. And then they've also started working with brand owners to make sure that counterfeiters do not come on their platform and sell. Somebody has said earlier, there's a difference between what you ordered and what you received. So most people, when they order in a platform, and although it's Amazon platform, but one crooked person has put a product that is counterfeit, and you buy it, and it's not good, then you blame Amazon. So Amazon has now put some pressures in place, processes in place, where they can hold accountable the seller. Because oftentimes, people like eBay in the past, they used to tell you, if you have a problem with the seller, they say, oh, they can't, they don't know. Of course you can, because you paid them. He has a bank account. There's a form he filled for you to have that selling and buying relationship. So you can track them and take them down. So all of those are things you have to do if you're a startup. You don't have money, so you don't want to waste money doing things that are not important. You need to do your survey well. You need to limit your expenses until you start making profit so that you can plow the money to grow the business. And how do you grow the business? By word of mouth. You might not have money to advertise, but I know people that can die or swear by a different thing. They say brand is what people say about you when you're not even there. If they buy it or it's good, they're not looking at you to please you. They're saying this is good. I have an auntie that has used a hand cream that is called Atrizo in her kitchen sink for over 30 years, non-stop. If she's traveling anywhere, she takes it. She can swear by that brand that is good. It's good for the hand. None of the counterfeiters have gone to counterfeit it. And by the way, the things that people counterfeit are the popular things, brands, all these fashion goods that we have. That's what people. But you find out that some other good things that are good that are not popular, they don't look at those. So my point is that the brand, the consumer is very important. That's your biggest revenue flow. If you can get your consumers to believe in what you're selling, then you can be sure that your business will go. So instead of copying somebody's idea, create your own, turn it into business, invest on it, feed it on it. One day it's going to grow like the Amazons of this world. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for that. I want to direct one more question to you based on your discussion. So I'm speaking on behalf of those that are not planning to execute. They don't have the resources to execute the business. They're not interested in becoming a startup founder. And trust me, I can tell you from experience, being a startup founder is not beans. It takes a lot of work, a lot of commitment, a lot of encouragement, perseverance. So you might not want to do that. But you have a brilliant idea which is just a solution. It's a product improvement idea. It's a script, like Mrs. Linda has mentioned. You're not planning to make a movie, but you write fabulous movies. You write fabulous films. You're not planning to sing, but you have great song lyrics that you can write and sell to the record labels or to an artist, whether the artist is going to buy from you directly. Now, a lot of times, creators and innovators have had challenges with their creations. So what we're trying to address now is that fear. The NCC representative has addressed the fear for majorly the arts. We're supposed to have a representative that will talk about the arts. That's the DG for Arts and Culture, Mr. Obi Asika. He wasn't able to make it. But we know that you can address that a little bit. That when I own a creation, it's art, I want to transfer it to someone else. I'm not planning to do a business. Based on your experience, how can you encourage that, okay, it's possible for you not to be afraid because this is what you need to do in order to take care of the area of fear. So before you put your creation out there for trade, what are you supposed to do with it? So covering NCC, she's done that, but there are other kinds of creations that fall under patent, trade secrets like you've mentioned, and the trademarks that are not copyrighted. So we just want you to address that briefly.
All right, thank you. So what will happen in that case? Try not to let go of what you have because it's your idea. One of the things that the owners of Coca-Cola over 100 years did, it was a pharmacy, a chemist, was that there was outright sale. If you knew that Coca-Cola would be what they are today, you wouldn't have. So if you're trying to talk to somebody who has money to transform it into film and all that, try to cover out the royalty stream to make sure you still get money no matter what. This is your idea, it wasn't their idea. So you can put in the agreement that for every profit they make, you get a certain percentage. And it's forever, you know, which means you keep getting it. But if you sign it off, then you lose it if you start making profit. Because you have nothing to lose. If you sign it and say they give you something, if there is a loss, they don't give you. But if there's profit, they give you. So you must put that during negotiation because people come and they see your idea. Sometimes you probably do not know, but they know ahead that this is money. And they try to give you maybe millions. That million can finish in a year. But if you really put in the royalty stream, then you can be sure of getting money on a yearly basis. That would be a cover for you.
Thank you very much for that. So creatives in the house and obviously beyond the house, everyone that's going to get the opportunity to listen to this panel discussion, your creations will be traded in different ways. And one of the things that we tried to depict during the creativity competition with the undergraduates was the reason why we asked the audience to vote is because the market determines, that's the buyer. The buyer is the one that holds the money, the value that's going to be put into the idea. Either they're buying from you outrightly, either they're investing, whether it's licensing and you're going to still, get a percentage, the buyer still determines. So we've created different mediums of trade on the platform. And one of the things you can do is this. You might want to license your scripts to a production house. And the production house is not interested in the licensing. They're like, look, I'm not giving you any 10% over the next couple of years. I'm offering you 5 million naira, sell this thing outrightly, are you ready? I'm very sure that if you need to pay your school fees, your house rent, your child's school fees, the business needs about 600,000, and you got an offer of 5 million, you have the right to decide at this point in time what's the best thing for me to do. But now there's a platform. Creativity and innovation has been embraced. So where that idea came from, more will come from there. That's why conferences like this are being held. And that's why if you look at the keynote speech, so many ideas were put forward for you to see that it's an ongoing thing. So as much as you can, get used to trading your ideas and maximize all the different opportunities that are available. Trade, outright complete, or you want to do licensing where you're getting whatever it is, just get into that trade. And you don't need to be afraid. You've heard it from the mouth of our panelists. Now, the final question that we have for the panelists, before we go into the question and answer from the audience, whatever you might have, so you can put your questions together, is with your position. We've created the platform. Okay, not the final question, second to the last question. The creatives are ready. You can even see them. They're very ready. The creations are everywhere. In fact, the platform is a two-user end platform. So it's the creator, who is the seller of the idea, and then the buyer. The buyer are the entrepreneurs, organizations. We're talking about creations in different categories. Let me create a case study. Let's look at design, for example. So you're a 3D animation designer, you're a graphics designer, or you do interior design or architectural design, and you've put your designs on the platform. They've been protected. Now we need the real estate companies, construction companies. We need the media houses to be able to say, we embrace this idea. We want to buy. How do you feel that we can make this happen in this dispensation, where organizations now say, okay, we don't have to interface one-on-one with you. You don't have to work in my company before you write a script for me. Now there's a platform. The creators are ready. The innovators are ready. Nigeria, we're saying Nigeria, Africa, are you ready to buy from these people? Are you ready to be able to trade with these creators and innovators? So we want you to, okay.
Okay, I'd like to take that.
Yeah.
In everything, there must be a level of visibility. And that visibility is what brings it right under your nose. So the challenge, even first of all, is to make sure that the idea platform is extremely advertised to all the stakeholders. To first of all understand that there is a marketplace that, one, you can refer to validate that there is an idea, and you can actually be provided a whole retinue of options. So that visibility communicates an option rather than, scouting around for information. And what is also very important is the security that each of the players have. It's almost like our data, our telephones. You may give such information freely, but you need to be assured that that information will be protected. So both for the buyers and the sellers, you need to make sure that the transactions that may happen on that platform would be done, in the most professional manner, and it would be as seamless. But just to even further, support that information, when the trade actually happens, you need to be sure about what exactly, you're trading in. And like you had inferred, not every creative is business-minded. So each party must understand the value of what they're bringing, and the person who is actually paying for it must understand it. It is a negotiation, and that negotiation shows how each party, contributes to that trade. So the Ideas platform, first of all, must create that huge visibility, just like this platform, but must even be multiplied into so many other places. It's almost like what us ladies normally, we used to call them tailors. Now, there's a differentiation. It's your fashion designer. It's your stylist. And that whole value chain is being broken down because each person has a different value that they're bringing. It's no more the one and all tailor who would design, who would, create your style or whatever. And each person plays to their strength. So what you're seeing is that each person in that chain is actually being compensated for what they have. So if you need to get onto the Ideas platform, it's almost replicating what we know as Fiverr. You pay for that intellectual property because you understand the value that person is providing, and then you move to the next stage. So visibility, extremely important for both the buyers and the sellers.
Thank you very much for that, ma'am. Yes, you can clap. Now, I love what she has talked about in terms of visibility. In fact, we wanted to get representatives on the panel that will speak for different industries in Nigeria, so that the creatives and innovators can be not just encouraged, but now properly compensated. This will have a large effect, on the economy in Nigeria, the minute this is embraced properly. Now creators know that organizations are coming to buy their designs. Architectural designers know that the real estate companies are coming to, construction companies are coming to buy. The interior designers are confident. 3D animation for fashion design. A fashion house will come to the platform, and the beautiful thing is that the platform doesn't just go to the marketplace. They can also request for these solutions. And if you are a creative, you see a request from an organization, go and create a beautiful response to that request. Go and animate something for the real estate company. Go and animate something for the interior designer. If you're a script writer and a movie production house comes to the platform and says, we need scripts for the next series, we want to do a groundbreaking series. Now, for the value chain she just talked about, in the series production, it is not just one story. In fact, sometimes it takes about 5 script writers to create a series. One series, one part of the series will be taken care of one script writer. In fact, there are some series whereby one script writer writes the whole character. Another script writer writes another person's character. So we need these organizations to embrace this. And we're hoping that they're listening right now, and we're going to make it possible by furthering our visibility, creating awareness, advertising, and we need the collaboration and the partnership. And so this takes us to the final question. And I would love each of our panelists to say, what would you do? You believe in what we're doing. You're sitting in a position that gives you some leverage or some sort of power to make your own kind of contribution to furthering intellectual property trade in Nigeria and Africa, where creatives and innovators now feel free, safe, and encouraged to trade their ideas, their creative solutions. What part would you like to play? So we're putting you on the hot seat here, and that's the question for all our panelists. Then we'll go quickly into the question and answer session. Thank you.
What part would we like to play? I will speak generally. We do everything possible to encourage and cooperate with Ideas Marketplace. Then specifically, I'm going to say that one of the parts we are going to play is in counseling. We know that a lot of these startups, they don't have much knowledge of what they are going into. They do not really understand intellectual property, how it works, the protection the law gives to them. So we are going to provide counseling. We are going to drop our contacts before we leave here. We are going to be available to counsel you, to help you, to advise you, to help you on the way to go. We know that because of this lack of knowledge, a lot of creatives have found themselves entering into charters of slavery in the name of agreement. You sign an agreement where you sign off everything you have. You are going to be working and somebody else will be eating, like we say in our Nigerian parlance, monkey they chop, baboon they walk. Because they don't understand, because they don't know. So we are going to be available for you, to counsel you, to answer your questions, to guide you, to help you in whichever way you need us. Then another thing we are going to do from the Nigerian Copyright Commission, we are going to do the best we can to see that the registration is seamless. We are available here. We're going to do some registrations for as many people as have created their works, and you are the original owner of the works. We will do the registration. Thankfully, Ideas Marketplace is paying for the first 10 people. We are here. We are going to be here to help with the registration. And even after here, you can contact us at any time. Now our registrations are getting more and more seamless. Before when you fill your forms and everything, it can take you as much as 3 to 6 months before you get your certificate. But now, with the online registration, which we have put into place, you can register from the comfort of your home. And if you are having difficulties, you can come to our office. If you need assistance, we'll assist you in any way possible. And within about 5 days, 1 week, your soft copy certificate is ready. So we are putting things in place to make sure that your registration of your works is seamless.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for NCC. It's on camera, so we have the commitments. We are going to follow it up, and we have them here today to actually prove to you that it's possible. So when it's time for registrations, you can go. If you have any creations that you feel you need to register, we're going to take our next panelist. What contribution does she want to make this agenda possible in Nigeria?
Okay. we are redefining even the venture capital space because we realize that the typical venture capital, the Silicon Valley model is not what is ideal for this environment, particularly in Nigeria, Africa, and the rest. And we're creating models that work, fit for purpose, rather than just best practice. So we're more of an operator VC. But even in saying that, we recognize how startups need to be supported to make sure that they're able to be sustainable in their growth. And what we're committing to do is to be the platform that can also be used for this visibility. We interact with a whole lot of startups, Pan-African, actually. And they need to understand that there is a platform where they can register their ideas, regardless of the stage they're in. But more importantly, because of our sister company that is an accelerator that also requires partnerships, it will be an opportunity for us to even showcase how they can seek out partners, regardless of the sector they're in, because the accelerator is sector agnostic, whether they are in retail or whether they're in entertainment, so long as they're able to see ways to become much more efficient and create a differentiating factor in their field. So we would be committing to ensuring that there are handshakes where they can seek out experts from the platform to create a winning solution. The name of the story is, it's not competition, it's collaboration. And that really is what makes an idea germinate. It moves it away from just an idea to becoming a living, breathing business. So we commit to supporting in that state.
Thank you very much for that. A round of applause. And these are the collaborations that we need, and these are the support that we need. And we'll be working with AfriGlocal and Knight Ventures. And funny enough, we have some sessions coming up shortly. Is a session where you can actually present your idea to AfriGlocal. And if they're interested, they will invest. So if you have a packaged idea, you can meet. We already have the ideas for that presentation, but we can take 2 more. So if you have a great idea, you can meet anybody wearing the Ideas Marketplace t-shirt now. If you have it packaged, quickly meet them for that session. And then tomorrow, we actually have a live pitch den, which is the version of, your Shark Tank Lion's Den version. Ideas Marketplace pitch den will be taking place tomorrow. This is us also saying we're creating different mediums, both the digital platform, but one of the ways we're going to create awareness, like Mrs. Mope has said, is create awareness with everything you can. So not just are you going to do the general strategic this is a marketing tool as well. This is us saying, let's embrace something so powerful that can revolutionize the world of commerce. Imagine Mr. Ralph Simon. He and his organization, Mobilion Global, are so interested in Nigerian creations. We're having a collaboration, hopefully, where they can say, okay, we have a platform where we know that there are brilliant ideas. And now you know that your ideas are safe, and you know that people interested from around the world in African creations or Nigerian creations are coming there. And so that's why we're asking our panelists. This is an agenda that obviously Ideas Marketplace cannot carry this alone. We need collaborations and partnerships. And that's why we have our panelists here today that believe in what we're talking about. They've put their voice to it. But beyond that, they also say, we can support you. We can give you advice. We can advise the creators, the innovators. All right? And then we have a final panelist where she's going to let us know how she plans to support this.
I will just advise first that for the creative, before you start negotiating with the would-be buyer or partner, make sure you register first. That we have said, not only our law firm, most law firms now, they have startup team. You need to just pay the registration fee, which is transparent and you know it. Then we'll go up on professional just to encourage. So before you negotiate, people see value. When they see value, they want you and they price you high. That's what is called in negotiation, walk away price. So you know your walk away. You probably say 5 million. If I get 5 million, I want 6. My walk away price is 6 million. If I get 5, I'm going to walk away. They might have as their walk away 7 million. You don't know. And then you give in at that price they wanted, you've lost 2 million. So don't do that. Don't be in a hurry. Find something else. If you have a good thing, they will come back. So long as you've registered it, because we've had cases where you went to negotiate with a would-be buyer, and because you're giving them your idea, they run with it and then you lose. So make sure you've clocked that, you have it's yours, so they can never take it away from you. Then go in and negotiate hard and tough. So long as you know you have value. They came to you because they saw value. So don't play yourself down and don't be impatient. Just wait it out and then you really get what you need. Just don't be in a hurry. And then talk to, if one lawyer shuts their door, try another one. You need to do try and make sure you keep your expenses down so that you don't pay professional fee, but you can pay official fee. So that would be my advice. But more importantly, keep it to your chest. Don't let them know your secret sauce. You have that. You might, even in an open forum, you can give, but you have not given them that secret sauce, which is why Coca-Cola is thriving today. You cannot give away that secret sauce. Only few people will know it, and it's your trade secret. Don't give it up. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much to all our panelists. Right about now, we're going into the question and answer session. That's going to last for just about 12 minutes, and we're going to be taking questions from the audience. If you have a question, raise up your hand. You'll be given the microphone. Please introduce yourself and ask your question. And if you have a specific panelist that you have the question for, you can direct the question to the panelist. All right, so please let the microphone go around. Any questions? Okay. Please raise up your hand visibly so that you can get the microphone. Yeah.
Good afternoon. My name is Oluremi Emmanuel Lawal, and my question is simple. I believe I have a voice, and my voice, I believe, is powerful enough to...
Sorry, 1 minute. Is she audible? Not quite. Sound, can you help with that? I think it's the microphone.
I can be more audible.
I don't think it's you. I think it's the microphone. Okay.
All right.
Try and be a little bit clearer. Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you all hear me? Yes. I said earlier my name is Oluremi Emmanuel Lawal, and I believe my voice is my selling point. I have a voice that is enough for me to be my business. So when I put that out, I hear a lot of people say, oh, go and learn how to play keyboard. Go and be singing in church, which I'm not saying is bad, but I believe my voice could do more. And what will be your advice to a person like me? Thank you.
Okay, you should not give up. If sometimes people are coming into a particular marketplace, they drop their price, so you get customer. Once you get them and they know how good your product is, then you can gradually increase. So you could do the church one. Then you could also do with friends. If you have friends that are doing birthday party, you go and sing. Guests will see you. Just apply your, if they're not listening to you, just keep singing. In the bathroom, everywhere, keep singing. Somebody is gonna see that. Just don't give up. Because a lot of people will be refusal when they're starting up. But if you don't give up, you will get there. So that would be my encouragement. Just don't give up. Keep doing what, if you have faith that your voice will do more. Keep doing that until somebody sees you.
All right, thank you very much. I think that answer should be sufficient.
I want to give her
all right,
some suggestions. All right. You know, in everything, nothing comes easy. So you might remember in the, without revealing my age, in the olden times, they used to send, musicians will record on cassettes and send it to radio stations, send it whatever, wherever, just to get some kind of, publicity. Because you really never know who will hear it and recognize the value. So it's also about marketing yourself. If it's singing, if it's poetry, I'm not really too sure how you want to use your voice, but you also need to market yourself. You also need to understand the kind of people you feel could be your igniter. Is it the radio station that you want to go to? Is it the film industry if you want to do voiceovers or whatever? You need to record your voice and actively send it through. Now, it could be covert, trying to find people, someone who knows someone who knows someone, but you actually need to take it as an intentional approach to get those who you feel need to hear your voice. And from there, you'll be able to market yourself.
Yes, please do. Let me also quickly add that what I will advise you is if you have a voice, then sing. Sing, sing, sing. Continue singing until somebody hears you. You never know when you will be heard. At every opportunity you have to sing, sing. Then again, train. You don't just get there without training. Apart from the natural gift the Lord God has given to you, you must take time to train yourself. Continue singing and training. Sometimes you may have to sing and nobody appreciates it. But if you really have it, one day it will come out. And somebody somewhere will say, I need you to sing for me. And you will get there.
And also, this is TikTok age. Do it, put it there. People put things and you go viral. Just do that, whatever you need to do. I remember it was one of the Nigerian artists that somebody, a beggar, somebody who was disabled somewhere in African country was singing and people were giving him money. That was how somebody put it online today. So you can, just like everybody has said, put yourself out there, don't be discouraged. Those people that were telling you that, oh, go and learn keyboard, someday they're going to come back and say, wow, we knew how she started. So don't give up, just keep on.
All right, thank you very much for that. I'd also like to say something to you. So one of the things that Ideas Marketplace is trying to further is creativity and innovation in every young person. And when we say young people, and we're even talking about the age group between 18 to 45. Now, one of the reasons why we go to the tertiary institutions is because this agenda we're pushing is going to involve you thinking. You're going to have to put the work to it. You're going to have to do research. You have a voice. How am I going to get my voice to leverage this technology that has been created? You just singing in schools or singing at functions might not be able to leverage this technology. But if you put in the research and do some findings, you will find out that this technology can also favor you that has a voice. So what you need to do is do research. There's no limit to information. We're in the information age. What would benefit me as a singer? Where is my voice needed? At the current stage that I am, can my voice be applied to those different platforms? Do I need to do some more training? Do I need to go and learn more? Then when I do I put my voice on a voiceover for Iwaju? Are there people that need voiceover artists for productions? Can I create little adverts or create little voice sounds, put it on the platform and have people buy them? Or what can I do with my voice? Because it's called creativity. You have to be creative with the tools that you have. So it's not that, okay, I'm just going to take it raw like it is and put it out there. It's first of all an idea, a skill, or some sort of thing that you have to innovate until the market says, yes, this is brilliant, bring it on board, we want it, we're taking it, and the whole world begins to embrace it. I hope that helps. Any more questions before we move to the end of the session? Okay, please give him a microphone. All right.
Hi, good afternoon. Yeah, my name is Temitope Shitu. It's quite an exciting one, and I really appreciate this section because a lot of, like me, actually, I'm so ignorant about a lot of things you've mentioned here today, intellectual properties and so on. So it's actually a good one for me. So my question is, I want to know if a creator enters into an agreement with an entrepreneur. And
all right, sorry to interrupt you.
Okay.
Sound, I think you're going to have to help us. The microphone, we're just hearing an echo on the stage, and I don't know if that's what's happening down there as well. But what we can hear is just an echo. We can't really hear you. And it's important we hear you so we can answer your question.
No, is it better now? Can you hear me?
No.
Closer.
Hi, is it better? Okay. So once again, my name is Temitope Shitu. Thank you for this insightful section. It's quite really beneficial to me. Like, I don't know much about intellectual properties, what it entails and all, but I've learned a lot of things right now. So thank you so much, ma'am. So my question goes like this. If a creator enters into an agreement with an investor, an entrepreneur or something, as you've said that it's not a must that you go to the forefront or you want to be known. So if the person has entered into the agreement and is meant to be having some percentage or some returns as the creator of that particular content. So if they make a profit, they're supposed to give it to the person, to the creator. So is it that the person, my question goes like, is it that the creator is going to be part of the system to know when they make a profit or when they make a loss? So that to track his or her own progress about what he or she has given out to the investors.
Okay, so the question wasn't so clear, but I'm going to try and crystallize it. Please affirm that this is what you're saying.
Yeah.
If you're a creator, you have a piece of work, a creative solution, an idea, you put it on the platform for trade, right?
Yes.
And then either an investor, organization, entrepreneur is interested in trading with you.
Yes.
Now, probably you're doing the licensing, where you're not selling outrightly, but that product is going to probably be produced, put in the market, and for every single product, you'll get a percentage.
Exactly.
You're like, how do you track that?
Yeah.
Right? Now, that's the reason why the platform partners, we're actually partnering with legal houses. All these things are properly done legally. That covers you and protects you, whereby you will get your percentage and what's outrightly yours in the process of that transaction. But then we have panelists that can also maybe want to say something to that.
You see, technology has helped, but it all starts, first of all, with envisaging all the potential possible scenarios. So it starts from even agreeing from the onset, how will it be tracked? You know, both parties need to put down their preferences. It needs to be negotiated. Is it going to be reporting, or is it going to be like a central platform where both parties will be able to see, you know, what's going on? I remember, you know, working with, you know, the film industry long ago, and it was all about, you know, what switch company is going to help to make sure that when funds come in, each party in that whole negotiation, the switch company, you know, based on the percentages that each party is entitled to, will get their amount. But something could be as simple as just a trust, and it could be as complicated as in, you know, incorporating something like blockchain that would even, you know, track whatever product is being used wherever and gives triggers. So it starts with, first of all, at the negotiating table, you communicating your preference of how you want the information to come through and for the other party to understand. But technology definitely has a lot to play in terms of making sure that you're not calling them on the phone saying, how much did you make, you know, yesterday or last month. That is not an efficient way. So technology can be used. There could be a third party who could actually showcase, you know, what is being done, or there could just be a mechanism, another app, you know, that showcases what each party is being done. But you must have discussed it at the beginning. It doesn't help if it's afterwards, because a lot could actually have gone under the radar.
And also, due diligence is very important. Some business partners are very shady, so they will never bet. If you did your research and did due diligence on a particular partner, they have a track record. Somebody would have told you. I know some distributors that some people will say, don't go there, that he's a thief, that he will never give you good account. So that's what is called the marketing spend. So whatever they did, they bring papers, like she said, then you look at it. But then there's human factor. I know sometimes humans can manipulate those. That's why it's very important that you pick a good business partner, you did your due diligence, and people told you that this person is genuine. that you can work with them. Then you avoid the bad actors.
All right, thank you very much for that. And I'm just going to say this in conclusion to that. We have one more question. But before going to that last question, you need to understand that, okay, let me create a scenario. Artists today put their music on platforms like Spotify, and they get paid for every single download, right? The artist doesn't go back and look for a phone number to call Spotify and say, are you sure this 1,000 download is correct? Are you sure it's not 1,200? Do they do that? So we're telling you now that this Ideas Marketplace has taken up that agenda to create technology that protects both you and the buyer. The buyer from the hassles of a seller that's going to be pursuing them up and down. Now technology has sorted that out. Once the platform has put everything in place, yours is to put your creation there. The seller has communicated, the opportunities are there, what amount you guys are able to do a bargain back and forth. It has about three bargains. And then you agree on how much percentage you're going to get, the number of years you want to license for XYZ amongst the different bundles that she mentioned. And then once it's settled, you need to sit back and allow those transactions to happen. So I would just like to say in a nutshell, Ideas Marketplace has got you covered. And with the right collaboration and partnerships, we'll be able to expand these opportunities because there are numerous ways that you can put your creations and innovations on the platform, get them traded without worry. I hope that answers your question. So we'll take the final question from him and then we'll move to the next session. Thank you very much.
Oh, sorry about that. My name is Abioye, and I had an experience last year that almost caused me not to even start my company. And that has to do with one of the ideas that I had, and I had a name. So I reached out to my lawyer, and I was asking the question about trademarking. That, okay, what do I need to do to secure this name? And also the idea behind it, of what I want to do. And she told me that I have to go and look for 1.5 million for me to do the trademarking. And that's how I just stopped, because I didn't have the money at that time. Because I was thinking even the company registration doesn't even cost up to that. So because I have an idea now and I want to secure the idea, I have to pay this amount of money for it. So I want to ask questions around that, if it is up to that, and how a startup will be able to afford that kind of money. And they have not gotten any funding or any equity with anybody, but they just want to start on their own, and then to be able to now secure funding from other people to invest in the business. But they want to secure the idea first, so that no other person will also steal it. That's number one. Then the second one I want to talk about, or the question I want to ask, has to do with another idea that I have, and it's a brand name. I got the brand name, I got the idea, I documented it, shared it with a friend in the UK. I've never seen it online before because I've done my due diligence on it. But early this year, I searched online and I saw the name, like 3 people already doing it. The same thing. One in Philippines, the one guy in the UK, and the other one in one of the European countries. But I know it's not in Nigeria yet. And the question I want to ask is that, can I still go with that kind of brand name and that idea in Nigeria, even though other people are doing it in the other countries? Thank you.
All right, very brilliant questions. The first question, I didn't hear the figure. What you wanted, 1.5 million to register an idea. Trademark. Okay, we don't have a trademark official here, but but the lawyers can tell us. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Register trademark. So if you go to one and he says 1.5, go to another. One of our panelists said, keep going until you get somebody who can answer. Okay.
Yeah, I was just going to say that 1.5 to register a trademark, you could actually also check online to see an idea of price. I think the person just made a kill. I think the bulk of it was professional. That was why I was saying that lawyers should cut off professional fee. Because to register a trademark from start to finish won't cost you more than 150,000 or maybe 200, because you need to follow up to see that you pay your filing fee, then it's accepted, it's published, you don't pay publication fee, but you follow up to make sure you push, because that's slow. It's not online. Some of them are online, but everything is done manually, so you need to be checking. There are expense bits but to charge 1.5, then you should have, like she said, try other lawyer. If you started working to lawyer's office, the good thing is that people, because even if I said that we want to encourage startups, we want you to be responsible and you know what you're doing. If you just come and we ask you questions, you don't even know your idea, then we won't want to invest, because it's my time I'm going to invest to register for you, advise you, free of charge, and you only pay official fee. So you need to do your own homework. And then, talking to your friend, which was what I said earlier, you don't talk to anybody until you have registered. Okay, now they've registered. Registration is jurisdictional. It won't affect you. Still register in Nigeria if you plan to use it in Nigeria. It's when you now want to use it in those other jurisdictions that they will come. They might even, they registered in bad faith because you shared with your friend. He was aware it's yours. He registered. So that if you want to go to those jurisdictions, they will ask you for money to sell it back to you. So that's why it's very important that you keep it to your chest until you have registered. But don't have fear of them attacking you. If you register in Nigeria, whatever they registered there won't take precedence over you here in Nigeria.
Thank you very much for that. I'm just going to say in conclusion, answering your question. Hello? You asked a question? Yeah, so pay attention. Now, you said you had an idea. You didn't do due diligence, so you didn't know it is already in existence in the Philippines. Yes, but then when you did, you found out that it's in the 3 different countries. Now, I want to say this to all creators and all innovators. There is a way you can still bring to life your creation or your idea. Are you with me? What you need to do is look at the niches of these ideas and recreate, innovate, build upon it, and still launch your idea. Why do I say this? There's the Toyota, we have Hyundai, we have the Mercedes-Benz. They're all cars. They're all 4-wheel machines, right? And each of them came in different dispensations. But someone can come up today with a new, okay, Tesla are also 4-wheel machines. But they have their niches, right? And when you are doing your registration, these are part of the things that you protect. That for my brand, this is what it does, this is what it does, that makes it different from the other brand. So whenever you have an idea, one of the first things that you need to do, and that's going to be part of what we're doing in the next session. The next session is going to help you to package your ideas properly. We're having an ideation session live, which is going to be on for about 15 minutes, and we're going to talk about this more extensively, is do your due diligence. Find out. I'm a very, very creative ideas person, okay? And whenever I have an idea, I go back and check where it has been launched, if it's in existence, and most times it is. That does not mean it's the end of the idea. We have Bonvita, we have Milo, we have Ovaltine. They're all chocolate beverages. But Bonvita didn't say, oh, because there was a Milo, that's the end. And trust me, those are just the 3 names that I mentioned. There are numerous chocolate beverages, and many more are still coming. So it is registered, it is protected, but the brand has its areas to which is their private niche. That idea that you have, do your due diligence, find out the areas that they are taking care of, and what areas did they leave out? How can I do mine differently, and then register it? So that even if you are taking that idea beyond the shores of Nigeria, it's still now free from the attack of the people that have the similar idea. I hope I was able to do justice to that. All right, with that, we're going to close on this panel session. Thank you very much to our distinguished panelists. We really, really, really deeply appreciate your time, your contribution, being here, because I know what it takes to get you out of your busy time, busy schedule, to be here, and to embrace and support this agenda with your voice and your position, and also to say, okay, for example, she says, now we can have a work system whereby if the idea is worth it, they will take off from the professional fees and just focus on that. That's a lot. So please, a round of applause for all our panelists. Mrs. Linda Alpheus from NCC. We have Mrs. Mope Abudu from AfriGloco and Knight Ventures. And we also have with us Mrs. Uche Nwachoka of Oyebode and Aluko Partners. Thank you very much, so much for coming. God bless you. We're going to be taking pictures. Please sit tight because there's still so much more to be done.
All right. Am I loud and clear? Beautiful ladies, handsome gentlemen, you are still at the Ideas Marketplace Ideation Conference live at Global Tech Africa. I hope you're having a good time. Something has just come to you, information. So whether you never thought of being a creative before, you've never had an idea, which is not possible, but you've never even embraced the whole agenda of ideation. Now you've heard it for yourself that every single individual has the potential to create, right? So this session that we're about to go into is called an ideation session. And this session is going to be hosted by yours truly, Caroline Moore, my humble self. A round of applause for me. Now, it's going to be very interactive and very interesting. What we're going to do with this session is help you to create ideas. You might have never created an idea before. If you have any writing materials, whether it is physical, hard copy, or you have soft materials, you need to bring them out now. Because what we're going to be doing with this session is we're helping you to create. Ideation is the process of using your mind to create solutions, but beyond that, creating solutions that can be accepted by the market, okay? So if you want to start a business, but you've never been able to come up with an idea for a good business. I want to start making money some way or the other, but I've never been able to come up with some revenue or the other. This opportunity is for you, okay? Now, if you have an idea, you just wrote the name. Have you heard about people that has 10 ideas, but all of the ideas are just the name? Moving electric bulb. The second idea they wrote down is jumping jack. The third one is floating breeze. Just give an example. And that's where they stopped. Maybe they were going out, it was raining, and they're like, digital umbrella would be a good one. But that's where they stopped. If you have any idea like that, please bring them out, okay? Bring them out because we're about to ideate, all right? So to get you in the mood, I'm going to ask a few questions just to be sure that we are speaking to the right audience. So if you're interested in ideation, which is the creation of ideas and solutions that can be marketable, that can generate profit for you, and you're in the room right now, can you signal by means of hand that, okay, yes, I'm interested in this, or an idea that I'm going to turn into a business, or beyond that, you're already running a business, you have something that you're working on. In the process of this, we're going to be able to come up with ideas that can give you solutions in your business. You're going to come up with ideas that can impact your business, okay? So that's what the whole ideation session is about. So once again, you are welcome as we go right into it. So this ideation session, we're going to start by saying, what is an idea? Right? What is an idea? An idea is a creation of your mind, first and foremost. Now the second question is, how do I create? How do I create? How do I come up with ideas? Where do ideas come from? Where do ideas come from? Ideas come from your everyday engagements. That's what ideas come from. Ideas come from your everyday engagements. Now you're sitting in this room. Someone that is very creative must have observed a loophole already. Must have observed something that can make conferences in Nigeria better. Somebody holding these cameras as a director of photography or so should have been able to encounter a little challenge, or your creativity is supposed to have spurred, and something about using a camera in a different way should have jumped into your mind. So the first place creativity or ideas come from is you accepting
that every individual has the potential to create. Every individual. Every individual can create something. Let me tell you, akara. If you know what akara is, I know the English name. I'm not going to use the English name. If you know what akara is, can I see your hand, please? Does akara drop from the sky like rain? So someone, somewhere, either a person or a group of people or a group came up with an idea that is now getting boring, to just boil the beans and eat it, boil the beans and eat it. Let's do something else with the beans. Let's do something else with the beans. And whether you like it or not, or whether you accept it or not, akara has been here for years, which is also known as the beans cake, right? A bean snack, was a creation of someone's mind. Let's soak it, peel it, blend it, spice it, fry it, or bake it. And do you love it when you're eating it? The question is, all the different meals from different cultures and ethnicities, if nobody was willing to embrace the creations of their mind, you would all be eating the grains as they are and the beef as it is. So whenever you're in the kitchen, engaging food, engaging utensils, you're in an environment or society, you're using products and services, what are you thinking about? Am I just going to use this creation of somebody else's mind, pay for it every single time? How about you have a creation that is in the market today that people are paying for? How about you being the innovator or inventor of a great idea that is changing your financial status? Right? Wealth creation. That's where it starts. So the first place is every individual has the potential to create. And I don't want you to leave this ideation session without an idea. Even if you have 5 ideas up your belt, pick one of them and revolutionize that idea now in this session. If you leave this ideation session without an idea, whether for an existing business that you're running, you're a business person, and no idea comes to your mind, that means you've killed your creative muscle, and your wealth creation opportunity and the opportunities that you may see, you're the one responsible for not having it. Your next groundbreaking idea can take place during this next few minutes. All right? So I hope you have all accepted that you have the potential to create. Second place you start from is, what are you engaged in? What industry are you interested in? So write down your industry. If you're already in business, write down the industry you're playing in. Right? That's the next thing. The industry you're playing in. What industry are you attracted to? What industry catches your attention? What industry would you find yourself in? You have some sort of skill, passion about, affiliation with, or you're doing business with. I hope you've written down the industry, right? Now the next thing you need to do in order for you to create today is, what gap would you like to fill? It doesn't always have to be a problem. Because if there was no lipstick, people would still be living. The lack of lipstick wasn't particularly a problem, but it was a beautifying solution, right? Beauty enhancement. It could be a lifestyle solution. What area are you interested in? Write something down. You need to leave here with a creation. And beyond that, you need to package that creation. Because after this session now, you're going to go and register your ideas. And when you get back, we're going to have a live trade session. And we have a representative, which you have experienced during the panel, from AfriGlocal, who is going to be looking at your idea, your innovation or creation, and whether they're going to invest is all up to you. Now, the reasons why you will not get investment, that's why we said ideas or creations that are ready for the markets. The reasons why you don't get investors, you don't get investment, nobody wants to buy from you, is because you've not put in the work. There's a lot of work to ensure that your creative solution gets a buyer. And at Ideas Marketplace, a buyer is basically the person that's willing to give you some sort of value. So whether it's an investment, a payoff, a licensing fee, you got value, you got money. Yes? From that creation. Are you with me? So now you need to put in the work. These are the areas that interest me. For the very longest of times, I've realized that I like to wash my hands I can't even count how many times I wash my hands in a day. Somebody came up with the hand cream that helps to keep your hands, because your hands can easily dry out. For someone like me, my hands can easily dry out. So washing your hands and washing your hands, before you know it, I start seeing that I have dry skin on my hands if I don't moisturize or at least use Vaseline. Somebody came up with a solution. Probably it was their problem. All right? So you need to put on your creative mind right now. And I'm going to use a case study before we move to the next part. Someone came up with small chops. Do we all know small chops in the house? You know, you cannot deny the fact that you like food. Everybody eats. And every interesting meal that you have today is a creation of somebody's mind. Now, do you know that you can come up with a new, what's it called? Recipe. Recipes are actually sold on Ideas Marketplace. Recipes are intellectual property. Can someone say recipe? All right. The recipes are used in restaurants and all the eateries that you're talking about, from McDonald's to Burger King to you name it, right? Recipes is what makes this chicken taste different from that chicken and that chicken. Now, how many of you can come up with a recipe? I hope you know that akara, the process is the recipe. And put that recipe on a platform and get the most innovative, savvy individual organization to buy that recipe and add it to the list of their foods that they have in their organization. How many of you can do that? How many of you are willing to say, okay, I'm going to sit with a friend, a group, or myself and go online and do the research, and I'm going to come up with something different from rice, just rice. Now look at rice. Rice today, we have fried rice, Chinese rice, jollof rice, curry rice, this rice, that rice. Trust me, it is a creation of the mind. Have you ever cooked a meal that is different from the usual? That recipe needs to be what? Trade secrets, and then put it on a platform and sell it to the world. Okay? Somebody came up with the idea of using paper packs to sell drinks. And their third generation today, I think the third generation currently, are still multi-millionaires, not in naira, in dollars. They're still benefiting from that idea till today. Right? They came up with another solution of how liquid can be packaged and sold. And that's why you now see the pack, the cardboard pack. But it's beyond just a cardboard. There's a layering inside that also has to be health favorable, sustainable. They can't just use any material. They had to do research for that. Okay? And then it also has to be able to stand the test of time. How long can it stand? What are the disadvantages? They did all that work. So are there any scientists in the house? Do you want to collaborate with someone and come up with something? But there are creations. Now, we understand, at Ideas Marketplace, we understand that sometimes if Sakpa is on the go, you won't be able to create. But that's when you're supposed to really be creating. I don't really know what the definition of Sakpa is, but I think it means when you're broke. Is that what it means? It means is the broke, Abby? Sorry, someone should confirm. Good. So someone says, I'm broke. You say I should come and sit down and be creating solution that my fifth generation is going to be eating. If me, I don't eat between today and tomorrow, will I be able to produce any generation? So we understand. And that's why we're working on the Creativity Hub. Our Creativity Hub allows you to drop random ideas. Now, random ideas is flavored water, for example. Now, there are parts of the world where they sell flavored water. So you can have, it has strawberry flavor, And it's for people that want to you want to stop drinking soda. You're done with the sugars. And now I want to be drinking water. But water just doesn't go in my mouth. You know, have you heard people say that I just can't drink water? And someone came up with a solution that is going to be easier for me to drink water if it has the subtle taste of strawberry. If it has the subtle taste of orange or pineapple, then it makes the water easier for me to consume. That was someone's idea. Now, while you're drinking the water and it wasn't going, or maybe one day you used the blender or a container that had a flavor in it, you put water in it, you drank it, it's like, this thing is tasting like orange. And it makes it easy to drink this water. And then the idea came. Now, Ideas Marketplace is putting something down that you can share random ideas. What did I call it? Random ideas. You drop it on the platform. Organizations that are subscribed on the platform can pick up these ideas. And once people begin to like your idea, it automatically generates revenue for you. So what's more fascinating than borrowing urgent 2K when you can earn urgent 2K? Doesn't it sound cool? That now I'm thinking every day, I'm engaging life every day, and I can drop my random ideas and earn from them on that platform just by people liking and using those random ideas. Now, those ones do not need to go through the process of creation like what we're doing right now. But when you want to sell an idea to an organization, when you want to sell an idea that look, the truth of the matter is we can't focus on SACPA only and not create. That means you don't want to leave the situation that you're in. But if you really want to build, create wealth, and expand and move from that situation into a better situation, then you need to learn to start creating for your present and for your future. Do you agree? So we talked about food, we talked about akara, we talked about small chops. These are creations of what are you planning to create today, right? Now the next thing is you've written down the industry, you have a name for the idea that you're thinking about. The next thing that you need to do is due diligence. And how do you do that? The internet has made that easy for you. Now beyond the internet, there are legal houses. When I say legal houses, law firms that might be willing. At Ideas Marketplace, we have something called Ideas Mentors. What an Ideas Mentor does for you is they advise you whether you're still in the cloud, in the real world, or you're still deceiving yourself. Come back. Come. We said be creative, but we didn't say, do you understand what I mean? An Ideas Mentor will help you bring it back home. Now, what you're going to experience with an Ideas Mentor is something you're having an experience with right now. Now, we're asking you, what solution would your idea want to produce? Or what solution does it want to provide? It has to provide a solution for it to be able to be accepted. It's either solving a problem or creating some sort of experience. Like I said earlier, it might not be solving a problem, but it might be a beauty enhancement idea. It might be a lifestyle enhancement idea, okay? It might even be addressing the problem of too much stress, so now let's go into comedy. It's somebody's idea. The lady that said she sings. Imagine back when the comedy industry was not yet embraced. And someone just woke up and he found out that, let me look at myself very well. What is my skill? What's my talent? I make people laugh. You know, the kind of SACPA that would have held that person at that time would be immeasurable. Because people are like, you make people laugh. I make people laugh. I make my children laugh. I make my friends laugh. But the person went further and said, let's create an industry of this. Let's organize events where people can pay for me to make them laugh. Now today, as a comedian, are you seeing comedians in the world, like globally right now? Do you know what that industry has become? It was people that sat down and said, let's create. So tell your neighbor, let's create. Let's do what? Embrace creativity. You can walk out of this place with a solution for the organization that is next door to you. Now, the beautiful thing is that it might not be easy for you to get access to that organization to tell them that, hey, Samsung, guess what? I have a product improvement idea on one of your products. Do you want to buy it? But now there's a platform you can put that idea on and reach out to Samsung on that platform. Is that interesting? So first and foremost, now you have the industry, the solution you want to create, the name of the idea, right? Now, you need to do due diligence. You might not be able to do that right here in this room, but write it down. Due diligence is for you to research. Is it a first of a kind idea? Your idea might be so novel, so beautiful, in your head, you think you're the first. Now I'm talking from experience. I engage my product very well. So I create on a constant. And I use my personal challenges, my immediate family challenges, my business challenges to come up with solutions. And when they come to your mind, you're like, wow, to yourself. Only for you to go on the internet and you're shocked. 15 people have even produced, is even a product in the market. In fact, it's on Amazon for sale. It's on Amazon for sale. All right? So due diligence, very important. There was a young man that asked a question, and he said initially when his idea came up, he didn't know anybody else had it. He did due diligence, and he found it in 3 countries. Funny enough, it might even be more than 3. If he further does that, yes, and Ideas Mentors can help you with that. There are organizations that can help you with that, but the internet is also there for you to do that yourself. All right? Next thing you want to do is, who is the market? Who are the guys that are going to buy this? Look for your buyer yourself. We're saying that there's a platform for you to upload your ideas and all that. It doesn't say that we're going to look for buyers for you. Hopefully there are buyers that are signed up on the platform. While we're creating awareness and making it a public thing, you also need to look for the buyers. So, for example, we currently have an idea on the platform that is a home management tool, right? I'm not going to give you any more information than that, because when you go to the platform, for you to view an idea, just by going in automatically, you're already signing some agreements that protect the idea. Now, that idea can actually stand on its own, but she was like, you know what? Let this idea go off the market faster. Let me look for organizations that would love to buy this from me. And she found a specific organization that has a similar product, but doesn't have the features that she came up with. That's a product improvement idea. Now, the beautiful thing is that you can even tag them. Even if they're not on the platform, you can tag them. There was a Nigerian young man in the United States of America. He came up with an idea for an electrical digital bag that does all solutions, answers all questions, and then he tagged the buyer. And the buyer said they're not interested. Only for them to go up maybe like 3 weeks later, or I don't know, I can't remember how much time, maybe 8 weeks, and go and start patenting idea that you say you're not interested in. And they took ownership of the idea. And then the guy started ranting and all that. And I said, they said you should use Ideas Marketplace. You are too... So anyway, back to what we're saying. Your idea, you can tag people. Now, how do you tag them? All you need to do is share the link from your idea to the specific organization. And all these organizations have their specific, they have their different representatives online. In fact, you'll be surprised that the CEOs, the decision makers are online. Tag them. Tell them, we have the next catchy, and we're there for you, so we'll help you. We can guide you at Ideas Marketplace. Don't put out the whole idea. Don't say, my idea is to help water do X, Y, Z, X, Y, Z. No, no, no. Just say, we have a brilliant idea that will revolutionize the water industry. Gege. So that's the Gege aspect. Look for your buyers, okay? And look for a way to build around what they're already building. Now, let me tell you, as a creative, one of the things that I've had to do over the years is do polls, understand the industry where I play, and how can I use what I have to serve an idea to this industry. Now, long before Ideas Marketplace came into existence, I would put something together called a proposal, right? I'll package the proposal, put it in slides, and start looking for how to get an opportunity to present it to the organization to which I built the idea for. I go online, I check what they're selling, how well they're selling, what's their target, how far have they met their target, what did they do last year, how can I come in, what idea can I bring to the table that I'm going to tell this organization that I know your target. In 2009, I came up with a proposal, and let me tell you something. I was in Sakpa. I don't know how to put it, but I'm trying to bring it home. I was also in that place where you are looking for money now. Okay? So don't say, this session is not for me. I want money tomorrow. Even if you get a job, you will collect your salary at the end of the month, now, isn't it? No matter how hungry you are, you will work your whole full month and get your salary. So we're saying, get creative now so that you can put an end to Sakpa in the next few days, months, or years, right? I came up with a solution. What did I do? I went to go and do research, what they're selling now, how can I use what they're selling to help them achieve their goal, but how can I interweave my area of expertise or in the industry, okay? So the next thing you need to do is ask yourself, who am I going to sell this idea to? Now, the beautiful thing is that we have AfriGlocal on ground. They are not specifically going to buy, they're not saying there's a specific idea they want to buy or they want to invest in or acquire. But they're saying it has to be brilliant in 1, 2, 3, 4 aspects. And there are so many organizations, investors, and buyers like that all over the world, everywhere. The question is, what are you creating? Now, at the end of this session, which is going to round up in about 4 minutes, I'm going to take one person who has brought a phenomenal idea out of this session, and we're going to reward them. Okay? So, your idea must be ready by the time we're done. You give us the name, industry, the solution is providing, who is the market, the targets. You might not be able to have done all your due diligence now, but you're obviously going to be able to go and build up on that idea after this session. Now, if you've got it together to an extent whereby we know that, yes, you have an idea, then you will get our reward for today. Now, where are we now? You've done your due diligence. You know the market that you're solving the problem for. Right? Yeah, you have a question at the end of the session. Okay. So, you know the market you're solving for. Is it for ladies? Is it for men? Is it for thirst? Is it meeting the area of mental health issues? Because a comedian can tell you that we're helping you to ease tension. Come to the comedy night and laugh away your sorrows. Beyond just laughing away your sorrow, because truth is, if there's a problem at home, after the comedy session is still at home. The laughter there is not going to kill the situation. But science has proven that people that laugh and stress being reduced can save you from so many diseases. I hope you know that. And that laughing every single day, belly laughs, have the tendency to keep you looking younger and stronger and even keep diseases away. Laughter also has a way, well, I'm helping the comedy market, I don't sell in it, but it has a way of keeping families together. I remember, I'm going to give this example and I'm going to proceed. There was a couple on the verge of divorce. They went to go and see the marriage counselor, and the marriage counselor said, guess what? For the next 30 days, don't talk about the problem. You can go ahead with the divorce, but I want you guys to do something. Every night, for 30 minutes to 1 hour, I want you guys to watch comedy together. You see, by the time they started laughing together every night, before 30 days, they were able to resolve all their problems. They were able to remember the reasons why they liked each other and loved each other. That's the power of being able to understand what your industry has to bring to the table, what your solution has to bring to the table. Initially, it might not make sense to anybody, but you have the assignment to prove. That's why while you're doing your due diligence, you come up, research will help you to find the reasons why it's important. How can comedians be so, that industry is a multi-million-dollar industry globally. True or false? Like comedy movies are doing, some people can't even watch a movie, it doesn't have comedy. Like, you almost have to put a little bit of comedy, even in a horror movie. And then you see it selling out really, really fast. If you want to pack out a hall now, just tell them it's comedy. And comedians are coming. And look, when the comedians come, look at the cars that they arrive in. Then you will understand that an industry that does not make any sense at its initial stage, if it's given the work and creativity that is required, can become a multi-million-dollar industry. Ask your neighbor, what are you creating? What are you creating? Are you a chef? Are you a caterer, a baker? What industry are you in? What new recipe have you brought to the industry? It's just bread, cake, bread. Even the cakes, they have so many different recipes for cakes because people were willing to create. Any baker in the house? Can you raise up your hand very well? Before you leave this ideation session, you must come up with a new recipe. You've already gotten it, right? Coconut cake, coconut fudge pie. What's your name, please? Pardon? Okay, I can't hear her. Can someone? Yes, I heard Esther, but you mentioned your surname as well, yeah? Okay, Esther Kede. So you can come up with a recipe called Estery cakes, right? Or the Estery recipe. Yes? You can come up with a recipe called, now it's made up of what? Okay. Fantastic. Don't share your whole solution here. There's other caterers in the house. Just write it. Then keep your recipe secret. That's a trade secret. But trust me, you got me already because I love cinnamon. Any cinnamon lovers in the house? Oh, cinnamon. Look, the smell of cinnamon makes my day. Like I'm moody and I just put some cinnamon inside hot water and start boiling it. And then I go to the kitchen and it starts smelling across the building. And I'm feeling better. If cinnamon makes your day, then you need to get connected. So you see what I'm saying? Now she's already coming up with the idea. Please go and flesh it out. Yeah? Do you want to give us a little more brief about it?
Well, it would be something like red velvet, but not red velvet.
Something that?
It would have a different color, just like how red velvet, you know, is always red.
Fantastic. All right, don't give us too much more. A round of applause for her. That's what ideation is all about. So get something that's going to change your experience. You're going forward from here with a creative solution. You can even take it back to your existing business. So you've been doing business this way before. Now just allow yourself think a little bit out of the box based on the session that's going on. And we're rounding up in about 2 minutes. So first thing we did was every individual has the potential to create. Second thing we did was, what's your area or industry of interest? Third, what's the name of what you're about to produce? What's that thing that keeps coming back to your mind? So I have something, one of my very interesting creations that I know has the potential to make me really rich, and it's called the driver's assistant. Knock yourself out. I'm not going to give you any details. You want to know what it's about? You go to Ideas Marketplace to go and check. You can start thinking. You can even create your own driver's assistant idea now. It's just that it cannot match my blueprint. Impossible, right? But that, you can begin to think, what can she have thought about? What is a driver's assistant? Well, it's an application, and that's where I stop. Now, what are you creating? What's the area or industry that you are passionate about? Are you a consultant, a coach? Are you a well-being, whatever? Are you a, what do they call this, trainer that trains people? You've been using other people's training techniques all your trainee career. You've been using the dumbbells. Somebody else like you thought of the dumbbell. And then the treadmill and all the others. Where's your own uncle trainer in the house? Uncle trainer, where did you come? What's your creative solution that people are paying for all over the world that's bringing you revenue? Instead, you say, I don't have clients, I don't have clients. You don't have clients because you refuse to be creative. Tell your neighbor, let's create. Then we got to the part where you find your market. Who's going to buy this from me? Who needs this? Who are the people that need it? Now, funny enough, your market might already be in existence. So you saw the problem and you created a solution for that problem. But let me tell you, there are actually problems in existence that the people that are experiencing that problem don't even know they have that problem. And then the minute someone comes up with that solution, they're like, oh, really? Like spa. Before the spa came, nobody would have known that, okay, there can be a place that they're going to massage this particular place. In fact, there's something called acupuncture. Somebody can say it for me. Acupuncture. Somebody researched and found out. Before that person came up with that solution, I'm telling you, a lot of people did not know there was anything like that. Then they will now explain it to you. And then you will now know that you have that problem and you need to use this solution. Do you agree with me? Absolutely. So let's create. If you are not writing anything, unfortunately, this is the much. Don't say I didn't help you. All right. And then finally, when you know the market, how are you going to introduce this to the market? Now, there are platforms that have been created, but beyond that, trust me, even if you put your idea on a platform like Ideas Marketplace, you don't stop there. You need to talk about it. You can have a blog. Focus on telling people that there's a need. Then end your discussion. Maybe you have a 15 minutes talk that you do on YouTube every Friday. I'm giving you ideas now. Now talk about the situation of, if you're a comedian, what spice do you want to? Somebody came up with film. Somebody came up with stand-up comedy. Someone came up with comics, the books that you read, imagine. But the years of comics are now fading, but yeah. Someone came up with it. What do you want to bring to your industry? And then how do you want to make the market know that it's available? So even if it's on a platform to be sold, start talking about the problem and then conclude that discussion by saying, and I have the solution. And you can find the solution on XYZ. You can introduce it to the public by saying, for example, to me, assistant driver is targeted at the automobile tech industry. Like I said, knock yourself out. I know you're already thinking, what's she talking about? Focus on your idea. Focus on your industry. Get creative and then introduce it to the market. Now you're going to have to do due diligence. It depends on the number of hours and the amount of time you are willing to give to your idea for it to become different. Now when you do due diligence, you're now going to see people that have your similar idea. But do something different to it. That's how come we now have electric cars. That's where it came from. Were cars electric in the beginning? No. In fact, there were no 8-cylinder cars in the beginning. In fact, there were no 6-cylinder. It started from 4 cylinders, if I'm not wrong. It's not really my area, but based on research. And yes, 8-cylinder cars. What are you bringing that is different? It could even still be akara, but akara made from oats. I actually saw moi moi made from oats on the internet. That person did not know that that was intellectual property, that she just did everything on the internet like that. That's a trade secret. It's a recipe that she could have sold to an organization that's already into attending to meals. So that brings us, well, in a few minutes we'll be ending the ideation session. If you have been inspired to create anything new, additional, or improve a product, can I see your hand, please? Okay, fantastic. Now, we're going to have a few people share. Don't give out all the details, though, because as you're giving it out, somebody else is writing your idea, and the person might even have resources. So the next 1 week, you see your idea is in the market. It's not my fault. So listen now. If you have any idea, tell us the name. I told you the name of mine. That's not the only one, but that's one of the ideas that I have. It's called Driver's Assistant, and I told you that it's a digital platform. It's an app that can be used in the automobile tech industry. Okay? Existing automobile technology can use it. They can get it as a product improvement idea, or an entrepreneur or a business owner that wants to start a complete different business altogether can actually buy it and start that business and execute it. What's the creation that you have? So what you're going to tell us when you come forward, yes, is the name of the idea, which can easily be changed. You can always change it. I can change my name of my idea from driver's assistant to assistant driver. Yes, you can always change the name. So you're going to say the name of the idea, the industry it plays in, and say something genge. Learn to play around with words. Look, that's what social media has done to you. Everybody is an influencer. What does influence mean? Everybody's a content creator. It's about being creative. You want people to engage something that you put online. Give it a opening, a 3-liner, a catchy phrase, revolutionizing the automobile tech industry. Everybody's like, gang, gang. So when you come forward, that's what you're going to tell us. Now, this is real life. As much as I'm trying to make it interesting, And one of the things that I work by is work should not be stressful. Life is beautiful. Get creative and innovative. Don't die in the process. That's why you see whenever I'm engaging you, I'm very lively about it. But at the same time, it is a very, very important aspect for me. One of the things that I believe strongly is that a lot of people are going through poverty and challenging situations and circumstances because they've not been able to understand that I have the potential to create something that will change my life and the lives of my family members, my economy, society, or a targeted group of people that probably have a challenge that you've experienced. Maybe it's abused girls or boys, whether it's single mothers, whatever it is that you're passionate about, you have the potential to create that change. All you need to do is put a few hours to work. So as much as I'm making this a lively session, it's a very important session that has the ability to change your life and the life of all the people around you. Thank you very much. So I want those 3 or 4 people to come forward. If you're willing to share, just come forward. Thank you. No, it's just 4 people. Once you have 4, stop them, please. We can't take more than 4. Just 4. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4. You see why I spoiled my face now? Can somebody tell me the reason why I spoiled my face? 1 male, 2 male, 3 male, 4 male, and I said just 4. Then the 5th female that was going to finally come is the 5th person that's going to make me have to bend to have her. Ladies in the house, are you kidding me right now? Like you're not creating. I even use akara, cake, moi moi, all those things, and you don't even have to do that. We can be tech, we can be, come on guys. Yes, Joy. Yes, we can take questions. Okay.
They told us to put down our name, so I wanted to confirm if this is this.
Okay, they put down their names, right?
Yeah, you said we are going to give us an opportunity to pitch our idea.
Sorry, they're going to give you what?
You said you're going to give us an opportunity to pitch our idea, and we should put down our
Okay, so you
name.
put down your names. That's why you came out last. Yeah. Thank you for defending that. So are these the people that put down their names? How many names do you have? How many names do you have? Oh, just 2 names. And who are the 2? Yeah, because I didn't give that information. Just my team trying to work with me. So but that's fine. Who's the second person that's not here? Okay. Did you write down anything? Okay, they can do it in 1 minute. We can give them 1 minute each, yeah? Absolutely. Because immediately after this, there's going to be registration at the Ideas Marketplace stand with NCC, right? And that's going to take you about 15 minutes. And when we come back, we're going to have a live trade session. Anybody that has ideas in the house, please meet the team members to drop your ideas for the live trade session. You need to, when you come to this type of conference, go back with small money. So you just might be lucky to get some investment, all right? And we also have a raffle draw for you, so you're going to win some cash before you leave here. Those are the few things that are left to be done. So please give them the microphone in no particular order. Yeah, no, but... Yeah,
Okay, thank you.
Let's start from there so it can be order, yeah. Okay, so then let her come here.
Okay, thank you so much.
Sorry, just come here so that you can pass the microphone accordingly. Yeah, 1 minute, please.
Okay, thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you to Global Tech Africa for this opportunity. My name is Vera Okuwa. I am the brains behind the Gates Homes, all right? So the Gates Homes is a website whereby property owners get to list their properties on our website. Property owners get to list their properties, their apartments on our website. And with that, they get to book. People get to book online. For example, this meeting is running for days, and we have dignitaries that flew in from outside the country or even from other states. So most people don't like the idea of hotels anymore. So they book apartments where they are able to make their own food, feel a sense of home, away from home experience. So that's what our website is currently building. Secondly, I am into the Web3 space, so I have friendship and relationship with some people in the tech space as well. So we are currently at the moment, we made use of blockchain as one of our payment gateways. So we are partnering currently with Stellar Blockchain as one of our payment gateways, where people get to pay for their apartments through crypto. I have a friend outside in Cyprus. He was trying to buy.
Thank you very much.
Thank you
One
so
minute.
much.
So, can I ask you a question? Was that idea created in this, or was it enhanced in this session?
Okay, it's an idea that it's currently running, but it was kind of enhanced as you were speaking. Thank
All right,
you, Ma.
fantastic. Okay, so we want to hear the enhancements that you got. What came to mind during the session? All right, thank you.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Estelle KJ, and the name of my idea is Rapple. So, and it's into the e-commerce industry. So, during the ideation section, I just thought of the fact that some of the supermarkets that we shop from have challenges in the sense that they don't have where they put their groceries, unlike we as the consumers, we don't even know what's available and what's not available. So Rapple is to help them, give them a platform to just put their website and put their inventory. So you're going to shop and you know what is available in the shop before even going there. And apart from that, it would work with logistics and the delivery service to help give perform delivery to different.
Sorry, 1 minute, you're done, right? All right, so we're listening, we're going to vote. Your enhancements idea. That was enhancement that you shared, right? The addition to what you already have. Fantastic.
Good afternoon. My name is Babawale Aduroja. I want to thank the facilitators of the program, and I want to present a creative. I'm going to give a tip. It's related to environment, more like taking responsibility on the environment in the areas of horticulture and responsibility in terms of fully corporate socially, and making, secondary school students aware of kind of cleanliness.
Yeah, so he's trying to confine information at the same time encourage you. Thank you very much. Did that idea come up here, or was it enhanced here?
I have presented it in a forum before,
okay,
but it wasn't recommended.
Okay.
Yeah.
During this ideation session, were you able to do anything to help that idea be better?
Not yet.
Okay, so that's what you're supposed to be here for. All right, thank you very much. Next person. Thank you.
Good day, everyone. My name is Abdulmajid Sisi Adam.
Okay.
The
name of the idea?
Name of my idea is a telemedicine platform. Telemedicine platform.
Sorry, I can't hear him. I'm sorry. Telemedicine.
Yes.
Fantastic. Sorry about that. Go ahead.
All right. So our target is hospitals, patients, and clinics. The solution we offer is live consultation, because we've seen...
What's the enhancement? Was that idea birthed during this session?
No.
What's the enhancement? What addition did you make to that idea during this ideation session?
Actually, we just started I just started the project, so...
Yeah, I know. But the ideation session was for you to have more ideas as to build it, package it more?
Yeah, actually.
Did anything happen like that during the session?
No.
Okay, so that's what you're out here for. Next person. Thank you. Clap for him, please. Well, thank you for taking out, to come out here. All right.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Justice Orogo. I'm a software engineer, and I have a background in frying akara, actually. So when she mentioned akara, I just kind of connect to what I was doing back then, and that was how I just came up with this idea. So the name of my idea is called Akara Ninja. So, and it plays in the industry of agriculture, right? So what does Akara Ninja do? So Akara Ninja is going to be like providing affordable breakfast for early risers, right?
Are you giving us the whole detail of the idea? Don't give us all, because you see Akara Ninja tomorrow, just tomorrow, no. All right, so just give us a little bit. Who's the target audience? Don't give us more information.
So
you
the
have
target
that.
audience is women, because I
Just
see that
women?
when I was frying akara for my madam, she's the one that has to do it.
I love it.
All of that, and I saw that this idea can be replicated in different parts of Nigeria.
All right.
Right? From one state to the other, one city to the other, one town to the other, one village to the other.
And all that, you wrote all that down during the session?
Yes.
Fantastic. I love it. All right, a round of applause for you. And then the last person. Yeah, we got it. We got it. We got you. Did you get him? Do you need more? It's only if you want to go and replicate the idea that you need more. We're okay. Give him the microphone. Clap for him. He's all right.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah.
All right, good evening, everyone. All right, so my name is Gideon Filani, and this solution is basically for any and everyone who is in the marketing and comms industry. This particular project will solve two problems. It's going to make sure that you have more time to do a lot more. Let me give an example. We all use ChatGPT here, right? So if you're a content creator, what can ChatGPT do for you? If a social media manager, what would ChatGPT do for you? Now imagine ChatGPT was created by a Nigerian with an African outlook. Thank you very much for that.
Okay, was that idea birthed in this session?
Yes, it was built here and enhanced here.
Fantastic. Built and hatched here. Interesting. A round of applause for them. And now we're just going to get you to vote. So if the best, we have number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We would have used the voting poll, but there's no time. So we're just going to do it manually, right? Guys, please, can you pay attention? That's team members. If number 1 is the best idea, that was enhanced here, during this ideation session, that person used their creative mind, they engaged their creativity. Raise your hand up, please. Okay, number 2. Number 2. Number 3. Number 4. No, he's number 5. Number 5. Oh my goodness. And number 6. Number 6 too. Okay, so we have a tie. We have a tie. The rest of you can go and sit down. Thank you very much. Confusion AI. And you thought of that name during this ideation session?
That happened here.
And then you thought of Akara Naija during this ideation session. Fantastic. And the names are even really strong. Akara Naija is national. And then we have Confusion AI. That's going to help you to solve problems across board. So we're going to vote again. If it's Confusion AI for you, raise up your hand, even if you chose him before. But now we need to get a winner. And so the winner, if it's Akara Naija, so we're going to Confusion AI first. If it's Confusion AI, raise up your hand. If it's Akara Naija, can you raise up your hand? All right, a round of applause for Akara Naija. All right, thank you very much, Confusion AI. So Akara Naija, you're going to wait back with us. We're going to work with you. Ideas Marketplace will work with you. Flesh out that idea, package it. You get the opportunity to meet possible investors, to sit on different opportunities to enhance the idea and get all the support from Ideas Marketplace. And also, we're going to treat you to some African meal. So my team members there, just meet my team member, and they're going to give you a 5,000 naira package for something African Niger this afternoon. Thank you very much. Let's give a round of applause to African Niger. Take all his details. We're going to work with you, and by the grace of God, you're all going to be engaging Akara Niger in a short period from now. A round of applause for him once again. All right, so right about now, the NCC is at the Ideas Marketplace stand. We have people here, so just meet them. There'll be registrations live if you have those ideas. The first 10 will be free of charge if it falls into the copyrighted category. Yeah? And if you have those ideas already, you can just go with the team members that you see Ideas Marketplace on. Take a break. Don't go and walk away, because when you come back, AfriGloco is present on ground. They want to give you money. Now, like I said, 6 people came out, 1 person was embraced. All of you can come out. We're not 100% sure what's going to happen, but just take a 15-minute break and we will be right back. You can even engage me in that 15 minutes. You can engage my team members. You can ask questions. You can network. Take the opportunity to move around, but come back. And in 15 minutes, you can sit down and you don't want to go anywhere. You can use that to answer the people that have been calling you since morning on your phone. All right? We'll be right back. Am I audible? Ladies and gentlemen, all right. All right, you're welcome back to the final session for this evening. After this session, what we're going to just be doing is a little bit of games where you can win some cash, where you can have Akara Niger on your way out. Yeah, something like that. It's just going to be a raffle draw. Yeah, so that's what's going to happen. That's the games we're talking about. We're going to ask a few questions as well. And the winners too is just going to be cash prizes altogether. But this session that we're about to go into is our live ideation session. Now, the live ideation session is a representation of what happens on the platform. Now, you can trade your ideas in different ways. Outrightly sell off the idea. And we're talking, when we say ideas, we're talking about even designs. So if you're a graphic designer, you can sell your designs, all right? Because there are organizations that we're signing up on the platform that will request for such solutions. Now, your design is also intellectual property, and it can be registered under the NCC, which is it can be copyrighted or trademarked. It depends on what kind of design it is, right? It could just be a script. Ideas are in different categories. Once you put it on the platform, you should be able to see a buyer that is interested in it to use it for whatever it is they need it for in their industry. One thing we want you to know is that it's your responsibility to make these ideas marketable, whereby buyers are attracted. I'll give you an example. Airbnb, when they started, people were not taking the homes. First of all, they had the issues with trust. When they were able to surmount that, people were like, I'll open my home for a stranger to come and live in my home, or just to take the room. No, that's not going to happen. But gradually, when people started testing it, it became accepted. But one of the challenges they realized was that when people take the pictures of the apartment and put it on the platform, people would just go by. So they started training or teaching their users. Make it look attractive. Talk about the benefits of the apartment. In fact, they went as far as having collaborations in different cities in the United States of America with the best photographers that can help to take pictures of your apartment in a strategic way that would automatically attract a user. And so this place looks nice, it looks comfortable, it looks clean, it looks, you know, cozy or presentable for whatever the person wanted to get the apartment for. So it's your responsibility. The platform has been created. Opportunities are everywhere. AfriGlocal is here with us today, and they're going to be looking at the ideas. I can't force them to buy the ideas. We can't force any buyer to buy or invest in any idea. What have you put together? So while you're being creative, you can go an extra mile. Okay? And AfriGlocal actually has an accelerator that helps you to go through that accelerator, and then your idea is more marketable. Now you stand the chances, higher chances of getting an investment. So today, we just have 2 ideas. And I've been saying over and over again that if you have ideas for this session, come and drop it, okay? And we only have 2. And that even makes it good because it's been a long day and we want to make the representation. AfriGlocal has the 2 ideas right now and has been through those ideas. Are they buying? Are they acquiring? It's up to them to say. And we're going to invite the representative. She's the managing partner of AfriGlocal, and she's going to come and tell us which of these ideas she's interested in buying, acquiring, or investing in whatever category. But while we wait for that, I want to quickly show you something. Can you show us a representation of the template on Ideas Marketplace? Were you able to get that for me? Just briefly. It's just going to take 1 minute. It's just going to take 1 minute for you to put it on the screen, and I want you to run through it. Because, okay, is this the best that you could get? All right, so, oh my. Can you make it bigger? So here you see, this is something you're going to encounter when you go to Ideas Marketplace. I can't even see it myself. It says create your idea. Then it says select the industry. Okay, scroll down. Thank you. Better. To the top. To the top. Okay, so it says create your idea. The next thing it says select idea type. Now please select your idea type. If you click on that, it's going to give you different categories of what your idea is. Then after that, it says select your industry. What this template does, it helps you to translate that idea from your head to paper. Then it says idea title. When I was doing the ideation session, I asked you, what's the name of your idea? For example, Akara Niger. Nice name, yeah? Thank you for giving us something to work with. Business potential. Scroll down. Now, this is where you need to do your research, due diligence. If possible, you can even get with a consultant. This is where you need to encourage the buyer. This is your jurisdiction. Ideas Marketplace is not going to do this for you. You can reach out to us. We have an ideas mentor that can take you through some mentorship and help you with the idea. We also have an ideation session that we run every single month. What we do at the ideation session now, you can engage the ideas mentors. They're going to teach you, talk about your idea, meet other creatives like you. So you can sign up on the community group. I don't know, how can we get them to sign up on the community group? I don't know, but you can meet anybody wearing this t-shirt. Scroll down. Technical summary. Technical summary is more like the blueprint of how this thing is going to work. I'm not taking an idea for you. For example, if you tell me you've created a prototype of a mechanical, a mechanical model, some sort of model, maybe whatever model it is, and it's mechanical, it's going to have its formula, all the mechanical formulas that you're going to put together to make it work. An engineer is going to see that, what's it called? Formula, and he's going to know that this is a brilliant job. So if you're a quack engineer, you put YO formula there, nobody's going to buy it. Do you understand what I'm saying? And if it's an agricultural solution, like a fertilizer, or some sort of medical solution, the blueprint is going to be required there. That's why the platform is legally protected. Okay? Scroll down. Now this link is a link to your website, if you already have one, or other documents. So do you have exclusive right over the idea? Yes or no? Exclusive right means, is it rightfully yours and yours only, or you're a group? The next one is the idea registered? Yes or no? Reason why you have yes or no is because we allow you to upload unregistered ideas, and we partner with you to go through the registration process, but there's a fee for that. So we take a commission after the idea has been sold. The platform gets its own commission. Why am I showing you this? Because these are part of the things that buyers look at, and the fact that you've even filled this to the end still doesn't mean the buyer will be convinced. That's your assignment. We've created the platform. It's your assignment to do your due diligence, do your research, and put in real-to-life solutions that can be used in the business world. All right? Is the idea published or unpublished? Your registration number of the idea, where it has been registered, is required for confirmation. And our legal partners will be able to confirm if the idea is actually yours or not, because all we need to do is check if it's registered, and they know how to do that. Scroll down. What area does the registration cover? All right? If you heard the member of the NCC representative, she talked about it's a bundle of rights. When you say something's copyrighted, it covers so many areas. Then it asks you your selling price. The cost of your idea is your jurisdiction. You know the work that you put in. Imagine if you come with a mechanical solution to build a new car, and you're willing to sell that whole blueprint to a Tesla, a Mercedes, or Toyota. Do you know the kind of work that's going to go into that? It could be $1 million. That's your call. The valuation of your idea, the cost of your idea is your jurisdiction. And then additional information. Scroll down, please. Scroll all the way down. Additional information, upload pictures of the idea, and then any other file that you want to attach to further convince the buyer of the idea. Thank you very much. You can return it back. So this is what you will encounter when you get to the platform.
For example, if you are not ready, by the time you get to a particular place, you will know that you are not ready. And then you go back and get ready, prepare yourself, get all the information and the answers, and put the idea up there. Some of you already have these answers as we're speaking now. While some of you need to do 2 hours of research to get all your answers correctly, some need 1 week of research, and some need 1 year. But today, we're going to have a live representation of what it means to sell an idea. 2 ideas have been given to us. AfriGlocal has looked at those ideas. They're going to tell us, I don't even know the results. Whether they're interested in buying or not, I don't know. But she's going to come forward, tell us the one they're interested in, and in what way they want to trade the idea, either acquire or invest, and then what's going to happen after. She'll tell us the reason why she has chosen this idea. So you will learn. Take minutes while she's talking. Then the one that was not chosen, the reason why it wasn't chosen. And the owners of the ideas, are you in the house? You just might be the one to go away with an investment opportunity from the Ideas Marketplace Ideation Conference. Without further ado, let us please welcome our very delectable Mrs. Mokpe Abudu of AfriGlocal. A round of applause, please. Enjoy this session.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Can you hear me? Yes. All right. First of all, can we all just stand up and just stretch? Because I'm sure you've all been sitting down. Can we just stand up and stretch, you know? Because I also need you to be energized to hear. Put your hands up, sideways, down. All right. And then twist. All right, thank you so much. Thanks. All right. Okay, I know it's been a very long day, a lot of mental stimulation, a lot of information has been shared. But what we're talking about today is extremely important if you want to move away from a stagnant position of having ideas and you really want to breathe life into these ideas. So what we've been learning about today is that even ideas have value, but you can only crystallize that value if you do some level of activities. And what we've been learning, you know, throughout today, first of all, is to protect it, make sure it's registered. But even after that, what should you do? How do you really make sure that this idea is worth something that someone else will part money with? And you know, the two ideas that have been presented to me, you know, are both on the way. And what I'll be sharing with you is perceptions that you need to understand about how to sell this idea. So we have two ideas that have been presented to me, and I'm going to share with you the kind of things that we will be looking out for. So I am here in the capacity of being an investor. And an investor, first of all, is intentional about, is this something that will sell? Is this something that would continually be of interest to the market that they want to serve? And at the same time, is it commercial enough? Is it something that will engage people enough to part away with their hard-earned money? Investors are not in the business of sycophancy. You understand what I mean by sycophancy? In fact, I tell people, if we go to our social media and you have 1,000 likes, but you don't have 1 naira or $1 in your bank, are those sycophants or are those customers? What will you call those likes? Are they customers or are they sycophants? They're sycophants. So it's not bad to have sycophants, but if you actually want to move away from that area to become a business owner, you need to make sure that your customers are ready to part with money. So I have 2 great ideas here. And I'll just share with you some of the insights that I see. So the first one is a business that is talking about a problem between people who want to access homes to rent and the trouble they find in getting these properties. So a problem statement has been provided, and the problem statement talks about people being scammed. It talks about people paying rent twice because the property owners haven't been verified for some reason. So his solution, or her solution, I'm not really sure who it is talking about AI chat box to provide a gap between the communication between the person who is renting and the person who wants to rent it out. And the only product features that are talked about are an AI chat box, a mobile-friendly interface, and some secure payments. Now, what is very important when you have an idea is really doing more than just stating an obvious problem. You must really be able to link your problem to the solution that you're providing in a very succinct but very well articulated manner. In this particular case, they have listed out in bullet points some solutions, but I still feel a little bit lost in terms of how the solutions would really solve the problem. And is this problem so big that just providing an AI chat box, would it dissipate this problem? Are there some other hidden issues that we really should be aware about that would mean this idea has the potential to even grow further? So this idea for me is still scratching the surface. It has potential, but at this stage, it still needs some real thought to go through. And I'll give whoever sent this idea a few areas to think about. Caroline had just spoken about Uber. About Airbnb. Now, let's just take that as a solution. Airbnb is still solving the problem of people not being able to get the right kind of rental homes. But the creativity within that area is that rather than getting a full apartment, you have people who may just need a room, who may just need an apartment for maybe 2 days rather than a whole year. Didn't we have the issues where you had to pay 1 whole year upfront? Now, not everybody has the financial capacity or the liquidity to put down a whole year's rent. So what Airbnb was solving were people who may not have the financial capacity, people who may not be in need of a full apartment and may just need, a property. It also solved the issue of maybe you even wanted to have a roommate where you could split the bills. So I'm bringing out these kind of solutions because when you have an idea, you need to really think about what makes your idea different from every other person. So this idea still needs quite a bit of massaging. It still needs something that would be the secret sauce. And this would be very interesting to an investor. Now, if they're going to use technology, what exactly is technology going to do? Again, I will refer to that Airbnb. If you've ever had to, book a room on Airbnb, there is a chat option. But guess what? They would even tell you how quick the renter person would respond. They would probably say this person responds, normally within 10 minutes or 1 day or 24 hours. So you might be in a desperate position and you don't want to start engaging with someone who takes 2 weeks to respond to you. So they have created an option, not just a chat box, but an opportunity that even gives you insights into how that conversation will go through. So enhancing your idea, showing nuggets of information that distinguishes your solution from anybody else is extremely important. And it attracts investors, it attracts partners, it attracts other people who may want to support this idea or buy this idea. Now, the second project that we had was a project that was talking about the issue of being able to buy groceries because of the difficulty of time, access, and not being able to get your preference. Now, I'm stressing that because this solution is identifying the fact that the target market, regardless of the fact that we all want to buy foodstuffs in the market, we are all entitled to have our preferences. And this solution is identifying how they would be able to address that preference. So, first of all, they're also going to use technology. They're going to allow a seamless way to make your orders, which is really nothing new, because they're also saying that most of us are more digitally inclined. We're comfortable to make orders online. So that is, yes, it's an idea, but it's not so novel. The novelty is coming about where they're saying they would even identify your local preference stores. So everyone in a particular locality may have preferences because you're able to get certain items. And what that is the differentiation. And you can probably see why I'm tending towards that. Not because I'm a woman, not because, I do groceries, but they are speaking to something that is a little bit different. So getting your groceries from the market, yeah, you may probably have 3, 4 other people in that same space. But who is going the extra mile to provide what you call a personal shopper? And this personal shopper is going to engage with you, is going to understand your preferences, is going to understand how you want your groceries packaged, is going to understand how you want it delivered, is going to go the extra mile. So this idea is taking what you would normally call, a regular idea, and is creating more value. Now, for me as an investor, it's still at the very early stage, but it is showing a whole lot of potential. It's also showing that they could have a particular segment of market who may want to pay premium for the personal shopper. So I'll use a different example to explain how this is going on. The fashion industry is going through tremendous changes. Right now, we are very comfortable to say we have our designer. And that designer is giving you a bespoke, offering that is for you and is able to charge premium. But you could have the option of just having off the rack, which means you can get it very quickly, but there's no, singular identity of why you want a particular outfit. So in this particular offering, they are providing more of a bespoke offering. Now, how big is that market is going to be my next question. Because as much as that sounds great, I also want to make sure that the people who will continually buy this product is big enough for me to be interested in. And we use a particular word as investors. We say, how sticky is this idea? And stickiness means, is it an idea that would continually grow, or is it a fad? Is it just fashionable for now? So for me, what is interesting to me is how this person has identified the problem, but is even intentional about going the extra mile. So for me today, I would choose the idea on Evermart, only because, one, in their presentation, they have talked about the problem, they have talked about the solution, they have talked about their differentiation. Not just a solution, their differentiation. They have also talked about how they understand the market by giving me statistics that showcase how big that market is. So it's not an idea in futility. It's an idea that has been situated into a market. And as idea curators, you cannot separate the market you're trying to serve from the idea you have. It's very important that you do the research, you understand that your idea can fit into the market you want to serve. Otherwise, it would not be viable. And what we mean by viable is you do not have the customer or the clientele that will part with hard-earned money for that idea. So as curators, as idea formulators, ensure you understand the pain points, the profiles, the capacity to spend, and how long this solution would actually last. That will inform your idea, it will inform your product or your service offering. Understanding the market and how they would react, even if it's in a test case, would make sure that your idea is sellable and is viable to an investor. So I would like to congratulate Evermart as the best positioned idea. Both of the ideas submitted were very, very interesting, very novel, but for these reasons, I've chosen Evermart, and we're happy to, work with the person to beef up this idea to become a lot more than just an idea, become a business. Thank you very much. So just before I leave the stage, I've been advised to tell you a little bit about the outfit I run. It's always a very interesting opportunity to meet, founders. I love being in the midst of, founders and startups. I run a venture capital firm called AfriGlocal. And that name is synonymous with what we do. We are passionate about African startups who are locally developed, but with an intention to have footprints globally. So we definitely support local talent, local ideas, local businesses, but we assist them with equity to grow and scale and have footprints across. Now, AfriGlocal invests in early stage businesses at the pre-seed and seed stage. We have a geo-focus of Nigeria and West Africa, and we intentionally say Nigeria and West Africa because Nigeria on its own is one of the big 4 regions in terms of the startup ecosystem. Beyond that, we support businesses with curated support through our accelerator sister company, Knight Ventures, which supports your investability journey. AfriGlocal is very interested in the fintech and digital infrastructure space. For us, digitalization is creating a platform for scalability. And if you really do intend to have footprints globally, it's extremely important that your digitalization strategy is ingrained in whatever startup solution that you have. AfriGlocal is actually a $20 million USD fund that will be investing in startups over a period of time. We also support our startups with networks critical for their scale as they grow. And what is very interesting about AfriGlocal unapologetically is our desire for a gender balance portfolio. We are very interested in making sure that women also have an opportunity to lead, own, portfolio. We are very interested about how these ideas can become global brands, and we support their scalability and handshakes to others. In terms of our portfolio, we create an opportunity to have deal flow from our accelerator, because the accelerator really proves that your idea is investable. And we handshake with other early stage investors in the venture capital stage or debt in terms of your funding needs. But more importantly, the impact that each of your ideas would create is of equal importance with the returns that we will be supporting you on. So we preach a profit and purpose mantra. Any of your ideas that are brought forth for consideration would have to tick the boxes on potential profit as well as impact, because we're building businesses for the future societies of Africa, providing solutions to all the challenges that are immense in Africa, but at the same time becoming greats out of Africa. So you're welcome to visit our site, meet with
by a potential buyer. And buyer for us at Ideas Marketplace is someone that's been able to give you some sort of funding, money, investment, acquiring completely. A round of applause for Evermart, guys. Now, the reason why we didn't bring the representative out is that on the platform, the buyer doesn't get to see the seller. When you go to Jumia, Amazon, you don't know who's selling, and the person selling doesn't know who just bought. The transaction takes place on Amazon. A good product is sold to an interested buyer. In fact, I'm not really a fan of, but I don't know, do you get to meet the Airbnb owner? You don't. So that's why we didn't bring the person forward. So it was the idea that was sold, and AfriGlocal, we needed a representative, and that's why you get to meet the buyer. But on the platform, you don't get to meet the buyer or the seller. So once again, Evermart has just been sold. The journey begins here, and it will continue. To round up today's session, we just want to do something lively. I told a raffle draw is going to take place, very out of the, not something serious. Everyone is going to get to pick a number. It's nothing to do with ideation. It's nothing to do with business and all that. But there is one that we're going to ask a question. We just want to be sure that you were here, that you were not just sitting down. You really knew what happened here today. For that, someone's going to ask. I'm going to ask one question. That person will win 10,000 naira, just for, to be sure that you were here. And so that when you leave here, when next you go for conference, don't just be there and be looking, be there. Be present, all right? All right, guys, the raffle draw starts now. Okay, no, you're going to go from one person to the other. Let them pick, yeah. All right, guys, I was told that don't open it yet, oh. Don't open it yet. Right? Okay. So just pick a number, and if you're lucky, then you get to win something. This one has got nothing to do with your creativity. Your creativity cannot determine this one. It's just it's just a game, okay? Now, in the meantime, while we're waiting for everybody to get a piece, my team can display details for you to sign up on the platform and also for you to join the community. Can we get the details for that while they're picking their... Anyone that can help me with that? You can also follow me on Instagram, on social media, Caroline Moore. Yeah, so we can connect there. I know you guys want to connect. And trust me, I have your time every month. You can connect with me during the ideation session. You actually have me to yourself every ideation session every month. Ask me all the questions you want to ask in the world, and we can do so much together. All right? So that's my contribution. Because I believe in this generation. I believe in the young people. I believe in every individual has the potential to create. Okay? And get yourself out of the situations. When you see these opportunities, you need to jump on them. And some people believe in what we're doing as well, and that's why they've come together with us today to present to you this great. So has everyone gotten a piece? Can we try and make it a little bit faster? Okay, so while we're waiting for everyone to get a piece, to pick a piece, please, can you display how they can join? So the easiest way for you to sign up on the platform, and just in case you are not ready, in fact, this raffle draw was supposed to only be for people that are members of the community. But because you guys stayed to the end, I said, you know what, let everybody benefit from it. Sign up to the community, the WhatsApp community group, and there you can ask all the questions, and if you have any next creativity competition. Sometimes we have creativity competitions online. So it's not only at tertiary institutions. We have different activities that go around creativity and innovation. And how you can, package your intellectual property. Maybe you need to speak with an ideas mentor. You're trying to put together a great idea, but you're stuck. These are all the things that you can do when you're on the platform, and also be able to connect with ideas mentors and join our creativity competitions, the ones that might come up online. All right? So for all the activities that Ideas Marketplace does and all the questions that you may know how it's going to do it. Guys, does everybody have a piece? Okay, while we're waiting, Glory, is there any way we can get them to connect to the community? Okay, so if there's no way, what you can do is, do you have them all registered? Pardon? Is it on Instagram? Okay, so go to my Ideas Marketplace, show them all your links to social media. Then, if you connect there, you can send a DM or something. I think that's the best we can do. All right, so right about now, while that information is being shared, just open whatever you picked. If you've seen that you want something, just raise up your hand. You want something. You won. Like there's something on it for you to take. You are plenty. Oh. All right, hold the paper. If you don't show the paper to the team, they will not write your details down. No? So if you, so that it doesn't get rowdy, the ushers are going to come to you. The ushers are going to come to you, and they're going to ask you for the details for you to get whatever it is that you want. So that your hand is not paining you. Hold your paper very well, oh, and then when they're getting close to you, you can just signal to them to come to you. All right? That brings us to the end of game 1, but we have one last game to play. Now this one, don't bite me. It's just a gift of 10,000 naira. It's for one person. One person. Now, I'm going to ask a question. And obviously, if you were not paying attention, you will not be able to answer it. But for you to even be involved in answering the question, I'm going to throw this to you. You see, when opportunities come in business, One of the major things that help you to win in business is, first and foremost, you have to show up. Secondly, you have to be able to be proactive. Take action. Don't dull yourself. Remember that I told some people to come out, to come and share what are the creative ideas they got during this session. They had creative idea. I don't know how come they did not hear. Something happened. After this giveaway, I'm going to ask them to come and see if they can still share it, because I'm very, very sold out to creativity. So I don't want it to waste. But I don't know how you are going to be the one that will answer this question. So the first 3 people that know the answer will come out. You know, that's scary, because the first 3 of them might know the answer. And it's not one person that's going to get it. So if you know the answer to the question, I don't know how you're going to get out. The first person to stand up, let's do it that way, because if you're at the back, yeah, so please, these are platforms that you can easily get all the information required and join the community. Oh, absolutely, yeah. So, they've come and warn me that I shouldn't cut it short. We're not planning to do that. So the first person to stand up, if you know the answer, will be the one to answer the question and win our 10,000 Naira giveaway. Is that okay? Don't jump up before I finish you. Okay. Now the question is, who today, during this conference, are you kidding me right now? Okay, so there's disqualification too. If I've not landed and he stands up, you tell him to sit down. The question must have landed before you stand up. Okay, she's raising her hand for the winning. Yeah. Okay, so in the meantime, so that you don't get confused with the hands, ushers, try and attend to everybody that wants something. This one, you have to sit up. You have to stand up. And then after standing up, you have to get the answer. So if you like, stand up on your chair. If you don't know the answer, then, yeah. You already know the answer. No problem. So who? Today, the name of the person, and beyond the name, is we want you to give us the full details. That is the name and the idea that was presented of the winner of today's creativity competition amongst the tertiary institutions. Just don't raise up your hand, stand up if you know it. No, but one person stood up first. The first person to stand up. Who's the first person to stand up? She sat back down. She doesn't know it. This is the second person. The name and the idea.
Adeli Kigbimisola Esther, and the idea was on reusable pads that we could recycle it.
It has a name. That's 50%. The idea has a name. The name is correct. But the idea's name was not correct. Who's the second person to stand up? That's the second person to stand up, right? Yeah. The name of the idea and the name of the person. A round of applause. That's the winner of our giveaway. And that brings us to the end of the Ideas Marketplace Ideation Conference 2024 in collaboration with Global Tech Africa. I want to say a very big thank you to all our panelists and to Mrs. Mokwe Abudu, staying with us all throughout, AfriGloco and Tonight Ventures. Thank you to everyone that participated, that stayed to the end. Please drop your details so that before you get to the bus stop, you will get your cash prizes and giveaways. Thank you very much to all of you. Please connect with us, stay in connection, do not disconnect. It's the dispensation of creativity and innovation. If you have any questions, connect, join the community group, send a DM, somebody's going to respond to you. You can follow me on social media as well. My details is just Caroline Moore, Eureka Moments. Caroline Moore, Eureka Moments. Caroline Moore, Eureka Moments, right? And you can send me a DM. Trust me, your DM must make sense. If it's around creativity, innovation, intellectual property, trade, then we'll have a great conversation and move it from there. Once again, thank you very much, everyone. God bless you. And thank you very much for being at the Global Tech Africa conference today. Have a great evening. Bye. DJ, give us some music now. The DJ is angry. All right, guys, please, we're going to need to take in